Chapter 651. The clown turned out to be himself. Ivankov felt too difficult. Asshole. Asshole. While Yunzeo was thinking, the lucky guy named Baihe, who was chosen by the yellow monkey, attacked Jasni frantically. The golden flame led him to quickly dodge Jasni's various attacks. Then the intense light condensed in his hands, and the next second countless light bullets exploded towards Jasni at close range. The sound of light explosions continued. This move was created by Baihe imagining the move of Admiral Yellow Monkey. The power lent to him by the Yellow Monkey allowed him to easily imitate this move. However, Baihe, who imitated the Admiral's move, was not happy, but was more anxious than ever. Because the powerful force in his body was fading faster. If he didn't get the gem, his experience as a strong man would end. And Baihe blamed all this on Jasni in front of him. Originally, he and Jasni had fought well in that stronghold, and he even thought that Jasni's strength was just so-so. Then, the Dark Mantle's King of Power Bombik and Shadow Knight Envoy Dorobeta attacked them separately. At that time, he thought that the Dark Mantle was fighting internally, but after the scale was completed, the gem was directly taken away by Jasni. Baihe, who realized it. It turned out that the clown was actually himself. It was precisely because of this that Baihe attacked Jasni most vigorously at this time. Of course, there was another reason. Baihe knew that Jasni only had one gem. If he could cooperate with others to defeat him, then he could take the gem and run away before others reacted, and his goal would be considered accomplished. Boom! The light explosion continued, and Ivankov was also a little surprised when he saw this scene. He had some impression of the young man with golden flames. I remember that he was the leader of a famous hunter group in the New World, and his strength had just entered the gold-level hunter. But now, for some reason, it suddenly became a mess. Did he hide his strength before? With this strength, he can be a gem-level hunter. Ivankov felt that he had broadened his horizons. Since the new era, various monsters have emerged one after another. Even though she has worked hard, she still feels powerless to keep up with the times. It's really too difficult. Sometimes Ivankov doesn't know how to face such a terrible wave. Fortunately, Long is still leading them. When he was a little shaken, Ivankov always thought of Long. Especially now, Long is actually ready to transform into Miss D for a long time. With such a leader who is willing to make great sacrifices leading them, the future development of the Revolutionary Army is still promising. Ivankov firmly believes in this. Ha ha ha, very spirited. The cold air overflowed, and a set of ice shields were directly set around the chariot to directly defend against Baihe's attack. This is also a kind of chariot weapon, which belongs to defensive weapons. Jasni, who withstood Baihe's light bullet attack, laughed arrogantly. But it's not enough, not enough. Pa pa pa. While Jasni laughed, Akano followed Baihe's attack. The scorching heat gathered in his arms. Boom. The high-temperature fist quickly evaporated and shattered the ice shield. The extremely hot steam spread out immediately. Step. At this time, Yunzeo set his sights on the gemstones of the gemstone stronghold. Just saw. The gemstones embedded in the stone platform began to float slowly. The golden light column that was originally lit up and reached the sky suddenly went out. Is the scale finished? After a thought flashed through his mind, Yunzeo did not hesitate at all and used the instant step directly. The next moment he appeared in front of the gemstone stronghold, and his left hand directly grabbed the gemstone. Galaxy eyes. The huge shock wave quickly pushed towards Yunzeo. Ivankov, who had been paying attention to the scale, responded immediately. Her head became very big. The original female face turned into a masculine one, so as to make a powerful attack. 58 Storms of the Broken Path. A fierce whirlwind blocked Yunzeo's body, colliding and venting the shock wave bombarded by Ivankov. Yunzeo, who blocked the attack, inevitably paused for a moment. Don't even think about it. The golden flame wrapped Baihe and flew over like a stream of light. This time the gem was right in front of him, and he would never allow anyone to take it away again. Swish! The hand with golden flames approached the gem little by little. Baihe's eyes slowly widened. I succeeded. He only had this thought in his mind. Clang! A crisp sound played. Tear. Blood splashed, and the pain that penetrated into the bone marrow spread in Baihe's consciousness. How is it possible? My defense. The gem. Bang. He watched a hand pass through his eyes and hold the golden gem in his palm. Oh! How careless! Is it really okay to give your weakness to your opponent? At this time, Yunzao held the gem in his left hand and held the hilt with his right hand. His knife was already unsheathed, and the blade was shining with a cold reflection. Even though it tore through Baihe's chest, there was not a drop of blood on the blade. My power! Baihe felt that his powerful power seemed to have found an outlet and was dissipating madly. His hand grabbed the gem in Yunzao's hand, but the distance was getting farther and farther. Bang! Looking at Baihe, who fell to the ground and the golden flame completely dissipated. Yunzao shook his head and put away his Zanpakuto. Ha ha ha, well done, my good disciple. Seeing Yunzao get the gem, Jisni laughed. When the others heard what Jisni said, their eyes almost popped out. It turned out that these two guys were playing a double act with them. Damn it! Looking at Yunzao walking towards the chariot naturally, Ivankov also felt aggrieved, but now she had to go to other strongholds quickly. Now Ivankov had no, she was in a hurry to leave instead of fighting to the death. Even if she didn't get anything, she had to make sure that Big Bear got something. After thinking about it, Akano made a similar choice. Not to mention the others, who had been paddling all the way. Now that the boss was gone, they would feel uncomfortable if they stepped forward. Next to Jisni, Yunzao was also talking to Jisni with a smile. This time, it's really thanks to you, Master. After Yunzao got the time stone, the message he received surprised him a little. In addition, Jisni's progress was really accelerated after he came over, so Yunzao was not stingy to play with Jisni. Ha ha ha, you have to thank me. Let's go. I'll take you back to the arena. After we go back, there will be a short break before the next competition, and now other people are still competing for the time lung. This time is enough for us to have a big meal. Jisni couldn't help but hook his cheek when he said this, and said a little embarrassedly. It just so happens that my partner wants to invite you. Looking at Jisni's embarrassed look, Yun Zhao's mouth curled up. It's okay, I'm also interested in him, that emperor. Chapter 652 Civil War Fantasy Beast, Poseidon is simply a barbarian. Another gem stronghold. Big Bear's eyes have long recovered. But this time he is no longer obviously dominant in this stronghold. Now the most dominant figures here are two figures with golden aura. One of them is Pixie. The other is another player selected by the yellow monkey nearby. He is a long-handed tribe, named Tast. The gem of Tast's original stronghold was robbed. So he came to the battlefield here. As soon as he arrived, he reached a consensus with Pixie, first cooperate, then compete. Compared to other people, they have the same power and have a better basis for cooperation. So, the two people's streams of light fought back and forth around the center of the gem. They are closest to the gem in the center. Even if the gem leaves the stone platform, they have a competitive advantage as long as they are closest. Roar, roar, roar. Hiss. Hiss. The roar and thunder continued. A figure with blue lightning kept jumping, and its sharp claws with intense lightning collided with Pixie directly. Boom. When the two figures collided and stalemate, two more lightning flashed over. Also with sharp claws, although the intensity of these two attacks was not as strong as the previous one, they could play a role of interference. Seeing the two figures flying over, 743 Pixie gave up the stalemate and flashed back. Then his hands intertwined, an intense light flashed. Countless light bullets began to burst out. Yes, this is still the signature move imitating the Admiral Kizaru. There is no way, there are relatively few strong people with light attribute in the sea. Although there are also rare magic pattern users with light attribute in the magic pattern era. But compared with them, Kizaru is stronger and his moves are the most popular. After Pixie and other lucky people obtained the power of this light, the object they simulated was largely based on Kizaru. Swish, swish, swish. Boom. The light bombs covered half of the battlefield of the gem stronghold, and the three figures bathed in lightning began to fight. Not just them. The other players who were slacking off were also stabbed while lying down, and had to fight hard. Is it almost healed? Pixie didn't look at the people who were resisting the light bombs. His eyes, covered by the light, stared at the gem in the center of the gem stronghold. The scale there had already moved 11 times, and only the last scale was left. It could reach the end at any time. He had to make sure he had enough time to react. Hey! Pixie took a deep breath and exhaled, and stopped the move. Then he fixed his eyes on the three figures. He only knew one of the three figures, Xinhu of the Fur Tribe, nicknamed Thunder Tiger, who was a high-level member of the Yaqi sect. He was completely unfamiliar with the other two who looked like dogs and cats. But there was nothing he could do about it. There were so many powerful guys in the world. Pixie didn't bother to check on some guys who rarely showed up or didn't cause any big events. After all, he mainly practiced and didn't have much free time. Fortunately, these three guys were troublesome. However, the guy Tast was facing was equally troublesome. If they were miserable together, they wouldn't lose their balance. Pixie was still optimistic in this regard. Zilla! Zilla! The electric current was flowing, and the white hair began to float with the current. Shinto clenched his palm, and lightning flowed in his palm. Go! He took the lead and called on Inuarashi and Nico Belly Snake on the left and right behind him. This time, Shinto followed Yaki Shao to participate in the martial arts competition. Originally, he thought that with his current strength, once the Moon Lion form was activated, he could hold out for a long time against an enemy with 1-star gem level strength. With such strength and two new and promising younger brothers, it would be easy for him to get a gem. But he was unlucky and even had bad luck drinking water. He was robbed. But now it is a competition mode, so he can't say anything. He can't say that he is from the Yaqi sect and give face. This is totally inconsistent with the character of Shintora. Besides, the opponent's fist is too hard. That paladin Poseidon is simply a barbarian, sweeping the whole place by himself. If he was hit by a fist that could shake the sky and crack the earth, he would probably fall to the ground and spit. How could he fight with such strength? What Xinhu couldn't understand the most was why he didn't go to the Crown Hunter rating with such strength, and compete with them. Isn't he teasing them? However, no matter how many emotions he had, he could only retreat in front of the smiling barbarian. Now, Xinhu was also in pain when facing Pixie. Because Xinhu had seen such a mode, that was the power of the Great Yellow Monkey on the Fantasy Beast Island. Isn't this using the power of the Fantasy Beast to fight his own people? At that time, when the Great Yellow Monkey signed up as a solo Fantasy Beast, he had a bad premonition. I didn't expect that he would be the victim. Is it really a civil war between fantasy beasts? Although Xinhu felt mixed emotions in his heart, he still looked like he was sure of victory. The younger brother is behind him, so he should have the attitude of a big brother. Hiss! Hiss! Shin Tiger fights Pixie again. Inuarashi and Nico Pisu carefully assist him. After the two of them were attacked by the gluttonous Demon King Blood Leech, they decided to join Shin Tiger. At the Fantasy Beast Conference. After they went to the Fantasy Beast Island, they felt fortunate for their decision. Because they not only saw the Moon Lion, which has a special meaning to the Fur Tribe, but also gained more powerful power. This time, of course, they hope to work for Shin Tiger, the big brother. But they are still a little powerless. Always worried about being killed by the opponent in seconds. But maybe it will be better to get the 4th level grace after returning. The two of them looked at each other and began to crave for more powerful power. This time, in order to apply for the 4th level grace for Inuarashi and Nico Pisu, Shin Tiger even postponed his chance to get the 5th level grace. And in order to let them avoid the 3rd level grace with the highest mortality rate, directly use his own resources to assist them in cultivating the power of the Phantom Beast to an objective level. This approach has already made Inuarashi and Cat Belly Snake grateful and determined to repay him. Zilazla. The electric current spreads and climbs, and in the electric light, the golden light is also shining. The two sides fought again. On the other side of the battlefield, Tast fought with Big Bear, facing the same light bullet as Tast. Big Bear's hands flew away quickly like after images. Only when Tast attacked in the form of a light cannon, Big Bear would slap himself, and his figure disappeared like a ghost to another corner. For such a difficult opponent, Tast's final choice was to fight him in close combat. When the two fought, they also had to face the sneak attack of Vince Moke Judge, the president of the Warhouse of the Magic Pattern Guild. Judge did not favor anyone too much. In his view, both of them were competitors. He would attack whoever had a flaw. It was for this reason that Tast had never bothered to solve him. Both of them being attacked was equivalent to both of them returning to the starting line. Compared to himself who could move quickly without stopping, he felt that Big Bear had more flaws than himself. Rounding off, the existence of Judge was an advantage to him. Whoosh! The strong wind was blowing, and the seemingly ordinary shock wave formed a strong wind, but it was not natural. On a lush tree nearby, A figure in green clothes also came quietly and hid in it. Chapter 653. A more essential war. The Demon King shouted that there was a death pervert. Time flew by. When Big Bear and Tast were fighting, a new group of people came here. It was Ivankov and her companions who had returned to being women. Ivankov saw the situation here clearly as soon as she came, and she rushed up without saying a word. She rushed into the battlefield with a graceful figure. She greeted Judge, who was about to sneak attack Big Bear again. The secret of the demon fist, the fragrance of no desire. Facing the demon coming quickly. After being surprised for a while, Judge still did not show weakness. The spear in his hand stabbed at the surging domineering spirit, and the grey strange bird entangled with the spear and leaped out. Boom! The huge roar was deafening. The attacks of both sides directly caused the ground to fly with dust, sand, and stones, and the ground was shaking. This guy! Ivankov looked at Jiaji with even more shock. She remembered that this famous war house president in the North Sea was the famous commander of Germa 66 in the North Sea before the new era. Not long ago, he was rated as an A-level magic pattern master in the Magic Pattern Guild. Ivankov had overestimated Jiaji's strength as much as possible. But with just one move, she found that she still underestimated it. The opponent's attack power was very fierce, and the grey arrogance had great lethality. But it didn't matter. A magic pattern master like this who specializes in magic is more biased than a domineering master. She might be able to defeat the opponent in other ways. Dang! The strong armed color domineering aura knocked the spear of Judge off the target. Ivankov took a charming and agile step and kicked with his long legs. Bang! Judge pulled down the spear and almost blocked Ivankov's calf. Even after blocking the attack, Judge's face still turned a little blue. Because Ivankov, if he hadn't blocked this crotch kick, he would have been in agony. This move was too sinister. Haha! Ivankov's head became very big in the midst of the HAHA, and he blinked wildly. Galaxy eyes! The shock wave exploded, and Judge had only time to raise his armed color defense before he was directly knocked out. He didn't forget to spit out blood as an embellishment when he flew backwards. Haha! A mere beginner A-level, vulnerable. Watching Judge being knocked out, Ivankov put his hands on his hips and raised his hatred, completely forgetting his shock just now. The She-Male King. After piercing through several large trees, Judge finally stuck to the huge rock. He looked deeply at the She-Male King in the distance, who had left a legend of salvation. In this case, Judge reached for the special belt around his waist. After pressing a button on the top, a lot of potions popped out of the belt. These were all magic potions of various types. But in general, Judge was unwilling to use them. Using them would be a slow suicide. Even if there were holy light potions to remove the side effects, little by little would add up. If he became careless, his lifespan might be reduced by half. It was obvious that there was not much chance, so Judge naturally did not want to fight too hard. But now that Ivankov had attracted a wave of hatred, he still made up his mind to fight. Bang! Several potion bottles fell to the ground. Judge's magic power also began to explode. Several types of potions, such as Magic Burst, Magic Agility, Magic Recovery, and Magic Attack, were intertwined on Judge. Many of these potions belonged to different attributes. For example, the magic plant material used for Magic Burst was the fire attribute Volcano Flower, the agility was the thunder attribute Lightning Branch, and the attack was the blood attribute Bone Erosion Flower. In addition to all of these potions belonging to the fear type, many of them were of different attributes. Ordinary magic rune users would not use potions like this. They would use potions of the same type and the same genus, so as to avoid magic conflicts as much as possible. But Jiaji is different. His magic rune ability is war, and it is a war that is closer to the essence of war than other war abilities. War is unstoppable, and this is the essence of this war ability. With this war ability, Jiaji can integrate different magic powers to the greatest extent, provided that the attributes under the fear magic are used. It can be said that Jiaji who takes drugs is much stronger than other magic rune users who take drugs. Because he can use potions with great advantages in various fields of fear magic to improve his combat power. Ho ho ho! Jiaji took a deep breath. After using so many potions, he felt great. He looked at Ivankov who was in need of a beating in the distance, and the corners of his mouth could not help but tear apart, and his eyes rendered by magic gradually became ferocious. Swish! With a leap of lightning, Jiaji rushed back to the battlefield again. The tip of the spear turned red, and it stabbed Ivankov. Ivankov's face suddenly changed, and he bent his waist backwards, barely avoiding the stab of Jiaji. Her eyes looking at Jiaji were full of special meaning. Just now, she focused her attention on the big bear, but she didn't expect Jiaji to do this to her. But if she wanted to fight back, she should fight back. Why did she attack her chest? Even if Ivankov was originally a man. But now that her chest was pierced during her transformation into a woman, Ivankov felt very painful. Ah, there is a dead pervert. The crisp scream made some people on the battlefield turn their eyes to this side. I saw Ivankov covering his chest and looking at Jiaji with a perverted look on his face. Jiaji's face turned black, and his eyes looking at Ivankov became more ferocious. Pervert? No matter how perverted you are, you can't be more perverted than you. Ivankov's companions looked at Ivankov covering his chest and couldn't help but complain in their hearts. Of course, people who don't know Ivankov sometimes mistakenly think she is a woman. Because Ivankov is the queen's female gender and serves as the she-male king of the Kamabarka kingdom. Some people, even if they know that Ivankov has the ability of the hormone fruit, are not sure whether her original gender is male or female. Of course, these people will not pity Ivankov. The moment she changed from female to male was too eye-catching. Anyone who has seen that scene will not feel pity for Ivankov. Even at this time, some people inexplicably felt that Jiaji was getting rid of harm for the people. Glancing at the surroundings, Jiaji saw that everyone was still very rational and nodded. The people's will. This dead she-male who dared to use a crotch kick on him should get retribution. Swish. Soon, Jiaji's cold light came first, and then the spear came out. Cinnabar lightly touched, like a red star sliding down, and it was Zazaza in the direction of Ivankov. The main target of his attack was Ivankov's chest. It's not that he is perverted, it's just that he is very emotional when using magic power. Since he cares about Ivankov's previous behavior, Guy followed his emotions and attacked Ivankov at the same level. Pervert. Big pervert. At this time, Ivankov could only curse in his heart while dodging. Is it really that stingy? It's just a crotch kick. There is no gentleman style at all. It turns out that the magic pattern user has some problems in his heart. When Ivankov was a little helpless. Knock. A familiar dull sound came out. His face suddenly changed. Chapter 654 The Terrible Effect of the Time Gem. This is an incredible miracle. When the strange sound appeared, Ivankov suddenly turned his eyes to the direction of the gem. Sure enough, the gem embedded in the stone platform began to slowly float up, and the golden light column that reached the sky suddenly extinguished. The familiar scene reappeared, and Ivankov began to rush towards the big bear regardless of everything. Others were also disrupted by this change. Some even started to act at the first time. For example, Paisai and Tast, who were the closest. Especially Tast's golden flame shone unprecedentedly, and the speed exploded. For a while, the gem was closest to Tast. Don't even think about it. Facing Tast's charge, Jiaji reacted first. His thinking was greatly increased by the magic potion, which was the advanced magic potion called Thunder Light. Not only can it increase agility and speed, but also accelerate thinking. It is the most popular advanced magic potion for fear-type lightning attributes. Zilla. Zilla. It is impossible to catch up if you rush directly. But weapons can be faster than people. The lightning swept the spear, and the explosion from the volcanic potion made Judge's muscles burst out with terrible power. The gravity offset buff of the earth type was transferred to the spear in Judge's hand, plus the acceleration of lightning. The spear-spreading thunder was thrown by Judge. The lightning flashed, as if it had the speed of real thunder. Taste, who stretched out his hand to attack, felt his hair stand on end, and his body turned subconsciously. A lightning flash passed by him quickly. Gurgle. Looking at the lightning that disappeared in the sky, Ivankov swallowed his saliva, and cold sweat broke out on his back. What's wrong with this dead pervert's strength? He was so powerful all of a sudden. If the previous attack hit her, she wouldn't have poked a hole, right? Fortunately, she didn't run to the front. At this time, Ivankov could only feel thankful. On the other side of the battlefield, Paisai was attacked from behind by Xinhu because his speed was not as fast as Tast. Right now, in a lush tree nearby, a mysterious figure activated his ability directly. An extremely violent storm suddenly descended. Except for Big Bear, everyone else, including Ivankov, was visited by the storm. Bang! At the moment the storm descended, Big Bear used his meatball ability very cooperatively. The meat pad in his hand slapped on himself, and his figure appeared in front of the gem as if teleporting. Swish! As soon as he appeared, Big Bear grabbed towards the gem. Bang! Accompanied by a slight sound. The stone platform under the gem suddenly emitted an extremely dazzling golden light. The familiar feeling made Big Bear subconsciously close his eyes. But his hand did not stop, grabbing in the direction of the gem. However, in addition to the dazzling light, the stone platform also had an expanding light explosion. Even though the bear used his armament haki to resist the light explosion, he could not help but retreat. Success! The next moment, the power of the paddling pixie burst out, and he repelled the hesitant Zinhu due to the change. He flashed directly against the dazzling light. He threw himself into the expanding light explosion without hesitation. Snap! Until he got the gem, Pixie finally breathed a sigh of relief. Especially after receiving the message inside, his tense emotions began to relax in shock. Pixie, who had played with naughty monkeys since childhood, knew very well that sometimes you think you have won when you have lost. There are so many strong people here, and he is just a half-baked strong man who suddenly gained powerful power. If he is self-righteous and has no solid trump cards or cunning tricks, then there is definitely no hope. So, he can only create trump cards. During the battle, Pixie secretly transmitted the wonderful power on the surface of the stone platform through the battle fluctuations. This approach is actually very risky. After all, the rules remind you not to try to seize the gem violently. This behavior of transmitting power to the surface of the stone platform actually has a certain gambling element. At the same time, after the gem is unlocked, the expanding light explosion will also attack the gem and the stone platform. Whether such an attack violates the rules, Pixie is not sure. Fortunately, everything went according to his plan. He was fine, and the gem fell into his hands as he wished. Swish! As soon as he got the gem, Pixie paused for a moment to receive the message from the gem and then leaped out of the light explosion like a stream of light. Prepared to retreat quickly while the power given to him by the fantasy beast master was not consumed. However, reality is always not so easy. Taste, who has the same power, rushed in the direction he was moving forward. His arm with two elbow joints charged and fired a beam of light cannon directly. Faced with such an attack, Pixie completely ignored it and just slightly changed the direction of movement. He flew directly into the sky with Tast's light cannon, as if he was not affected. What? This scene shocked Tast. How could the opponent withstand his power without slowing down? This is not in line with common sense. But if he is close to Pixie's vision, perhaps the doubts can be solved. The light cannon did not actually hit him directly, but disappeared strangely through a thin gap. This is the power of the time gem in Pixie's hand. If he could not use it, Pixie would not want to use it. Because he knew that the power in the time gem was limited, and the less it was used, the less it would be. However, the reality is like this, and if he was surrounded by the enemy later, he would use more. Swoosh! Like a meteor across the sky, Pixie flew away in the complicated eyes of everyone. The final direction was exactly where the motor arena on Dongjiao Island was. Failed again, Tast's eyes were red. Time was running out, his power. Without too much words, Tast did not dare to stop for a moment and flew directly to other golden light pillars. On the dense tree, the mysterious figure looked up at the distant golden light, and the clothes and hat could not cover his face. It was a golden vortex mask, and it was the dragon wearing the mask. What a pity! Long felt a little pity, but she also knew that as she had obtained a gem by stealing. When the time gem is taken by someone, the result is difficult to change. Even if it is a weak person, as long as he uses the time gem at the beginning, he can set up a powerful time barrier on his body. Unless the power is too excessive, it will be regressed to the stage where it did not happen. Even if you attack 4.3 times at close range, you will never be able to touch the opponent. And the time gem has other great effects. For example, reviving a life that died briefly. For example, if you have a terminal illness, locate the terminal illness, and regress the terminal illness to the unembryo stage. For example, directly set the conditions of being attacked or dying, automatically triggering the effect of time reversal, etc. And, at the cost of your own time, that is, lifespan, you can let time touch space, and truly break through space and teleport to a place you have been to. Although the time gem with such an effect is a consumable, the power inside makes everyone who gets it cherish it very much. This is an incredible miracle. This is the great power of time. If it weren't for the time gem, he couldn't forcefully touch the other time gem. Long didn't mind doing it himself, it was just a pity. But there was still a chance. The wind began to flow, and the big bear teleported away silently. Chapter 655 The day was frozen, the power of God. Time passed. Because the number of gem strongholds was getting smaller and smaller. Some of the players who didn't fall went straight to other gem strongholds, causing the battle on West Cape Island to become more intense. More and more people were fighting in the same stronghold, which also led to the rapid progress of the gem stronghold. Soon, with the last roar, the battle of the gem stronghold finally came to an end. The strong men who had gained something returned along the same way. In this process, they might encounter obstacles from other players. But the players holding the time gem were fearless. They quickly returned to the motor arena. Morgans applauded them and arranged a 30-minute transition time. During these 30 minutes, Morgans formally invited all the demigods who had qualified for the official competition to come on stage, take their seats, and be guests. Then Morgans began to review some of the wonderful battle close UPS of the qualifying competition on the big screen and invited all the demigods to comment. These participating demigods did not even have to participate in the qualifying competition. They directly received the time stone after the start of the conference, which could be said to be a reward for lying down. After receiving the appearance fee, they would not give no face at all. It is okay to just appear, and the comments depend on your mood. There are 27 demigods who are silent or cold-faced throughout the whole process. For example, the lonely purple Iora Yagamai, the bloody Shura Uchihamadara, and the Admiral Akainu. But there are still good-talking demigods who patiently participate in the commentary session. For example, the Water Mirror Aizen, the Senju Senra Senju Hashirama. Of course, there are also arrogant ones, such as the Yaki head Jinkai. In the East Cape Island, the motor arena, the radio plays a familiar laugh. Goo-ha-ha-ha. Dear audience friends, after countless hardships, all the contestants have finally completed a part of the martial arts competition. Now, the break time is over. Please wait in the backstage lounge for all the contestants who have passed the level. Then prepare to go on stage. Morgans paused here. Then he looked up at the sky and said calmly. Although it is almost dusk now, please don't worry. The great god of time has frozen the daytime, and we can finish this event in one go. Hearing Morgan's seemingly ordinary words, many audiences at the scene and people watching the live broadcast around the world were confused. Then they were suddenly shocked after thinking carefully. Originally, many audiences at the scene felt strange when they saw the blue sky that was always in full daylight. Because the sky began to dim at this time yesterday, but now it is still very bright. However, they did not pay much attention to such details. After all, it's not night yet. Maybe it's because the weather is too good today. However, now that Morgans reminded them, they only then did I discover this other possibility. A possibility that I had never thought of, that is the daytime was fixed. Can the daytime be frozen? How is it possible? An extremely absurd feeling filled the hearts of the audience. Even though the power of the gods is deeply rooted in people's hearts, this unprecedented operation still brings unimaginable shock to people. Destructive power can still be understood as extremely terrifying power. And fixing the daytime is too ethereal, and it is somewhat difficult for ordinary people to imagine, representing a mysterious and unknown field. Mysterious unknowns are always more likely to arouse awe. It is in these incomprehensible deeds that the gods are revered again and again, and their divine power is becoming more and more deeply rooted in people's hearts. This is also the soil for the development of religion today. Horror. In a backstage lounge of the motor arena, Long looked at the live broadcast image in the room and couldn't help muttering. Holding the time gem in her hand, she began to guess the power of the god of time. In the time gem, there is a powerful function. At the cost of one's own lifespan, locate the most powerful moment of one's past life, and return to the peak of power with the power of the time stone. This function is most suitable for those strong people who are too old to move. However, if those strong people are really too old, their lifespan may not be enough to pay the price. Therefore, it is more suitable for some lucky people who have briefly gained powerful power. For example, those lucky people who were selected by the yellow monkey in the selection. This function is not very useful for Long herself. She feels that she will only become stronger and stronger, not weaker. And Long is guessing that the god of time has used similar power. Freeze the daytime of past life in the sky. Just now, she has called Den Den Mushi to confirm. Other locations near the edge of the world's day and night reversal are also in this very clear daytime state. This means that the entire world, at least the night side, is completely shrouded in that vast power. That's right. Long has a deeper understanding of the power of the gods. That is a terrifying power that is almost completely untouchable by mortals. This realization made Long tremble, but after the trembling, she became more determined to reshape the world. God really shouldn't exist in the world. Perhaps, she should find a way to prolong her life. Long thought so. God's terrifying power made her feel that she might not be able to touch that power in her lifetime. Even in this miraculous era, she currently doesn't feel that she can surpass God. But as long as the lifespan is long enough, time will be extended. In this miraculous era, maybe she may also be able to. Then, let me briefly introduce the rules of the official competition. On the high platform, Morgan stood on it, and after the audience digested the information that subverted their three views, he continued his passionate introduction as if nothing had happened. The next official competition will adopt a very conventional ring battle system. To put it simply, first, the 50 players who have passed the level will be selected to play 140 moves and the participating demigods will be automatically numbered. Then they will fight in pairs according to their numbers. After one round, the winning players will redraw numbers and fight in pairs. I believe everyone is very familiar with this competition system, Morgan said with a smile. After all, the final competition system of Wilba's Kendo tournament in the past was basically of this type. Hearing Morgan's words, many viewers also smiled. Several Kendo tournaments have been held. Many viewers are very enthusiastic about the Kendo tournament, a world event held regularly, and they begin to feel nostalgic. Even if the strong people participating in the Kendo tournament are not as grand as the martial arts tournament, there is a bonus of sentiment after all. Soon, Morgan's finished introducing the simple rules. The most special rule this time is that the players can fight to the limit without caring about their lives. Because the god of time will lay down the time domain. All players, no matter if they are exhausted, seriously injured, or even dead, will be restored to their original state after the victory or defeat is confirmed. Such a special rule makes people in the world more respectful of the god of time. Even death can be ignored, worthy of being a god. They can only sigh in awe. Then, the numbering is over. The first battle, number 1 versus no 56. Then, please welcome the demigod Blood Shura and the president of the Warhouse of the North Sea Magic Pattern Guild, Monster Bird Judge. Chapter 656 Uchiha Madara wants to find out the bottom, Germa 66 will be great again. Click. Click. The heavy sound touched the heartstrings. As the mechanism turned, a bronze arena with a length and width of 300 meters rose from the central venue of the motor arena. Ding! As the bronze arena stopped rising, Uchiha Madara, who was already impatient waiting nearby, immediately rushed forward. The people around him also cheered for Uchiha Madara. After all, being able to defeat the demon apostles was the price of being supported. Unfortunately, the cheers were not worth mentioning to Madara. For the next he was a little careless about the battle. However, coming here, thinking of facing those guys soon, it was also a pleasant thing for Madara. This time, Uchiha came for the lonely purple Iora Yagami. Before, he wanted to challenge King, who was faintly known as the strongest god. However, after fighting with Senju Hashirama, his interest was gone. After all, he was pressed on the head by a newcomer. Although it was carelessness, it obviously made Madara sober. If he challenged King with such an attitude, he would be embarrassed if he was killed in seconds. So, he came to this martial arts competition held in the name of the Lonely Purple. As a very low-key demigod, Iora Yagami was also the only one among the first batch of predecessors who did not have the name of a god. Uchiha Madara was ready to come and find out. As for the man Senju Hashirama, he no longer cared about him. Those who were defeated by him once would not be able to catch up with him again. Okay. Although this was a bit absolute, but it was also Uchiha Madara's true thought. In Uchiha Madara's opinion, that guy with a bad personality at first glance could not be his opponent. Not now, and not in the future. Today, Uchiha Madara stepped on the bronze ring, crossed his arms, and looked at Judge opposite him with an indifferent expression. And that guy? The face of Aizen appeared in Madara's mind. He is no longer the same as before. The big meal will be left for later. Let's taste the appetizer first. Dance to your heart's content. Otherwise it will be over in an instant. Hearing Uchiha Madara's arrogant and matter-of-fact words. In addition to his face full of fear, Judge's eyes were also filled with fear. He couldn't help it. The big man in front of him might have defeated 2 demon apostles. He didn't know how strong the demon apostles were. But he knew that he could achieve such success because of the war carnival of the illegal magic pattern guild. And the war carnival was according to his guess. Behind him stood the leader of the 9 demon kings of the demon race, the warlord, the war king. Obviously, no matter how strong the warlord is, he is inferior to the apostle. Just imagine that he is about to face a terrifying opponent who can defeat the apostle. Judge felt his scalp tingling. At the same time, he was also very annoyed by Morgan's unreliable random numbering. What random? He had also seen the kendo tournament. It's okay to cheat people who don't know the business, but every time the strongest guys are separated. Although he understands this gradual presentation. But it's very uncomfortable for him to become a victim. He fought hard to get the time gem not to experience the addiction of going to the ring. Who? Judge took a few deep breaths and exhaled, adjusting his mentality. Day. A row of potions popped out from the belt. He grabbed them with his big hand and showed them all. Since there are rules to cover it. Judge felt that he could fight this time. What side effects? I'm afraid it won't be a problem in the domain of the god of time. Even if you lose, you have to show off your glory. Boom. Colorful flames burst out directly from Judge's body. The terrifying explosion of magic power set off waves that stirred the sky. This scene made the audience feel trembling and uncomfortable first. As a power that leans towards the spiritual side. Even if there is no direct attack, the oppression of magic power on life is full. That guy. A pink-haired young man with sunglasses in the audience sneered, it was Doflamingo. Now he is in the audience, naturally not because he wants to, but because he was eliminated. It's okay to be eliminated. But in fact, according to his plan, he had a chance to get the time stone. But all his good things were ruined by someone. And Judge's explosion reminded him of that guy. One of the 3A level magic rune users of the Magic League, also has the ability of war, and can also take potions of different attributes. The opponent's strength is even stronger than Judge, and he is a high-level A-level magic pattern user. Such similar abilities. Ming Ge suspected that there was a shadow of war carnival behind the opponent. However, he didn't care about such things. What he cared about most was that the opponent dared to steal his cake. That guy. Until Ming Ge learned the information about the time stone from his subordinates, he was even more annoyed. This matter is not over. Looking at Judge who burst out with a strong aura on the ring, Ming Ge thought secretly in his heart. On the ring. Judge held a new spear, which was also a magic weapon. Although it is not recommended to use weapons in principle, it turns out that suggestions are really just suggestions. The one who really suffers is still himself. Then. Go. Judge shot out directly, with thunder on the spear body and violent red light spreading on the tip of the spear. In a flash of lightning, he stabbed Uchiha Madara. Zilla. The spearhead pierced Uchiha Madara's chest directly. However, Uchiha Madara ignored Judge's attack like a phantom. Not bad, anymore. Uchiha Madara still crossed his arms. The blood-red eyes stared straight at Judge's eyes, and the eternal Mangekyo slowly rotated. Of course there is more. Judge gritted his teeth. Although he didn't know why his attack didn't work, it was just the beginning. He still had more moves. Soon. Judge, who had taken various magic potions, began to explode. It was the first time for him to take so many magic potions. He thought he could hardly control this power. But now he felt unexpectedly smooth. In this case, he would show his skills in front of the live broadcast. Try to make his Magic Pattern Guild Warhouse famous, develop strength openly, and secretly contact the Guy War Carnival to develop a power that is completely loyal to him. In this way, he will surpass the Magic League in time. The right to speak in the North Sea will also fall into his hands. Germa 66 will be great again. With such a wonderful idea, Judge began to attack hard. All kinds of attacks that looked very cool were used directly by him. He didn't realize that in front of his performance. Uchiha Madara just stared at him silently, with a look of disdain. Is it over? It's over. As Judge threw the spear, it turned into lightning in the sky. He finally finished the attack. Now he is satisfied. Even if he lost, at least his reputation has been spread. Facing the monster that can defeat the apostle, he has fought for a long time. The sense of achievement is full. Really? Then you lose. Uchiha Madara's tone is like the whisper of the god of death. Judge only feels that the surrounding environment is distorted violently. A finger is getting bigger and bigger in the distortion, filling his eyes. A strong fear bursts out from his body. Ah! Accompanied by his screams and snot flying, the world is broken. In a trance, he returned to reality. The chaotic fear magic on his body is wantonly attacking his body, and his body is moving towards the direction of monster alienation. Consciousness is distorted, and vision is stretched. Judge could feel an unspeakable fear entangled around him. It was the instinctive fear of the alienation and distortion of consciousness. I give up. At the last moment of his consciousness, Judge could not care about anything else and shouted desperately. With his surrender, time flowed back on him. Tick. Tick. Even the so-called irreversible monster alienation on the sea could only bow its head in the face of the power of time. It seemed like a long time had passed, and Judge gasped with horror. Huff, hi. After a while, he calmed down a little. However, the fear just now also reflected in his instinct. The terrifying experience of his consciousness sliding into the abyss was definitely the most terrifying thing he had ever encountered in his life. Chapter 657 7 Interpretations of the Eternal Night, The Disbelief of the Golden Emperor. Oh, what an amazing scene! After using the magic potion, the contestant of the strange bird judge attacked once and then stagnated. Then the magic riot fell into demonization. Morgans explained loudly on the high platform with a microphone. Guhahaha, although it was short, it was extremely exciting. This is not an accident. Just a glance made the other party trapped in his own cocoon. This is the terrible power of Lord Blood Shura. Oh. After hearing Morgan's words, the audience cheered. After all, they felt extremely depressed when Judge exploded his magic power before. It's just that the time domain set by the god of time prevents the players in the domain from attacking the audience. This is true for both physical and mental attacks. At most, it makes people feel depressed. That's right. Ordinary people who are lucky enough to feel the pressure of the strong on the spot can have a deeper understanding of the strength of the strong. It can be said that for these ordinary audiences on the spot, it is an alternative opportunity. Obviously, Judge's strength is already extremely terrifying in their eyes. But Uchiha Madara easily defeated the opponent with a glance. 017 makes people feel that he is worthy of being a terrifying strong man who can defeat the demon apostles. Such a strong man will naturally be sought after by people. On the high platform. After praising him a lot, Morgans changed the topic. But Judge was restored by time after falling into uncontrollable demonization. This is the iron law of demonization that is currently recognized by the sea that cannot be reversed. Obviously, this iron law is not worth mentioning for the great power of the gods. In the broadcast, Morgans praised a few more words. Then the next game began. Uchiha Madara on the ring had already left. He was not in the mood to stand there and listen to Morgan's nonsense. As time passed, the competition proceeded in an orderly manner. In the first round, those players who showed strong strength in the trials or had strong records in the past almost never met in the first round. It fully demonstrated what randomness means. Many viewers who noticed this did not care too much. Being able to participate in such a grand event and clearly feel the battle fluctuations of those powerful people who burst out with terrifying power. All this is unimaginable for ordinary people. Especially, all the actual power of attack and coercion is blocked by the time field. Only the terrifying feeling of life like a mountain and an abyss is left. The terrifying gap makes people tremble. They have never felt the terrifying power that life can possess so clearly. The instinct of wanting to be strong was aroused, and people looked at the terrible battles with intoxication. The power of God is too far away from them, and the power in front of them is their ultimate pursuit. How much of the instinct to become stronger can be retained after the competition is unknown. The next game, number 20, Blood Red Moon, one of the 7 knights, will fight number 37, Golden Emperor T0. Soon. New players are welcomed on the bronze arena again. After many battles, the huge arena is still smooth and flat. Not only is its own toughness blessed by a member of the Tarot Totem. At the same time, after each battle, the damaged part will automatically flow back to the undamaged state in the field of time. Day. Day. The short-haired girl with an apple hairstyle, the breeze blows, and her pink hair flutters a little. So, she slightly lifted the soft hair behind her ears. Chizuru stood opposite the pink-haired girl. Looking at the girl's energetic face, he did not dare to be careless. The 7 moons of the Chaos Realm are also world-famous. Each of the 7 moons has its own characteristics. It is said that it is the interpretation of the power of the Eternal Night, and the Eternal Night is also a god, a favored god of the Chaos Goddess. The interpretation of the power of God is extraordinary. Mysterious Moon, Quiet Moon, Wisdom Moon, Scarlet Moon, Deep Moon, Life Moon, Horror Moon. The 7 moons represent the 7 powers of the Eternal Night. And the blood-red moon in front of him represents the restless side of the night, hunting and blood. In other words, the girl in front of him looks lively and cute. If she starts fighting, she may kill people with one move. Chizuru, who finally obtained the time stone by means of alliances, was unwilling to end it. However, absolute strength is difficult to surpass. However, even so, Chizuru still wanted to give it a try. It is said that although Kiiyu's power is strong, the quality of its body is completely inconsistent with its strong power. Perhaps, he can start from this aspect. As the game officially began, Chizuru, who was well prepared, stared at the girl in front of him, and at the same time, he kept taking drugs quickly. He chose greedy gold-attributed magic potions. After all, Chizuru could not integrate multi-attribute magic potions like Jiaji. And even if he chose to take drugs, Chizuru was still relatively conservative and did not drink too much. Jiaji's previous experience was not long ago. Although he thought that such an accident would not happen to him. But it is still better to be cautious. Hey! He is drinking medicine. Should we wait for him? Well, forget it, he won't die anyway, just take it casually. Looking at Chizuru on the opposite side drinking medicine quickly, Vicky hooked her cheek with her fingers, talked to herself for a while, and then made a happy decision. Swish! Blood flashed, and Vicky appeared behind Chizuru. Then the bloody light on her fingers slowly shattered, spreading like a blood-colored butterfly. How is it possible? Chizuru's eyes bulged, and he murmured. Hey! Can you still speak? It seems that the power is not well controlled. Sorry. I heard Chizuru speak behind me. Vicky turned around, put her hands together, and apologized with a cute and innocent face. Hiss. Chizuru did not respond, and his face sprayed fine blood and brain matter from the eyebrows along the entire head. Crack. Shas-hasha. The skull was completely cut open, and the brain and the cut skull slid down together. The bloody scene, combined with Vicky's cute and innocent appearance, made the people who witnessed the scene just now feel inexplicably horrified. Chapter 658 Homegirl Yanjai, don't come over. The contrast is really big. I should change my nickname with hers. In a VIP room somewhere inside the motor arena, Smoothie, known as the Horror Moon, couldn't help but complain. She didn't control the new power given by the goddess well, otherwise. A woman in a purple dress next to Smoothie said slowly. In the Chaos Realm, the Chaos Goddess is called Your Majesty. And the one who directly calls the goddess is another, the Chaos Goddess's favored god Yanjai. Although the outside world and even the Liuhuo don't know. But Kiyu and 12 stars can sometimes feel the god of Yanjai who gave them power. That is a hazy goddess who can only be felt with long black hair. This time, due to the incident of the demon hunting conference, the Chaos Goddess felt that Kiyu's strength could not keep up with the development, and she had no face to go out. So, she waved her slender hand. The homegirl Yanjai immediately raised the power of all the girls who used the power of Yanjai. Now, Chi Yayu's power has been directly upgraded to that of a demigod. According to their more powerful principles, the combat power they can exert is completely different from before. Of course, the more terrifying power is not easy to control. This situation will only get better as the power of Eternal Night gradually nourishes and improves the girls' bodies and souls. I know. She said she wanted to teach her sister to be kind and not to make the other person suffer too much when killing. But, I don't think her teaching method is normal. While talking, Smoothie turned the topic to Vicky's sister. So you want to go home to visit your sister again? Something is wrong with my mother, I want to go back to investigate. Okay, but I will report it to His Highness Xi Cheng truthfully. Thank you. On the other side, on the ring. As Tizero was killed instantly and restored to his original state by time, he touched his face and gasped. The instant kill just now gave him a deeper understanding of the strong, and he also knew that some strong people are unreasonable. After truly experiencing death, Tizero has a deeper awe of the attitude of the strong or the power. Therefore, he has a direction for the conditions of the time gem he harvested. Time passes. Tizero's failure did not cause much waves. After all, he was only a beginner A-level magic pattern user, and he didn't have the compulsion of taking drugs like Jiaji. Being killed instantly made people sigh at the power of Kiyu. So, the first round of the game progressed quickly. After seeing various examples of time reversal, the players were also very fierce in the battle, regardless of consumption. They used all kinds of big moves and tricks directly, and beat the opponent to death. The sky was shaken by this, and the roar continued. The progress of the game was not slow. Of course, the day was frozen, and people didn't feel the passage of time in the fierce and exciting battle. Unlucky, unlucky. It's my turn. At this time, in the corridor between the rest area of the players in the motor arena and the competition area of the venue, a young man walked back and forth, rubbing his hands constantly, and kept muttering. He was Pixie, who used a trick to obtain the time gem in the selection competition. Now he is very anxious. Because after he got the time stone, the golden and silver monkey beast that gave him power did not come to find him. He wanted to find it, but he didn't know where to find it. It seemed that the other party had disappeared. Of course, Pixie was not so concerned about the other party, but only concerned about the other party's pie. Now Pixie's power has completely dissipated. With his current strength, he would be a gift if he went to the competition. That's why he was very anxious. He was anxious without power. Oh 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 oh. Hearing the deafening cheers from the surroundings, Pixie's face turned pale. Because it meant that this game was over, and the next one would be his. Unlucky, unlucky, it's the first time to go on such a stage, and I have to go up and embarrass myself. Too miserable. Pixie couldn't help but wail. Pixie was also very excited to be able to go on such a world-facing stage and be watched by people from all over the world. However, now this excitement began to dissipate, and people began to become very depressed. He could already imagine himself rushing forward, and then being beaten into a meat pie by the opponent's fist. Defeated in a very embarrassing posture. Of course, if you want to be more decent, you can just surrender directly. But it's too lame to admit defeat at the beginning. What are you unlucky for? When Pixie felt that his life was bleak, a voice like heavenly music made him take off on the spot. Pixie turned his head suddenly. He saw a golden monkey that looked very magical looking at him with a smile on his face. It was the big yellow monkey. Thank God, you are finally here. Please give me flowers. Senior Huan Shao, look, I got a gem, the time gem, which should be very valuable. Seeing that Pixie took out the gem and showed it to him without much vigilance, the big yellow monkey was also a little surprised. It took the gem handed to it, and the information of the gem flowed directly into its mind. Time gem. It's so dazzling. The yellow monkey raised the time gem above his head. The sunlight shined through the gem, and the golden light was particularly dazzling. But you are willing to give it to me. Aren't you afraid that I will take it directly? Ah! Isn't this what you want? After hearing the yellow monkey's words, Pixie touched the back of his head and was a little confused. In his understanding, the yellow monkey gave him power just for the time gem, and then he used the gem to exchange for benefits. 0. This is a kind of transaction. It's not that. The phantom beast in front of him lent him power for free, helped him get the gem, and then gave him benefits after getting the gem, and then he showed his power and shined in the fighting meeting. This kind of good thing, similar to the magic pattern envoy protagonist, Pixie only thought about it in his mind. In reality, Pixie felt that it was better to forget it. After all, even the monkeys in his hometown who had a good relationship with him were not so generous. One time, he got a bag of bananas to share, but they were all snatched away, so they left him half a banana with teeth marks on it. Monkeys are vicious, this is Pixie's experience. Wait, you're not cheating and don't want to pay, are you? Pixie suddenly slapped his head and said this. The big yellow monkey was stunned for a moment and then laughed out loud. When Pixie came out to walk in the aisle, the big yellow monkey had already arrived. However, it was so interesting to see Pixie muttering about bad luck and anxiety that he never came out. Now it seems this human may bring him some fun in the future. Interesting whether you are really stupid or pretending to be stupid, at least it makes me feel fun. Golden light flashed. Pixie hurriedly caught the time gem thrown by the yellow ape. I'll leave this gem with you first, as for the so-called reward. The yellow ape opened his mouth again, and he smiled ferociously. Come, don't move, I'll change your eyes. Ah! Eyes. My eyes are very good. Don't change them. Wait, don't come over here. Let in. Chapter 659 I will make your share stronger too, no way. Soon. As the competition progressed, Pixie appeared. He looked like he wanted to cry but couldn't. Although the new eyes seemed to have good vision, his original eyes were gone. And there was lifespan. Pixie looked at the golden flame emanating from his hand, speechless. This power was not given by the yellow monkey. It was obtained through the time stone. The time stone has a function, which uses its own lifespan to locate a certain period of time in the past, so as to reproduce the state of that period. Pixie used the time stone to locate the time when the yellow monkey gave him the magical beast transformation. This power only lasts for 1 hour. After 1 hour, the power will dissipate regardless of whether it has been consumed. And for this 1 hour, Pixie paid 10 years of his life. And these 10 years of life are largely just a positioning role, and the real consumption is the time power of the time stone. To be honest, although he is still young, Pixie feels that 10 years of life are not worth it for an hour of highlight. Even if the yellow monkey said that the lifespan was only used for positioning, the state reappearance consumed the energy of the gem. So, he made a big profit. After all, the yellow monkey never said that the gem was given to him. Wouldn't it be like spending other people's money to show off yourself? This kind of speech was used by the yellow monkey, and Pixie felt uncomfortable no matter how he thought about it. However, when the yellow monkey made a big promise to enter the top 20, Pixie felt that he could give it a try. In addition to the possible rewards, the top 20 also had a high-level position in the fighting association, which was very tempting to him. Even if the yellow monkey planned possible new rewards, the high-level position would always be his. If he could enter the top 20, it would not be a loss. Pixie could only comfort himself in this way. After getting on the ring, he still felt a little sad. Because the ring was forbidden to use the time gem. And he did not use it in the ring, he used it outside the ring. Whether this kind of loophole behavior would be punished, he did not know. The game begins. Fortunately, as the game officially began, Pixie felt that he had no problem and was not punished. He knew that he had passed the test and it was worth spending 10 years of his life. Next, it was to defeat the opponent in front of him. This way he could enter the top 28, and then win another round to enter the top 20. If he achieves this goal, he can retire successfully. While Pixie was thinking, the player opposite him started to attack directly. Boom! The scorching shock wave rushed over, and even the reinforced and tough bronze ground turned extremely red. The shock wave that caught Pixie off guard was extremely clear in his eyes. The pupils in his eyes flickered with golden light, and countless tiny particles expanded. And his mind also easily constructed the trajectory of light. Swish, swish, swish. The body seemed to have truly turned into light, following the constructed light trajectory and jumping over at once. In just a moment, Pixie crossed the edge of the shock wave and stopped behind his opponent. Boom! The shock wave advanced rapidly, crossed hundreds of meters and finally stopped quietly at the edge of the ring. That was the edge of the time domain, and the attack was almost insurmountable. So fast this guy! At this time, Pixie's opponent turned his head. He was shirtless, smoking a cigarette, and had a serious face. It was the Navy's alternate admiral, Aoki Akino. After failing at the first base, he went on to conquer 3 more bases, and finally got a time gem with his hard power. With such fierce competition, Akino naturally knew that he would not face mediocre players in the official competition. However, he did not expect to encounter such a difficult guy in the first round. The guy in front of him looked like a monkey-like golden aura. It looked like a long-handed tribe encountered in one of the bases before, with strong strength but slight differences. This guy was faster, not just ordinary fast. So fast. While Akino was a little shocked, Pixie was also surprised at his speed. He stretched out his hand and touched his eyes. This is my eyes now. At this moment, Pixie had to admit. His eyes now are indeed very powerful, beyond imagination. Because of these eyes, his body can actually be transformed into light like the legendary devil fruit natural elementalization. More the power of controlling light naturally, seeing the light leap, and constructing the trajectory of light. He felt that because of these eyes, the fantasy beast transformation that the senior said on his body became more terrifying and powerful. It can be done. With such power, maybe he can really enter the top 20. The corners of Pixie's mouth began to rise, but soon drooped again. He mourned his lost eyes with some sadness. Sorry. My eyes, I will make yours stronger too. When Pixie looked sad. On the highest aisle in the audience area, the big yellow monkey sat on the bronze railing with his belly in his hands and laughed. There was no way, looking at Pixie's sad expression. It couldn't help laughing. It lied to Pixie before that it had changed his eyes. It just poked his eyes, making him feel like his eyes were dug out. Then it used the pair of light wheel jades it got to merge into his eyes. In front of him, it put 2 candies into its mouth and ate them, saying that the eyes were delicious. Every time he thought of Pixie's angry face, he wanted to laugh. That human didn't really think he had eaten his eyes. No way. No way. What are you laughing about? Hearing the voice of the person coming, the yellow ape slowly restrained his smile. Isn't this Tamako? Why do you look so unhappy? Nothing. It's just that thanks to you, I didn't make it to the official competition. Ha ha ha, don't talk like you're innocent. If you want to gain something, you have to lose something. Da-da-da. Tamako walked to the side of the yellow ape. From here, you can look down and have a panoramic view of everything in the ring. It's really incongruous to hear this from you. Day. Gurgle 2.2 Gurgle. After taking off the pink coffee cup on his head and taking a sip elegantly, Tamako continued. Thinking carefully, you rarely leave anything for yourself. What did you get? Seeing Tamako put the cup back with a serious look on his face, the yellow ape grinned. Fun. It's a really suitable answer for your personality. Next, you are going to leave the Fantasy Beast Island, right? The outside world is not the Fantasy Beast Island. Here's a piece of advice for you. Don't go looking for death. You know the style of the great god. The yellow ape interrupted Tamako's earnest words. You little brat, who do you think I am? You're pretending to be awesome. You weren't even born when I was picking bananas. Chapter 660 I wanted to show off, but you made me lose so thoroughly. The second round of the game, Narcissus vs Big Bear. Swoosh. Seeing the yellow ape turn into light and dissipate to the other side, Tamako's mouth twitched slightly. I finally wanted to show off, but you made me lose so thoroughly. At this time, Tamako was in a similar mood. However, Tamako did remember. The yellow ape was not a newborn mythical beast, but the golden and silver ape king who had gradually transformed from a subspecies of mythical beast to a purebred mythical beast. The golden and silver ape was a rare creature in the Grand Line whose IQ was almost as high as that of humans, and the golden and silver ape king was the best among them, with a lifespan of more than 60 years. The yellow ape was already nearly 40 years old physically. To some extent, what it said was true. However, the yellow ape's usual mischievous behavior always made Tamako ignore that it was older. Forget it, that guy probably won't die so easily. Tamako took a last look at the battle in the ring and turned away. In the ring, Pixie and Akino were still fighting. With new eyes, Pixie's strength was even more terrifying by 30% combined with the mythical beast on his body. At least there was a more qualitative leap in terms of movement speed, and the attack was also improved a lot. It is not difficult for him to defeat Akino with such strength. However, Pixie, who wanted to get familiar with his eyes, kept dodging and rarely fought back. Facing such Pixie, Akino was also very angry. Hide, hide, hide very good. Next, let me see how you hide. Akino looked at the wide ring around him and finally made up his mind. Pop. Pop. The terrifying temperature burst out from Akino, and his hands pressed on the bronze on the ground. The two arms looked very red, bright red, like a blazing light. The continuous high temperature was quickly introduced into the ground. The 300-meter-long ring heated up quickly. Soon, the ground directly ignited a terrible temperature, wisps of flames were emerging, and the air was distorted. Especially around Akino, the bronze was flowing and evaporating like lava. Wow! Such a high temperature! I don't even dare to stand down. At this time, Pixie stood in the air of the ring. Although Akino's moves looked terrible, but he could fly, so he wasn't afraid at all. It was just that he was above the ring. The scorching steam and some thick smoke still made him feel a little uncomfortable. Unfortunately, his range of activities was limited, and the time domain rose 1,000 meters from the ring boundary. He could only fly to a height of nearly 1,000 meters, and he couldn't fly out of it. Unlike the surroundings, those shock waves could obviously pass through the sky and affect the celestial phenomena, but he couldn't get out. Paisai had to give up after he couldn't fly. Otherwise, there was a move like Akino. He ran without blinking. Do you think you can rest easy by hiding up there? Akino's legs half sank into the softened ground. He looked at Paisai in the sky with a sneer on his face. Feel the double pain of high temperature and suffocation. The conditions here are just right for me. Akino plunged his hands into the bronze fluid with a stern face. He put all his strength into this move. Since the opponent kept running, he would attack indiscriminately in the entire range. Although the physical strength consumed was very high, Akino felt that his temper could not stand the opponent jumping around like a monkey. Steaming and melting explosion. His hands suddenly turned red and shiny, and the terrifying heat was introduced and spread. As if a volcano erupted, the entire red ring seemed to burst in a chain reaction. The terrifying metal vapor evaporated and rushed to the sky, carrying thick black smoke. It was like a black dragon with bared fangs and claws rushing straight into the sky. Wow! The temperature is so hot, the air is poisonous. Pixie in the sky was also shocked by the terrible high temperature through the golden flame on his body. He was like being placed in a steamer now, and the black smoke in the air was poisonous, and it was choking to the point of being uncomfortable. Is that guy going to die with me? Feeling all this, Pixie couldn't continue to adapt to the power of his new eyes. It can only end. Looking at the black smoke below, Pixie couldn't see Akino's figure at all, but he could feel the man, so he started to rush down. Soon after, on the bronze platform, Morgans held the microphone and laughed directly. Goo-ha-ha-ha. The first round of competition has ended successfully. The top 28 of the 56 contestants have been decided. The other eliminated contestants will be ranked according to their performance in the competition according to the old rules by the professional guest of this time, the great god of time. Those who have objections can start the challenge later. Hearing Morgan say so, many viewers were shocked. They didn't expect that the gods would actually participate in such things. The ranking of the first Kendo conference was made by the god of Kendo. It's just that the prestige of the god of Kendo at that time was far less than that of the gods today. The rankings thereafter were made by some great swordsmen invited by the Kendo Association as guests. There were basically not many mistakes. Now, when the god of time comes to rank, not many people dare to object. Of course, I believe that the players who come here are all aiming at the top 20. 617. The eliminated players don't need to be discouraged. After all the battles are over, there will be a chance. After Morgans finished speaking, he didn't say anything about the chance, and ignored everyone's curiosity and started the second round of the battle. The second round will have 28 players, and as long as you can beat one person, you can directly enter the top 14. However, the players who have played in the first round are very strong. The majority are strong, and even the few lucky and weak players are close to the gem level. You can imagine how difficult it is to stand out among this group of outstanding masters. The first game, number 1 Thunder Sword Narcissus versus number 28 Tyrant Big Bear. Soon, two figures came to the ring. One of them was Big Bear. The other was a blonde girl with a sword on her waist. She wore a light yellow top inside, and the simple pure white coat was tied with a belt, restraining her proud plumpness. The loose white trousers with gold patterns wrapped around her long legs. Her pretty face had a peaceful and elegant expression. She looked as elegant as Narcissus. She was Narcissus, the seventh archon of the Chaos Realm. Because she was good at the sword school with thunder imagery, she was called Thunder Sword Narcissus, and also called Thunder Sword Archon. Chapter 661 The Creator of the Four Realms, the talent chosen by Narcissus. Big Bear Tyrant. Narcissus looked at the big bear with a wooden face opposite her, and gently lifted her golden hair behind her ears. It is said that there is a country in the South China Sea with a cruel king who severely injured the soldiers of the neighboring country with one blow. Because the surrounding countries thought he was a cruel monarch, he was named Tyrant. However, Narcissus did not expect that this tyrant could go this far. Such strength deserves to be called a tyrant. Although the title of tyrant is not a positive title. Clang! Narcissus did not think for too long, and slowly drew out the sword at her waist. She was just fulfilling her duty now. A figure appeared in her mind. Perhaps the reward would be of interest to Melgo. When the figure appeared in Narcissus's mind. In the calm belt, Ruskana Island, in a dreamy valley. Mare sat casually on the lawn under the pink flower tree. His eyes were deep, looking in one direction, as if traveling through time and space, and saw Narcissus. Narcissus? It seems that she has grown a lot. Now, Mel's presence in this world is very low, and it has been abnormally low. Unless it is people who have an obsession with him or people he allows, otherwise they basically cannot remember him as a specific person. They can only remember his identity and other minor information. This is a manifestation of his status. In fact, those with low strength only remember his appearance, and they cannot bear more essential information. If Moer is willing, he can solve this phenomenon. However, the root consciousness is focusing on him. If too much information is detected as Daughter Island and Ruskana Island, it may cause the root to detect his abnormality from the origin level. This is the beginning of his origin, and the pirate planet is the starting point of the root consciousness. It is really easy to be exposed in this situation. If Moer does not want to tear his face with the root consciousness directly, then he should be restrained. Moer is doing this. That is to use the identity of the soul society as an anchor to attract the attention of the root consciousness. Identity is existence, and existence can attract the attention of the root consciousness. Of course, because of this. If Moer wants to make a big move in the future, he must do it as the Soul Society. It could be the vice captain of the 2nd Division, or the royal family of Soul Society as guest by some high-ranking Shinigami, or the Lord of the Soul King, and the creator of the 4 realms that the root consciousness feels vague and mysterious. Because the root consciousness achieved a qualitative change and gradually began to possess spirituality after the opening of the 4 realms. It feels hazy about the creator of the 4 realms, but instinctively it is still relatively close. But if the root consciousness knows that those hateful guys who stole the root origin are Mel's people, it's hard to say. In the eyes of the root consciousness, Mel just needs to not do anything harmful to the root. Basically, it can forgive Mel for being friends with those people or even being partners. After all, God almost rules the world, and there are too many sentient beings closely related to God. Unless it already has sufficient confidence, it is impossible for it to be all raised. But if Mel is the direct beneficiary of stealing the origin, the nature is completely different. Narcissus. Opposite of Mel. The black-haired girl in a purple floral dress repeated the word daffodil. He turned his head slightly and focused his eyes on the girl in front of him. Nothing, Kaola, let's continue. A gorgeous purple violet was placed in the vase, and Kaola was fascinated by the flower. Looking at Kaola secretly, her face suddenly became very rosy. Looking at her rosy face, Mel had a gentle smile on his face. For those destinies that were not major changes, Mel was monitored by Norn. This time, Kaola came with the fate trajectory intercepted by Norn, and with Norn's own situation, Kaola stayed here temporarily. Since she was here, Mel naturally entertained her a little. And flower arrangement is one of Kaola's hobbies. She loves violets, and she also chooses purple violets and blue violets for flower arrangement. Both have flower language. Falling in love with you in a dream and loyalty. But in fact, Kaola also likes white violets, and the flower language grasps happiness together. Only that flower, Kaola did not show it. Day. Mare stretched out his slender fingers and flicked the little figure on his neck. It hurts. Master. At this time, the little figure with golden wings raised his head from between Mel's neck. It was Xiaojin. Stop being naughty. Xiaojin raised his head and looked at Kaola opposite with a blushing face, and could only nod aggrievedly. Oh. She just nibbled a few times. The other party can look if they want, they are not outsiders. Xiaojin's eyes turned, and his head buried in the gap between Mel's neck clothes. Like a caterpillar, his whole body slipped in. Hee now the other party can't see it. I kiss if I want, the master is mine hee. Inside the clothes, Xiaojin's tender little face rubbed against Mel's skin, looking very cute. Mare was already used to Xiaojin's mischief. Sorry, don't pay attention to her, it's your turn. Yes. On the other side. North Sea, Shuangjiao Island, Motor Arena. On the wide bronze arena, Narcissus began to fight, showing a terrifying domineering aura as soon as she made a move. Narcissus herself was not from the West Sea, but from the daughter island in the calm belt of the Grand Line. At the same time, she was also related to Mel. Mare once suggested to the daughter island to set up a silk martial arts field to train qualified warriors. That was a long time ago, when Hisoka was just born. Occasionally he would take a look at the forging field. However, as the clone became stronger and various experimental studies and new lives needed to be cultivated, he rarely went to the forging field. Later, the forging field selected the young generation with the most potential through duels. As for this young generation, Mel made an exception and went out to take a look. He gave the talent options just like the system gave him when he first came to this world. Mel also gave these girls some choices. The top 3 can choose 2 talents, and the others can choose 1 talent. Narcissus was ranked second at the time. Her choice was Overlord Haki and born with the Haki of seeing and hearing. Boom boom boom. Narcissus's figure was as fast as thunder, and she came to the front of the big bear in just a moment. Then she spread her domineering blade to attack the big bear, and the black lightning flickered on the blade. Even if the big bear wanted to dodge, he felt locked in and could only fight it. The meatball in his hand slapped the blade. The 2 sides did not touch directly, and the huge shock wave spread directly. The sky roared, the shock wave flew across, and the ground shook continuously. Soon, a figure flew backwards. It was the big bear. Chapter 662. Little Ace doubted his life, blew Roger to death. It was not a big surprise that Narcissus's strength had surpassed the big bear by a lot. Under the superior environment of the daughter island now, plus the cheating and the deviation of luck, Narcissus's basic attributes are still quite good. Strength, agility, and physique all reached the higher range of S, and spirit reached a good height in the S end range. Her natural observation Haki is a swordsmanship that combines mind reading with the image of thunder. Even if Big Bear has the ability of the fruit to assist in maneuvering, he cannot dodge her attack. Solarin once taught Narcissus the essence of yin and yang. Because Solarin herself has the title of Ice and Fire Queen, she is naturally good at this. Therefore, Narcissus's swordsmanship combines the sharpness of thunder and the heaviness of the domineering Haki. It reaches a more advanced level in attack. Big Bear was severely suppressed in the fight. The 2 sides fought for only 10 minutes, and the very tenacious Big Bear was defeated after all. Did you lose? Long, wearing a green coat, stood on the highest aisle of the motor arena and watched Big Bear fall to the ground quietly. The noise and cheers below were out of tune with her. It's still too reluctant. Long also knew that Big Bear's defeat was inevitable, because the opponent's strength was indeed terrible. The 7th governor of the Chaos Realm Governorate has a terrifying swordsmanship, and it is rumored that he is very close to the 12th level of swordsmanship. He also has a terrifying domineering aura and eyes that can see through people's hearts. Now Long has seen it. The opponent's swordsmanship is indeed terrifying, like thunder that tears the sky. For such a person, Long knows that it is unrealistic to let Desyong defeat him. 280. However, she didn't expect Desyong to lose in less than 10 minutes. But thinking back on the battle process, it feels normal. The opponent's battle is like a blitzkrieg. In such a fast battle rhythm, Desyong's teleportation using meatballs is not as flexible and smooth as the opponent's. Add to that the opponent's observation color like the legendary pirate Red Earl, Desyong can only passively fall into the opponent's attack rhythm. Whoosh! The wind blows, and Long's figure disappears. She knows that she can only rely on her next. The winner of the selection will have the time gem, so what treasures do the top 20 who have the quota for the top level of the Fighting Association have? This is what most people guess, and it is also what Long thinks. Although Long began to regard the gods as her great enemy, the reality is that she must first rely on the power of the gods to become strong before she is qualified to talk about other things. Even though the reality is like this, Long still has some hope from the bottom of her heart. That hope has no reason, as if the gods will eventually wither, just as the rise and fall of the sea water is natural. This is also one of the foundations of Long's inner beliefs. All things rise and fall, and the gods are no exception. This is the truth. This is an inexplicable confidence. Time is on his side after all, and the world is on his side after all. In his thoughts, Long felt that his entire mind was sublimated. With this kind of thought, he would not be afraid of the gods. Time passed. The second round of the war continued, and their battle became more and more intense. The powerful battle fluctuations disturbed the strange phenomenon in the sky. All kinds of gorgeous horror attacks that seemed like special effects came into people's eyes, making people's hearts and minds move with them. So awesome! Those guys are really awesome, but Grandpa is the best. At this time, a little boy with freckles on his face was very excited. Especially after seeing Garp defeat an opponent with his fists as big as sandbags, he cheered with the audience. Mr. Garp is really awesome. Beside the little boy, Commodore Rosinante echoed with a gentle face. In addition to Rosinante, there is also Garp's adjutant Bogart. The freckled little boy accompanied by these two people is Garp's grandson, Ace, the blood of the former pirate king. Not long ago, when Garp returned to his hometown to visit Ace. Because he accidentally revealed that he was going to participate in the fighting competition, little Ace wanted to pester him to go to the scene to witness those strong men. After Ace's request, Garp happened to think of Rosinante, who had a special identity. Garp approved of Rosinante. He thought it was not a big deal to leave Ace in the bandits' den for too long, so that he would grow up and become crooked. So, he thought about letting Rosinante take care of the child for a while. With Rosinante taking care of the child, under his influence, Ace might be able to become a qualified navy in the future as he wished. In his mind after such a thought, Garp didn't hesitate much and took action directly. Rosinante was actually quite difficult to take care of children, after all, he didn't have much time. But Garp said with a sad face that Ace was raised by bandits and had a barbaric temper. If he continued like this, he would be doomed in the future. Rosinante felt sympathetic and took the blame. Leaving Garp secretly raised a victory gesture. After getting to know little Ace, Rosinante found that he was very precocious, and the most important thing was that he liked to ask other people about their opinions on Pirate King Roger. Pirate King. When little Ace first asked the navy on the ship, they were also shocked and dared not say much. Now the problem of the Pirate King is about that man, that god, the demon god Ryomen Sukuna. Ryomen Sukuna once won the title of the uncrowned king of pirates and was considered a terrible man who seized the title of Pirate King with personal force. Opened up a new way to become the Pirate King. It was only along with him becoming a recognized god. This incident also became the dust of history. Due to the terrible power of the god and the reputation of Ryomen Sukuna, people rarely mentioned the title of Pirate King. So many navy officers were still very nervous about Ace's sudden question. If they were accidentally noticed by the terrifying god, their lives would be gone. Many people felt that the power of the god was almost omnipotent. It was only later that Roger figured out what little Ace was asking. All the Navy officers who were asked relaxed. Some Navy recruits were still confused when answering little Ace's questions. Roger? It seems there is such a pirate, but he is now just a remnant of the old era. Well, it should be the remnants, anyway, it is not worth mentioning. I know this, Vice Admiral Garp used to chase him, now, Vice Admiral Garp can deal with him just like eating and drinking water. In the age of gods, you ask Roger? What kind of pirate king is he? He just found an island and became a king. Now let him come here and become the king. Let's see if the four emperors agree. What Roger? Little Ace, don't always pay attention to him. Admiral King is the strongest. He can blow Roger to death with just a breath. Let's worship Admiral King with me. Admiral Bai Huang is the most powerful. He can freeze Roger to death with a glance. Hehe, that king can blow 10 Rogers to death in one breath. That Admiral Bai Huang can freeze 100 Rogers to death with a glance. Thousands 10,000. As little Ace asked, he doubted his life more and more. Until Roger became the benchmark of the Navy's combat power. As for little Ace's question about Roger's descendants, many people laughed happily and didn't care at all. Roger was just a piece of onion when he came to this era, so what were his descendants? Did they come to play house? Generally speaking, people never thought that Roger was the root cause of the changes in the times. The world government has a history of 800 years, and even in the Great Pirate era caused by Pirate King Roger, it was still reasonable. But until the emergence of the demon god Ryomen Sukuna, everything became outrageous. Therefore, people generally regard the rise of Ryomen Sukuna as the origin of the changes in the times. As for the Great Pirate era created by Pirate King Roger, it can only be regarded as the last swan song of mortals before the age of gods. Therefore, little Ace's inquiries always get some unsatisfactory answers. All this was seen by Rosinante, and he had some guesses about it. Because he himself has a sensitive background, he is more sensitive to such things. He did not point out anything, but just accompanied little Ace when he doubted his life, comforted him and gave him a kind of affirmative strength. It was just a short time. In front of Rocinante, Ace no longer looked so serious, but had a smile that a child should have. Chapter 663 Aokiji vs Yunzeo, aren't you fouling? Next, contestant number 10, Admiral Aokiji, will fight against the mysterious contestant number 19, Yun. As Morgans shouted loudly. Amid the warm cheers of the scene, Kuzan and Yunzeo appeared. It goes without saying that Kuzan, as an admiral of the navy, has great popularity. Although his current strength is a bit awkward compared to other colleagues, sitting in this position. But because of his more gentle personality, he is quite popular among civilians. As for Yunzeo, he signed up with a single word Yun and wore a mask. With a mysterious identity and strong strength, he is the dark horse that emerged from the martial arts competition, so he gained a lot of popularity. The duel between the two was still very eye-catching. Admiral of the Navy facing such a tough opponent this time? It's really difficult. At this time, Yun Zhao, who was already standing on the opposite side of Kuzan, spoke frivolously. He looked very distressed. Alalala. If you are in trouble, you can just give up. If you can, I don't want to fight either. Kuzan, who heard Yun Zhao talking to himself, also said with a look of agreement. To be honest, based on Yun Zhao's previous performance in the battle, Kuzan really didn't want to fight. It's just that Marshal Zhangguo told him a lot, thinking that this conference might not be so simple, and he must fight for it if he has a chance. Kuzan didn't want to disappoint Marshal Zhangguo's optimism. I'm afraid that won't work. After all, I'm still very curious about what will happen next. Yun Zhao straight he refused directly, and at the same time, the narrow eyes in the mask narrowed slightly. So can you please withdraw? Hearing Yunzeo's question, Kuzan was silent. He knew that things would not be easy. Whoosh! The cold wind began to spread. Crack! Crack! The bronze ground under Kuzan's feet began to slowly freeze. Crack! There was an abnormality, and the freezing speed of the ground suddenly increased. The ice began to pass under Yunzeo's feet, and the amazing coldness began to invade him along his heels. It's really cold. It reminds me of an old friend. Yunzeo's mind flashed a young figure who was a little shy when they first met. That figure was Xinyu. Once his vice-captain, now he is the third seat. Xinyu, as a new spirit, was able to directly sit in the position of vice-captain. He ranks among the top among the new spirits and has amazing qualifications. He awakened an ice-type Zanpakuta, known as the strongest candidate for ice-type Zanpakuta. There is no way, the captain of the first team, Cerulean, has both ice and fire, and the power of his Zanpakuta is very terrifying with his terrifying spiritual pressure. An ice-type like Shinsuke or a fire-type like other Shinigami can only be inferior to him. Of course, Shinsuke's strength has also increased. Among the new spirits, the acting captain of the 10th team, Bivert, and the acting captain of the 7th team, Simif, have successively realized the D-solution and turned into a regular one, coupled with the breakthrough of the virtual crystal conversion technology. This stimulated Shinsuke to also realize the D-solution. Yun Zhao naturally knew about his D-solution, which was really cold. That guy should still be handling official business. Yun Zhao felt the frost surge. He thought of the shy Shinsuke with a sad and angry look on his face. Captain Aizen stayed in Seoul Society for a short time. Now they have to deal with Hueco Mundo affairs, and the rescue team of the 5th Division has a lot of affairs to deal with. Other officers are avoiding the piles of official duties, which makes it difficult for him. How pitiful! At this time, Yun Zhao didn't realize that it was he who assigned the official duties to Xinyu. He just thought, who made Xinyu so good at handling affairs? Since he can do it, he should do more. Clang! With the sound of swords, Yun Zhao drew out his Zanpakuta. Looking at this scene, Kuzan's face was also solemn. In the previous round of battles, Kuzan had not seen the other party use the saber on his waist. However, he did not think that the other party was just cool with a saber. The man in front of him might really have a very good kendo. If so, it would be even more troublesome to fight. It is easier for his ice to deal with bare hands than with weapons. After all, frequent direct contact with ice will unconsciously affect the body greatly. Next, let's see if we can remove his weapon. When Kuzan thought of this, suddenly, his eyes widened. Remove the 3 crowns shadow snake. A terrifying pressure that oppressed his soul and spirit directly pressed on him, causing his body to tremble. This power is a bit similar to the domineering aura, but it is not the same. 0. Please ask for flowers. 0. It is deeper and colder. The surrounding environment also dimmed for some reason. Kyuzan looked at Yunzeo. The saber in his hand disappeared. Instead, it was replaced by a black giant python with 3 heads and a black crown on its head. Darkness scattered from the crown on the giant python's head. As a result, the surrounding arena became dim, as if night had fallen. Looking at the terrifying giant python that was 20 to 30 meters long surrounding the man. The dark and ferocious pupils stared at him, and Kyuzan instinctively felt a chill. Hey! Your knife can turn into such a monster, is this a foul? At this time, Kyuzan also felt that his eyes were opened. 0. He had never seen a knife that could turn into a monster directly. And it looked very scary. This kind of knife that directly brought helpers, I am afraid that the Supreme Greatsword is not enough to describe it. Kyuzan's current mood is somewhat indescribable. The opponent is now like cheating, how can he fight like this? The knife is a part of me. Hearing Yunzeo say this, Kyuzan felt that his head was black. But the referee didn't care, he had no choice. Are you ready? I'm starting. As Yunzeo's last word fell. The next moment, the 3-headed giant python appeared behind Kyuzan silently. The huge snake tail directly whipped Kyuzan's figure fiercely. So fast. Kyuzan felt the huge danger behind him, and a thought flashed through his mind. Crack! Crack! An ice shield suddenly appeared and shattered. After the giant python's tail exploded the cold ice, Kyuzan also narrowly escaped from the attack range of the giant python's tail. However, Kyuzan still did not feel the danger dissipated. The surrounding shadows began to twist into tentacles and attacked him. This ability. Looking at the twisting shadows, Kyuzan first thought of the current S-level magic pattern user, Shadow Knight user Dorobeta. If it was really such an ability, he would be doomed if he was fixed and faced that man. Instinctively, Kyuzan began to erupt with a huge cold wave. The ultra-low temperature ice bloomed like a flower. Countless heavy ice spikes shot outward with Kyuzan as the center. Chapter 664 The magic gun was in vain, the power of the Iceman and the Snowman. It's really troublesome. But, looking at Kyuzan using countless huge ice spikes to protect himself, Yunzeo also had a headache under his fox mask. Buzz buzz buzz. Black light particles gathered on the top of the 3 snake heads. The surrounding darkness gathered towards the black light particles like a vortex. Facing Kyuzan's self-blockade. The 3-crowned King Shadow Snake used his ultimate move without hesitation. A terrifying breath began to form. The black light ball slowly formed under the roar of the 3 majestic snake heads of the 3-crowned King Shadow Snake. Kyuzan, who was frozen, also had a sudden change of expression. Even though his control over ice was stronger, he still couldn't directly shuttle through the ice. He couldn't get out of his original position quickly in a short time, and the situation he created was a bit self-defeating. So, Kyuzan increased the dosage. The endless thick ice spikes spread again, spreading out towards the entire arena. The main direction was still the direction of the 3-crowned King Shadow Snake, and he wanted to interrupt its moves. That won't work. Looking at the ice stabbing towards the 3-crowned King Shadow Snake, Yun Zhao had already stood in front of it with a flash step. God Spear White Hit. Boom. Countless broken fists blasted at the ice spikes that were sprinting. Shock waves burst out from Yun Zhao's fists, shattering all the ice that was rushing over. This was inspired by Yun Zhao's rush, one of the broken ways, and the wind flash of the 3 flashes of thunder, fire, and wind that were once circulated in the Mu Spiritual Academy. Reference to his armed color skills and 6 secrets of domineering during his lifetime to form the God Spear White Hit. Although the current magic gun White Attack can only be said to be quite good, it is certainly not comparable to the perfect instant roar. But Yunzeo thinks this is what he wants. Maybe every thoughtful person has a dream of melee violence. When Yunzeo uses the magic gun to fight, it is very violent. The kind of exhilaration can vent some of his darkness to maintain the balance of his mind. That guy. Separated by countless ice. Kyuzan felt the fluctuations of the ice being broken, and his face became more solemn. Because the sense of crisis is rising rapidly. It's not that he didn't work hard in this wave, it's really that the enemy's strength is too strong. The soul-like pressure is pressing on his heart. If he had reacted a little slower just now, he would have suffered a big loss in the first round. Kyuzin shook his head and stopped thinking too much. He still has a chance. Even if the top 14 are eliminated in this round, there are still 6 places in the top 20 from the eliminated players in this round, provided that his performance score is high. In this case, he can't just sit there and wait for death. Kyuzin cleared all the distractions in his mind and began to exert force with both hands. Endless cold air leaked out. The ice surface in front of him was directly plasticized into layers of thin blue, almost transparent ice. A certain power began to be stored in each layer of thin ice, which was the power called Frost Power by the creatures of Everfrost Island. Everfrost Island, it is a very scary island. Except for the Everfrost Canyon located in the center. There are also a large number of small snow valleys, small ice valleys, snow mountains, ice mountains, etc. in other locations. Outside the Everfrost Canyon, 2 new races, Icemen and Snowmen, occupy the dominant position. Kyuzin is on good terms with a certain snowman community. There, Kyuzin draws the power called Frost Power from the environment by the snowmen. It is with this power that Kyuzin's combat power has risen. And if he is given time, he can become even stronger. Now, Kyuzin is relying on such power to protect himself again. It seems that you are not going to hide. So I've been waiting for a long time. Yun Zhao felt that the general inside did not show any signs of moving, and smiled under the mask. Then he flashed slightly and came to the side of the 3-crowned King Shadow Snake. 3-crowned Sky Shadow Ball. Bang bang bang. The huge black ball began to burst out. It smashed all the ice spikes blocking the front until it exploded into the nearly transparent blue ice. The terrifying frost suddenly burst out from the ice layer to compete with the Sky Shadow Ball, but it was powerless after a pause. However, the thin ice used as a shield was not 1 layer, but more than 20 layers. Crack! After shattering 5 layers in succession, the Sky Shadow Ball finally couldn't maintain its balance and began to burst. The darkness was like a tide, more like a light wave. Like a dark lake light spreading out, everything around was stained and shattered by darkness. The huge darkness enveloped the entire ring at a height of 100 meters. Many of the audience at the scene could not feel anything except the darkness and a certain chill. Hwalala! It was as if the sound was transmitted and surged like a tide. Soon, the darkness receded like a tide. The scene in the arena reappeared. Aokiji was seen half kneeling on the ground. One hand was still covering his mouth, and bright red blood flowed out from the gaps between his fingers. Hehe, is this going to die soon? Or, you should just admit defeat. It won't be too embarrassing. Yun Zhao walked out of the shadows and suggested to Kyuzin, who was half kneeling. I think so too. After all, the injury seems to be quite serious. But, it's being broadcast live all over the world now. I, a general, can't just surrender like this. Kyuzin stood up slowly. He could feel the severity of his injury, not just physical injury. There was also a more fundamental injury, as if his soul was severely damaged. Such an injury reminded him of some legends about the Sword Saint and the Ice Queen. It is said that those who were defeated by them would feel that their souls were cut. But it felt much better after using the Holy Light Potion. What bothered Kyuzin now was that he didn't carry that kind of thing with him. Really? It's good to consider the reputation of the Navy. Looking at Kyuzin, who stood up, Yun Zhao also praised him. Your strength is already very good to be able to catch my move. You don't have to insist too much. To be honest, Yun Zhao was a little surprised that Kyuzin didn't die on the spot after taking his 0.7 move. After all, his attack was not purely on the reality level, but more on the soul level. Such an attack. Unless the general in front of him has the domineering aura of the era hegemon, he may be able to offset part of the attack and survive. Otherwise, even if he has the top-level armed color, it is not enough. Soul damage is no joke after all. And obviously, Kyuzin relies on ice. In Yun Zhao's understanding, the devil fruit such as the ice fruit does not have such power. It doesn't feel like the magic power of the magic pattern user. It can only be said that this touches Yun Zhao's blind spot of knowledge. Of course, no matter what, the general in front of him has been seriously injured. Yun Zhao confirmed this. Chapter 665, the third round of the battle. My sister is super virtuous. Kyuzin's body was shaking a little, and he felt a little dizzy. He shook his head to make himself more awake. He also had some regrets about his current physical condition. If his frost power was stronger, maybe he wouldn't be hurt so badly. At this moment, Kuzan couldn't help but think of the Everfreeze Grand Canyon in the center of the Everfreeze Island. Kuzan once wanted to go to the Grand Canyon in the center. Because he learned from the snowman. The Grand Canyon has the frost ice elves that both the snowman and the iceman respect. The snowman and the iceman can quickly explore the power of frost because of the teaching of the frost ice elves. So, Kuzan wanted to go there to ask for advice. However, the snowman kept persuading him. The Grand Canyon is a forbidden area, and the frost ice elves are guarding there. In addition to the frost ice elves, there seem to be other powerful guardians. If he goes there, he might turn into an ice sculpture. Although as a user of the ability of the ice fruit, the words of being turned into an ice sculpture were said by the snowman. Kuzan felt a little funny. But the snowman said so. Kuzan, who is more easygoing, just lay in that small snow valley. Now it seems that maybe I should have tried it. After all, he is also a general, and the rumor of the Everfreeze Canyon was also created by General Bai Huang. Although they are not at the same level now, it shouldn't be a problem for him to just visit. It's just that regret is useless now. Then, let's fight. Kuzan shook his body, and the cold air began to burst out from his body. Time passed. After just one more round, Kuzan was directly stabbed to death by the countless shadows controlled by the three-crowned king Shadow Snake. This battle also came to an end. After his death, he still stood like an ice sculpture. The audience at the scene also gave him thunderous cheers. In the cheers, Kuzan revived under the power of time. Is that death? It feels not much different from sleeping. Perhaps he knew that he would be resurrected. Kuzan didn't have much emotional fluctuations about the coming of death just now. You have died once. Yun Zhao has taken back his Zanpakuta. He walked past Kuzan and left a meaningful sentence. In fact, if you don't revive, maybe we can. Yun Zhao kept the last sentence become colleagues in his heart and didn't say it directly. He just sighed slowly, making people feel that he was regretful. It made Kuzan a little strange. Could it be that the other party regretted not killing him? Kuzan thought so. Finally, he shook his head and stopped thinking about it. After finishing the work, the 1-month vacation that Mr. Garp mentioned was settled. When he used this time to improve his strength to the level of a 3-star gem hunter on Everfreeze Island. Then he would go to visit the guardian of Everfreeze Canyon. Kuzan was very curious about the mystery of the power of frost. If possible, Kuzan naturally hoped to ask General Bai Wang. However, General Bai Wang was not someone he could meet. Except for a title, the willful god was not in the navy at all. No trace of him in all seasons. If her former team was not still in the navy, Kuzan would have thought that the god had never joined the navy. Joined the navy. Kuzan felt sorry for this, but only a little. After all, Admiral Bai Wang's personality was not so easy to get along with. Very good, this wonderful battle is over. The two players have left the stage, so let's start the next one. Morgans shouted passionately on the high platform. A new pair of players appeared under the enthusiastic cheers of the audience. Time passed slowly. After a more intense battle than the first round, the top 14 were finally decided in the second round. Admiral Akainu, Paladin Earth Rhythm, Nanayajiki Blood Moon, Jinkai Jinpeng, Thunder Sword Archon, Li Wang, Chariot, etc. These players will directly start the third round of battle to decide the top 7. After a while. After the redraw, the battle started again. Very good, next is number 1 Blood Moon versus number 14 Thunder Sword Narcissus. Da-da-da. The two went on stage directly. Vicky looked at Narcissus opposite, raised her fist, and looked angry. Too much. It was the same in the last round. They actually let us fight our own people. If my sister hadn't surrendered before, I wouldn't have been able to do it. That Morgans is too insidious. Hearing Vicky's anger, Narcissus said calmly. That Morgans probably can't influence the battle now. Only the strong can accurately sort from weak to strong. Hearing Narcissus's explanation, Vicky looked like she didn't want to listen. No matter, it's that Morgan's fault anyway. Then, she looked at Narcissus hesitantly. Narcissus is one of the Chaos Realm's own people. Among the 7 governors of the administrative office, only 2 are women. These 2 naturally have the power to report important matters to Evernight Island. Except the 2nd governor. The 7th governor Narcissus is the governor Vicky is most familiar with, and the relationship is at the level of friends. This is because Narcissus took office too late. Vicky will not hesitate to take action against outsiders. She still cherished her friend's words. That Narcissus, why don't I just admit defeat? Anyway, I've already made it into the top 20, so I should have met the mission target. Looking at Vicky, she said with a nonchalant look. Narcissus's eyes were a little complicated. She was silent for a moment, and slowly loosened her hand on the hilt. No need, although Chi Yayu is nominally at the same level as the Archon, you know the reality. If you admit defeat like this, it may have a big impact. Besides, your strength is indeed much stronger than mine now. Narcissus raised her hand to signal. I admit defeat. Wow! A flash of blood flashed by, and Vicky hugged Narcissus directly, like a sloth. Her eyes seemed to be flashing with tears, and her face was moved. Narcissus, you really touched me so much. You think so much about me. You will be my best friend from now on. Come and take care of my sister with me. Seeing Vicky's excited face, getting closer and closer. Narcissus's eyebrows slightly raised, and began to push Vicky away. But the other party was too strong and couldn't be pushed away. She could only say helplessly. You should take care of your sister yourself. And she should take care of you. She always brings you big and small bags of snacks. Otherwise, you will be upset. Hearing Narcissus's complaints, Vicky couldn't help but feel ashamed. She curled her soft pink hair with her fingers and pouted. Then she became confident again. I work very hard for my sister, and I even sew dolls for her. At most, I ask her to buy some snacks, do housework, cook, wash clothes, give massages, and use her as a pillow. Looking at Narcissus's straight eyes, Vicky became less and less confident. It seems that she should be taken care of more by her sister, probably. Okay. Don't worry so much. Think about it from another angle, do you also want to enjoy the same treatment as me? My sister is very virtuous, but she has a bit of a temper after becoming a magic pattern user, but that's all love. Hearing Vicky introduce her sister like a sales pitch, Narcissus felt a little speechless. Let's not talk about this for now, I don't want to be watched like a monkey on the ring. Oh. Chapter 666 Akainu vs Jinping, is this how you greet? Soon, the two came down from the ring. Although this battle ended before it started, it is understandable for the audience. The Kiyu and the Archon of the Chaos Realm belong to the same faction. It is normal that they can't fight. It's a pity, but it doesn't matter, the next battle will be very exciting. Number 2 Navy Admiral Akainu vs Number 13 Jinkai Jinping. With Morgan's passionate shouting, the cheers on the scene continued, and people's eyes were full of expectations. The reason is also very simple. The Navy Admiral Akainu and the Yaki Shao Jinkai now have the title of demigod. Many viewers can only see the gorgeous battle scenes when watching the battle, and feel the occasional pressure from the strong. After reaching a certain height, they can feeling that those players are terrifying. But how terrifying are they? Who is stronger? They can't feel it just by looking at the surface. It's like thinking that both people are the sea at first glance. But how wide and deep is the sea? They can't feel it accurately. After all, the pressure of those strong men is like an abyss. Just feeling it makes the mind tremble, and ordinary people don't have the ability to understand it deeply. If it weren't for the time domain in front, they can't even bear the pressure of the strong. Especially those strong men who are more spiritual. For example, the magic pattern users with powerful magic and the strong men who are good at domineering color domineering. Even ordinary strong men, the murderous aura alone can make ordinary people's minds blank. How can they think about other things? In the final analysis, this world is a realistic world. Many of the more ridiculous plots in Moer's previous life about this anime world are difficult to interpret and cannot withstand scrutiny. Anime and reality cannot be completely the same after all. Let's get back to the point, when the strength of the players cannot be accurately determined. Fame is a signboard, and the signboard of demigod is big enough and attractive enough. Da-da-da. The footsteps were knocking on the hard bronze ground step by step. Hiss. Hiss. The deep red lava was dripping, and the choking black smoke was rising and spreading. Admiral Akainu looks really majestic. Looking at Akainu's right arm constantly emitting magma and slowly walking towards him. In the black smoke and scorching flames, it looks very oppressive. In response to this, Jinkai Bacon directly picked his earwax with his fingers to express his disdain. In front of old man Mookie, he was submissive. After all, Mookie founded the Yaki religion and treated him as his own son, like a real grandson. Bacon naturally respected him. But Bacon would strike hard against the outside world. Especially in his eyes. Akainu also received the grace of the Yaki great god, and the purgatory cage hand, the second god-destroying tool, rose because of this. Otherwise, Bacon felt that he could use one hand now. Akainu looked at the blonde boy in front of him with disdain. He felt that the pent-up anger in the past also came up. Now, what he hated most was these guys who easily gained power because of the drastic changes of the times. When could power be so rampant, so easy, power? Akainu frowned as he thought about power. Because he thought of that man again, his power was so. Boom. Nothing was said, nothing was enough to express his emotions. Only power could express his emotions. A huge lava iron fist erupted, crossing half of the ring. Under the glow of the fiery red light. It made Akainu look very oppressive and heavy. Hey, why did you attack without saying hello? Fortunately, I'm fast. At this time, Bacon came to Akainu's side. He looked angry. In his understanding, this kind of competition should be said before fighting. If he hadn't dodged quickly just now, he would have been hit directly. The enemy will greet you. Looking at Bacon standing beside him, Akainu had a blank expression on his face. Another backhand punch, this punch once again penetrated the ring. The audience who were facing the iron fist of the magma broke out in cold sweat. If there was no invisible barrier blocking the front, they had no doubt that they would be turned into slag by the terrifying magma. Okay, okay. Is this how you greet, right? Bacon, who dodged Akainu's attack again, was very angry. Just now, he thought that what Akainu said was a rhetorical question, and he was thinking about answering, but he didn't expect it to be a statement. Everyone who fought against the Yaki cult in the Fantasy Beast Island seemed polite, except for the monkey. In that case, it's my turn. Bacon's body began to change, and the golden light became brighter. A 4-meter-long golden rock appeared directly on the spot. The golden feathers, which looked gorgeous at first glance, trembled, and the crisp sound like the sound of a knife resounded throughout the ring. This is Bacon's current combat form, the golden rock form. He obtained the golden rock, the magical beast fruit, in the Magic Beast Conference. He had already set his sights on this fruit before the conference. With his strong strength and the help of Grandpa Mookie, he successfully obtained it. Then I'm here. Bacon said so. The next moment, his figure rushed forward quickly and came to Akainu in an instant. A waxy giant claw pressed directly towards Akainu's head. Very fast speed. Akainu thought. As early as Bacon moved, Akainu began to be alert. The previous 2 explosive attacks were dodged by the opponent. It is rumored that Jinkai has lightning speed and powerful attack power. Akainu has already experienced speed, and the next is attack power. Boom! The deafening sound roared like thunder. Akainu and Bacon collided with each other with fists and claws. The heavy mass was transmitted through the giant claws. The reinforced bronze ground suddenly burst open. 1/3 of the entire bronze arena was broken and lifted up like tofu. Boom! The shock wave scattered countless magma, like a fairy scattering flowers. The whole ring was raining magma and bronze tofu. Black smoke filled the air. It made the ring look like a dangerous place of magma. After only a few seconds of stalemate, Bacon took the lead to retreat. He flew to the side and looked at his dark claws. The bird's beak couldn't help but blow on them. This destructive power makes my feet hurt. As expected of the second god-destroying tool, the purgatory cage is really powerful. Hearing Bacon's words, Akainu didn't say anything, but his eyes became a little gloomier. He didn't pursue the victory. Bacon's attack just now made his arms and body numb. If it weren't for the attacking right hand being wrapped in the god-destroying tool. The horror of that arm is more than just numbness. The huge mass and extreme speed made Jinpeng's attack very heavy. This is Jinpeng's attack. He controls the power of metal and wears a hard and heavy special metal. At the same time, he controls the terrible magnetic field power, and can move at high speed even if he is heavy. Every attack is like a high-speed metal meteorite bombardment, and its attack power is very terrible. Chapter 667. Do you know that you are finished? Garp cursed Iora Yagami. Facing such a terrible enemy, Akainu did not feel difficult, but was full of fighting spirit. Now his strength has not improved much compared to the time of the Fantasy Beast Conference. Because he wants to further develop the god-destroying tool. In addition to the need for the body to adapt to the power of the God-destroying tool, a high spiritual will is also required to resonate with it. After all, the God-destroying tool is an external object, separated from the user by a layer. Without a high resonance of spiritual will, it is difficult to guide the power in it. This is the opposite of the fantasy beast fruit. The user of the fantasy beast fruit needs to seek inward in extreme tranquility, to feel the power that merges with the inner self and guide it out. No matter what. The high spiritual will required for the God-destroying tool is generally only available in fierce battles or even life and death battles. Akainu has spent most of his time adjusting his body to the power of the God Slayer since the Mystical Beast Conference. As for a high spirit, he needs an opponent, at least an opponent of equal strength. However, Akainu can't find a suitable opponent. He looks down on those big forces who are not powerful, and doesn't care about those who are powerful. The most important thing is that Akainu himself doesn't have much desire to fight with those people. He doesn't contact them normally, but now he suddenly asks for help. Or it's those juniors who have risen in a short time and whom he usually hates. If this is the case, Akainu will naturally feel embarrassed. And he still has a choice. So, after his body has adapted to it, he went directly to the New World to fight the famous beast pirates. That battle was fought between Kaido and him. It was very unpleasant. Because Kaido ate the blue dragon fruit on the island of mystical beasts. That is a mythical beast with huge vitality, which means Kaido wears a meat suit, while Akainu wears an offensive suit. Even with the powerful purgatory flames, it is still difficult to kill Kaido. As for the high spirit, let alone. Akainu was disgusted by Kaido's meat, so how could he have a high spirit? So he quietly waited for the arrival of the martial arts competition. As for why he didn't go to the demons for trouble, it was also because the man before weighed heavily on his heart. Akainu couldn't calm down unless he did something to prove something. Now he has the purgatory cage. Before reaching the limit, Akainu was unwilling to die easily. As the saying goes, the barefoot are not afraid of the shoes. Now that he has shoes, he has to take care of others. Come and make me successful, kid. When Akainu first heard about the martial arts competition, his target was Iora Yagami. But now there is a guy with enough weight, he also accepts it with pleasure. It's better to say. Now the martial arts competition where strong people gather is just what he wants. With so many strong people fighting for life and death, he still doesn't believe that he can't upgrade. Tisk, what are you so arrogant about? The burnt claws of Jinpeng Bacon have recovered, and the recovery ability of the Phantom Beast is still very strong. I am the strongest in Yakushu. All along. Under the indoctrination and affirmation of Mr. Mookie, Bacon is very sure that he is the strongest fighting force in Yakushu. So, he always rushes to the front in everything. Now Bacon finds that Yakushu is gradually divided into two levels, but he still stands proudly in it. This shows that what Mr. Mookie said is correct. Anyway, that's what he thinks. You are finished, do you know? Let me show you. The strongest power of Yakushu. Middle-aged men should leave the stage, and the current era belongs to us young people. It is better to hand over the God-annihilating tool to the young people to retire in advance. Who do you want to show your gloomy face all day long? Let me teach you what a smile is. Bacon, who has the nickname of Jinpeng, raised the flag. Then he rushed forward regardless of Akainu's increasingly gloomy face. Time passed. Pa. In the red magma, Bacon turned into a human form and floated on it, dying, and was gradually swallowed by the magma. Although Akainu was injured, it was not too serious. The power of the God-destroying purgatory cage, which was second only to the phantom demon returning nest, was no joke. Waste. Looking at Bacon being completely devoured by the red magma, Akainu had a cold face. Because although Bacon was strong, but the pressure on him was not enough, still a little short. With such strength, he still talked nonsense, and Akainu would not tolerate him. Of course, Akainu did not have much emotion about Bacon's foul mouth, but was more dissatisfied with his strength. If this guy's strength could be as hard as his mouth, perhaps it would bring him enough pressure. As Morgans announced Akainu's victory, Akainu left immediately. He looked forward to meeting a stronger opponent in the next round. The progress of the game was promoted again. Garp met the lonely purple Iora Yagami. He had been with Iora Yagami for a while, and thought he had some friendship with Iora Yagami. So he asked Iora Yagami to give him face. After all, Ace's grandson was watching from below, so he still had to give face. Iora Yagami nodded to Garp's familiarity. In the exclamation of the audience, he killed Garp in a backhand, and asked Garp to go down to accompany his grandson as soon as possible. So, after Garp was resurrected, he went down the stage cursing. He never expected that Iora Yagami would understand face so well. Garp had only one idea about this. You understand very well, don't understand it next time. In the next competition, Ryu, who advanced to the third round, met Aizen. In desperation, Long directly admitted defeat. Because her perception of Aizen was unfathomable and unpredictable. Not only his strength, but also his personality and means. Plus, he was a member of the world government. It was hard to say what would happen if he attacked in front of such a person. So she surrendered very simply. Then it was Yunzeo who faced the chariot. The two of them had a lot of fun fighting, at least the chariot Jisni was still very happy. In the end, it was obvious that Yunzeo was better. After that, on the ring, Poseidon, the rhythm of the earth, walked to the ring, then hugged a corpse and burst into tears with a sad face. Banson, you died so tragically. Don't worry. I will definitely avenge you, Wivu. The Holy Knight B. Lord Sakamori was revived from death under the power of time. He felt very noisy in a daze. He suddenly opened his eyes. What he saw was a watermelon head, and exaggerated tears flowed down and fell on his face. This scene. It made the man who was always steady and solemn lose his composure all of a sudden. Don't cry. Don't cry. It's so noisy. At this time, the venue was silent. Sakamori, who always felt that he was thick-skinned, couldn't help but cover his forehead. He didn't expect that just lying down for a while, this guy could give him a whole life. Great, you're alive. Seeing Sakamori resurrected, Poseidon's tears disappeared without a trace. He patted Sakamori's shoulder and said encouragingly. It's good that you didn't die. I'll avenge you later. Hearing what Poseidon said, Sakamori was immediately worried. Chapter 668, Spiritual Victory, you smell so good. What are you going to do? Don't mess around. Sakamori said solemnly. Because he was worried that Poseidon would get carried away and do something nonsensical. The problem is that the person who defeated him just now was Blood Shura. The monster who could defeat the demon apostle. Although Poseidon's current strength is even better, reaching the level of a demigod. But if he really faced that kind of guy. If the opponent is serious, it's not surprising that Poseidon was killed in seconds. The martial arts competition has resurrection and recovery, but there is nothing in the outside world. Ha ha ha, don't worry, leave it all to me. Seeing Poseidon like this, Sakamori was worried. Looking at Sakamori's serious look, Poseidon could only tell the truth. Look, isn't the next one a battle between me and that Senju Mori? That Senju Mori suddenly showed up and fought with Bloody Shura, and then his reputation was close to Bloody Shura. The newspaper even said that Senju Hashirama hit that monster by the head. I don't know how such exaggerated rumors came out. Speaking of this, Poseidon patted his chest with confidence. Don't worry, I've observed it. That guy can't be that strong at all, I might be able to beat him. After listening to a long paragraph, Sakamori felt a little confused. Wait a minute, how does this have to do with you avenging me? What Poseidon said doesn't seem to be related to the topic of revenge. Seeing that Sakamori still didn't understand, Poseidon looked disappointed. Don't you understand yet? That Senju Mori is so famous that he even said something like hitting Uchiha Madara on the head. Then I'll defeat him. Rounding off, isn't that equivalent to defeating Uchiha Madara? In this case am I avenging you? After listening to Poseidon's wonderful words, Sakamori almost clapped his hands. I understand. This is the method of spiritual victory MMP. An indescribable feeling of fucking broke out in Sakamori's heart. Especially when he saw Poseidon's natural complacency or clear stupidity. He understood. This guy always has some tricks to strengthen his big heart. Perhaps, he shouldn't take it too seriously. So, Sakamori decisively changed his mindset. Sure enough, Poseidon is still the Poseidon he knows. Not changed at all. Sakamori felt very relieved and a smile appeared on his face. Seeing Sakamori smile, Poseidon also felt that he had met a confidant. The two of them were having a good time. Ahem, please let the B-Master player get off the stage first. Our next match is about to start. Morgan's voice came from the radio, interrupting the two people's happiness. Sakamori began to retreat, leaving Poseidon, who kept waving his fists and looked like he was going to have a big fight. Very good, a touching scene just happened in the competition. Mr. Poseidon is truly true to his nature, which makes people sigh and very moved. Hearing Morgan's words, Sakamori, who was walking towards the ring, walked faster. It was as if someone was chasing him from behind. Ha ha ha, Sakamori, did you hear that Morgan's guy is praising me? Sure enough, a life-threatening demonic voice came from behind. Beside Poseidon, Sakamori felt that his IQ and level were declining. He couldn't stay with that guy for too long. Therefore, Sakamori disappeared in a flash. As Sakamori left completely, another player also went on the ring. The player who went on the stage was Hashirama Senju, nicknamed Senju Mori, who became famous after a battle with Uchiha Madara, and his fame was close to Uchiha Madara. Ha ha ha, are you Hashirama Senju? Let's have a battle. I can't wait. Looking at the man with the apple head in front of him with a hearty smile, Hashirama Senju also smiled. After confirming the eye contact, they were compatible people. He felt at first glance that the guy in front of him might be a good friend. Although he looked a little belligerent, he was not so opposed to it. Okay, then I'll start. Hashirama put his hands together and entered the Sage mode. Unlike when he fought with Madara before, his Sage technique and Sealing technique have now reached S level. There has also been some improvement in strength. But the Poseidon opposite him is not a pushover. 0 Please give me flowers. At the beginning, Hashirama Senju seemed to be able to fight back and forth with Uchiha Madara. It was completely because Madara did not take it seriously, but just fought in a very ordinary state, in short, just for fun. Now facing Poseidon, Hashirama still feels very challenging. It seems that his strongest move cannot be used. After all, the venue is not big enough, and the ring with a diameter of 300 meters cannot fit. And even if it can be used, it may not work on the opponent. After all, the opponent is very fast, can fly, and is very hard. When he used his ultimate move, he went around the blind spot or rushed in front of him, which made Hashirama feel very difficult. His Buddha on the top of his head seemed powerful, but it could be targeted after all. It's just that the threshold for targeting is very high, but Poseidon just reached that threshold. In this way, Hashirama had to find another way to defeat his opponent. Ha ha ha, then I'm coming. Poseidon saw Hashirama ready and shot directly at him. The sandbag-sized fist rushed towards Hashirama with a twisted wave. Wood release, Flower Tree World Advent. The huge tree shot out from the bronze surface and then pierced into the bronze ground. This hard arena was also somewhat unsuitable for Hashirama to perform, but it didn't matter, the growth of his trees mainly depended on his chakra. Boom! For the trees in front of him that were blocking the expansion, Poseidon punched past, and the tough and swaying trees directly opened a huge hole. The huge shock wave shattered Hashirama Senju behind the tree. Now Poseidon is even stronger, and reaching the level of demigod is not a problem. He is very proficient in and loves gravity punches, and specializes in all kinds of fancy punches. Bang bang bang! The crushed Senju Hashirama fell to the ground and broke into several pieces. Then he turned into wood, just a wooden clone. Your moves smell so good. This is poison. Poseidon was not surprised to see Hashirama turned into a wooden clone. He sniffed the pollen in the air and felt it was quite fragrant. Although it was poisonous, he still sniffed a few more times. It smells so good. Use this as incense when you sleep at night, you must sleep peacefully. Poseidon's sigh was heard by Senju Hashirama, who was lurking in a tree. He also couldn't help but feel that the other party had a brain hole, and he was not a normal person. Chapter 669 No matter how strong he is, I can only lie down at most, Enel and the King of the Dark Sky. That man actually looks fine. After a while, seeing that Poseidon was still smelling the fragrance of pollen, Hashirama Senju was a little suspicious whether his pollen had taken effect. Or was this man not afraid of poison? Are you playing hide and seek? After smelling the fragrance several times, Poseidon began to think about the business. Although the pollen was poisonous, it was no problem for him. The holy power has a strong ability to adjust the body, and the negative effect is difficult to work on Poseidon. As soon as the pollen entered his body, it was purified by the holy power. So he hadn't thought that these pollens were actually used for attack. Then I'll come too. Seeing Senju Hashirama hiding in the surrounding woods, Poseidon's interest also came up. He waved his hand, and the earth, rocks, and sand began to spread on a large scale. The entire arena was covered with sand and stones except for the forest. The sandstorm seemed to come, and Poseidon's figure also disappeared. Disappeared? Senju Hashirama thought slowly among the trees. However, even if Poseidon secretly shuttled through the sand and stones, he couldn't hide from him. Because now he is in the state of Xianfa natural body movement. One of the characteristics of this fairy art is that the perception of the environment is very keen. Once more said that this fairy art is his future direction. Although Hashirama doesn't seem to understand it very well. But it's alright if it's powerful. There. Relying on perception, Hashirama quickly locked onto Poseidon's position. Then, all the trees on the ring began to riot. Now Hashirama Senju's tactics are to consume the enemy first, and then use the fairy technique to defeat the enemy with one blow. Possessing the fairy technique of natural body movement means that he has the conditions to survive. In this state, the concealment is high, and the power of the wood escape used is even greater. If the delaying tactic is used to consume, Hashirama Senju feels that the chances of winning are still very high. Swish, swish, swish. With the force closer to nature injected, the rioting trees violently waved towards a certain place in the air with more tenacious roots and branches. Poseidon suddenly showed up. Boom! The violent gravity swung out from his arm horizontally, breaking through the trees that were probing. However, the same power did not break through as many trees as before. I was found. What a great perception ability! Poseidon was quite surprised to see Senju Hashirama find him easily. His hiding ability is not bad either. The holy power in his body blends with the surrounding sandstorm. It is not easy to find him. No way. Looking at the forest trees that kept coming, Poseidon felt that he had no idea how to find the other party. The other party's hiding ability was very strong. But he had another way, hardcore finding people. Through the detection of the wind and sand, he did not find any strange breath in the existing space. Then, the other party is most likely hiding in those forest trees. Of course, it is also possible to hide in the bronze ground. Just depending on the other party's ability, this possibility is still relatively small. Anyway, just charge. Blow up some of the forest trees again. He looked at the forest on the ground that was spreading all over the ring. Through the attack just now, the expected attack strength was not enough. In that case, then, his right hand was like a taut bowstring ready to shoot. A circle of twisted gravity gathered on his arm. The infinite gravity twisted the atmosphere around Poseidon's fist. Supergravity fist, collapse of heaven. Boom! The terrifying sonic boom spread directly. All the trees on the entire ring were suddenly shattered as if they were subjected to force majeure. The bronze ring under the trees was also directly broken into tofu blocks and suspended. A huge mushroom cloud rose up. The audience in the audience area looked at the horrific scene on the ring and felt the slight tremor around them, and they were all thankful. Just such an attack in front of them. They went in without breathing, because they died on the spot. That guy has become stronger. It's really scary. Looking at the huge mushroom cloud rising in the arena. Somewhere on the edge of the audience area, one of the figures wearing hooded grey clothes exclaimed. You can see it from under the hood. It was the famous red-haired Shanks in the sea. Boss, you are afraid of that, right? Lackey next to him tore a piece of chicken leg meat and said with a teasing look. That's not the case. No matter how strong he is, I can only lie down at most. Ha ha ha, this joke is really cold. But to be honest, I found that there is a guy over there who has been watching us zero. Lackey changed the subject and moved his mouth in one direction. That direction was to their side, at the other edge of the audience area. He said nonchalantly. That long-eared guy seems to be the recent supernova, the Lightning King Enel. He is not targeting us. Those eyes look fierce and scary. Although Lackey said scary, his tone was very teasing. Don't worry, if you want to challenge me, I will accompany you. How domineering. Boss. But maybe he wants to join us. I think he's not bad. He can be recruited as a newcomer. Hearing Lackey say this, Hongo mocked him. You're thinking pretty well. Ha ha ha, isn't that how Whitebeard adopted his son? In the red while the red-hair pirates were talking excitedly, Enelu on the other side tightened his fists. They were in the same audience. With his observation haki and ability, he could naturally hear the communication of the red hair pirates. That way of speaking was completely disregarding him. A newcomer. They looked down on him like that, but... Enelo touched a bottle in his arms. There was a small black cloud in it, with lightning flashing in the cloud. This bottle was obtained by Enelo from the legendary apostle, the apostle known as the King of the Sky. He went to the New World from 3.5 kilometers before the Sabayati archipelago. He wanted to go to the North Sea through the calm belt of the New World. During that process, abnormal thunderstorms appeared. Curious Enelo came to the sky and met the King of the Sky who was traveling. So, he saw what real thunder and lightning were. In front of the apostle who was in charge of thunderstorms, Enelo felt his real weakness. Just one glance and he seemed to fall into the abyss, without any power to resist. At that moment, Enel seemed to see a real god. After that, Enel left in a daze. The bottle in his arms was also given by the other party. Enel was both eager and resistant to the things in the bottle. The other party's words have been deeply engraved in his mind, like a devil's voice. What's the purpose? Maybe it's fun. Although it's rude to say, but have you ever seen someone who has intentions on ants? Chapter 670 Fairy Law Flame Realm Cloth, Ascension in Broad Daylight. On the one hand, Enel wanted to prove that he was not an ant by himself. On the other hand, after seeing the duel of many strong men in the fighting tournament, he doubted himself a little. Could he really do it? The red hair pirates came into his eyes at this time. It is rumored that the red hair pirates are the earliest group of magic pattern users, and their strength is also very strong. If he can defeat them by himself, then he may not need this gift. He can still be that proud man. Huff, huff. Enelo took a deep breath and exhaled, loosening the bottle in his arms. He decided that in the future, he would target the red hair pirates. While Enelo was struggling mentally, the fight had already been fierce in the ring. Bozadu's move of collapsing heaven made Hashirama Senju spit out blood. This was because Hashirama's body skills were naturally powerful enough. If he had resisted on the spot, he would have died on the spot. No matter how strong Hashirama's ability is now, it cannot cover up one fact. His basic attributes are not good enough now. His physique can reach the low end of the 0-6 range of S+, and his spirit is S. The range of S end is still very wide. In addition, most of Hashirama's physique is in the vitality attribute, and the defense attribute is not very good. Of course, attributes are one aspect. On the other hand, the chakra system is not very effective in increasing the body. If you don't use the technique, it will probably be like this. Even the Senjutsu chakra of the same level may not be as effective as the armament color domineering. At least the armament color domineering is strong enough. Of course, quantitative changes may also lead to qualitative changes, and they cannot be generalized. In horizontal comparison, each system has its own advantages. Just like now, Hashirama Senju, who was found by Poseidon through hardcore methods. He started to drive the sealing technique with Senjutsu chakra directly. Runes were directly attached to his body surface, and finally formed a flame windbreaker. Senjutsu Flame Realm Clothes. Once, Moer's anti-red flame formation amazed Hashirama. After the sealing technique was upgraded to S level, Hashirama finally changed the move slightly. It became the current move, Flame Realm Clothes. This move can have considerable fire damage when advancing, and it is very hard when retreating. The weight of the chakra system sealing technique is very high, so this one is really hard. At least, Poseidon, who rushed to Senju Hashirama and attacked him with dozens of punches, did not break his defense. But not breaking the defense of the flame cloth does not mean that Senju Hashirama will not be injured. As long as he is still standing on the ground, it means that he is still affected by gravity. And as luck would have it, Poseidon used gravity punches. The flame cloth has no way to completely defend against gravity. The gravity field that cannot be underestimated penetrated into Senju Hashirama through the flame cloth. It caused blood to flow from the corner of his mouth. Fortunately, his vitality was strong and the recovery of the immortal physique could keep up. Now he cannot use natural body movement while using flame cloth. Because natural body movement is originally open to nature, Flame Realm Clothes is directly closed. The two are in conflict to a great extent, and Hashirama cannot solve this problem. However, with the weapons of Flame Realm Clothes, Hashirama does not have to worry too much about frontal defense. In defense, he also punched Poseidon dozens of times. Unfortunately, the damage of the flames was all pushed away by Poseidon's gravity, and it didn't have much effect at all. The force can only tickle Poseidon. Even if the fairy chakra has been accurately controlled to form super strange power. But compared with Poseidon's gravity punch, it is still more playful. It's still a bit naive to use amateurs to fight professionals. But these are just for to make the opponent relax. Bang bang bang. During the multiple bombardments, some runes touched Poseidon's body from Hashirama's fist. What is this? After multiple attacks, Poseidon noticed something strange. After all, the holy power is very sensitive to the body. He actually noticed it. Hashirama looked at Poseidon's expression and his heart sank. Without hesitation, a special fairy chakra was transmitted through contact again. Then Hashirama Senju put his hands together directly. The fairy jutsu that once bound Uchiha Madara was immediately performed. Fairy jutsu yin and yang double binding. Poseidon felt his body pause and his body was greatly restricted. However, although it was stagnant, this feeling was rapidly fading with the explosion of holy power. Because Poseidon noticed it, Hashirama Senju used the incomplete runes directly, so the effect was naturally not good. In addition, the holy power itself has the characteristic of resisting negative forces, and the effect of the move is rapidly declining. But this is enough. It was like history repeating itself. Hashirama Senju put one hand directly on Poseidon's forehead and clasped his fingers on top of his head. Just like he had treated Madara before. After so many punches, it's my turn to hit him once. At this moment, Hashirama Senju looked excited. Just now, Poseidon hit him a lot and he vomited blood from internal injuries. Although he fought back, the opponent was as weak as a ghost and didn't react at all. Now it was finally his turn to fight back. Senju Fa, true leading charge. The ancient technique was used again. This move 710 was used again, and Hashirama had a hearty smile on his face. That smile made Uchiha Madara, who was watching the battle with his arms crossed outside the arena, twitch his mouth slightly. Hashirama Senju grabbed Poseidon's head and turned it straight down from mid-air. Boom! The bronze ground surged like a tide, and a big pit was smashed directly. The bronze ground, which was already broken and looked like a ruin, was hit again. Boom! Poseidon felt that his holy power was running obscurely and it was very difficult to mobilize his abilities. The armed color domineering was directly shackled and could not be mobilized. So, he could only simply mobilize the holy power to protect his head. But his head was still dizzy, as if it was about to explode. At this time, only one thought emerged in his mind: what a powerful move! Boom! The deafening sound continued. Because Poseidon was sealed by the power of this fairy technique, he could only support himself and could not muster the strength to resist. So, Hashirama Senju chiseled dozens of times around the entire broken arena. He went directly into the bottom of the bronze, making it like a maze. Finally, he took advantage of the remaining power of the fairy technique to throw Poseidon hard. Poseidon's figure directly broke through the heavy restraints underground. The blasted metal ruins rose into the air, like the sun rising in broad daylight. Chapter 671, with a crooked smile, Iora Yagami can kill anyone he sees. I should have won this time. Hashirama Senju slowly lifted himself up with the wood escape technique, and his face was a little excited. He had only used this magic against Madara, and the effect was not very good, and he was interrupted. It might be because Madara was too strong and his previous attainments in magic and sealing techniques were not enough. But no matter what, after performing it once in full, he felt that this magic was too powerful, and he was willing to call it the strongest single magic. If he was hit by this move, even if the guy was very strong, he would lose a layer of skin. Thinking of this, Hashirama Senju had a smile on his face. After all, he saw clearly. The guy's hair was gone, really not a single strand. This made Hashirama, who still had no hair, happy. But then he looked a little worried. Now he has discovered the abnormality on his scalp. Because after so many days, the hair should be longer. But the fact is that it really is not longer at all. Therefore, Hashirama Senju has been using his own power to explore the reason. Finally, not long ago, when he was in a natural state, he got a message from his scalp. If he wants to grow hair, he must comprehend the natural state of his body more advanced. After reaching a certain standard, then, in front of a strong enemy, take off the bamboo hat. With a crooked smile, a spell dubbed by Chakra, the hair grows by itself, and there is a surprise. Obviously, his scalp has been sealed by someone. Although Hashirama Senju doesn't know what the return of the Dragon King is. But as long as he imagines the crooked-mouthed Dragon King with the same face as him in the message, coupled with a domineering dubbing, he can't help but twitch his mouth. Even if he is slow, he doesn't think that looks handsome. On the contrary, he feels very embarrassed, so embarrassed that his feet are knocked out of the palace. But now he can only diligently comprehend that fairy art, if he still wants hair. My hair! At this moment, as soon as Hashirama Senju came out of the ground, he heard a shrill cry. Looking closely, I saw that Poseidon's head was bald, and the original dark apple head had disappeared. Looking at Poseidon's stunned look, Hashirama Senju laughed a little unkindly. His laughter also made Poseidon, who had barely stood up, be alert. Then, in the more astonished eyes of Hashirama Senju, Poseidon's hair grew out inch by inch. For the paladin, not to mention the hair, as long as the brain is not completely blown up or some mysterious injuries are not suffered, it is not difficult to grow the body again, as long as the holy power is sufficient. Seeing the smile of Hashirama Senju stagnating, Poseidon was a little puzzled. But he didn't think so much. Because just now, in order to withstand the move of Hashirama Senju, the obscure holy power was consumed in a huge amount in an extremely inefficient way. Now, in order to completely recover from the injury, the remaining holy power is also being consumed rapidly. If the holy power is consumed, it will be difficult to fight. Although Poseidon's body is very hard because of his ability. But without holy power, it is not much different from running naked for nothing. It's like a mecha driver jumping out to fight. Even if this driver is very weak, he can't resist the opponent driving a mecha. Not far from Poseidon, Hashirama Senju. He looked at Poseidon's hair with some frustration. Then he shook his head and cheered up again. Isn't it just hair? He will have it in the future, so let's call him the crooked-mouthed Dragon King. Da-da-da. Feeling Poseidon's depressed breath recovering quickly, Hashirama Senju no longer hesitated and started to rush up. Next, it was time to switch positions between offense and defense. Time passed. The bronze ruins of the arena could no longer be seen. The tenacious Poseidon finally fell, and Hashirama Senju was relieved. Just now, the two fought a war of attrition. Poseidon was very vigilant not to let Hashirama touch his body. The infinite gravity kept hitting Hashirama, and Hashirama Senju was exhausted. Finally, he defeated this guy. Hashirama Senju sighed in his heart. Even though they only fought for less than an hour, Hashirama Senju felt like a century had passed. As the announcement came, Senju Hashirama slowly walked down the ring. In the corridor leading to the lounge. You are so weak. It took so long to beat such a guy. Looking at Madara, who was leaning against the wall with a look of disdain, Senju Hashirama touched the back of his head and smiled embarrassedly. It's Madara. I'm really sorry for being so weak. Madara looked at Hashirama's expression and left the place with his hands hanging down. Humph. Next, it's better not to let me meet you, otherwise. Although he knew how big the sea was in the last battle with Hashirama. But others didn't know. For the news in the newspaper that he was beaten by Senju Hashirama, Madara disdained to defend himself. Well, he really couldn't defend himself, because this matter was indeed true. It's just that things have evolved to this point, which is not what Madara wants. If he can go to the conference this time, he will not hold back and directly crush Hashirama to make the rumors disappear. These things are always spreading, and he is a little troubled. Other people don't care, but he doesn't like to be looked down upon by those guys. Looking at Madara's departing back, Hashirama felt a little confused. He didn't seem to have offended the other party. Is Madara still holding a grudge? He wouldn't be so petty. Hashirama didn't think too much. He returned to his rest room and prepared to sort out his state. He benefited a lot from this battle, maybe his hair will grow out soon. In the venue, the audience is cheering the end of the third round of the game, and at the same time looking forward to the start of the fourth round. The fourth round is 7-4, 7 players will fight to decide the top 4. First, 1 player will be drawn to enter the next round, and then the other 6 players will draw numbers to fight 2 by 2. Under the witness of the audience on site and the audience watching the live broadcast around the world. The buy quota for this draw is the lonely purple Iora Yagami. No one is dissatisfied with such a buy. Because the strength of the demigod Iori is beyond doubt. From the beginning of the tournament, he defeated anyone he met. Strength and weakness seemed meaningless in front of him. People could not help but sigh at the unfathomable depth of this demigod, worthy of being the initiator of the martial arts tournament. At the same time, people expected a player to compete with him. However, people also expected the battle before that. Soon, the numbers of the fourth round were drawn. The first match was between Blood Moon and Aizen. Facing Aizen, Vicky admitted defeat directly. She felt that it was not necessary to waste effort on a guy who could defeat the apostle. Otherwise, if she was injured or even killed, she was worried that her sister with a bad temper would commit suicide. With Vicky's admission of defeat, the second match was between Akainu and Kumazeo. Chapter 672 Welcome the return of the Dragon King. Although I will die in society, I have become stronger. For Akainu's fantasy beast god destroyer, Kumazeo was still very interested. It's just interest. It was a fact that he couldn't win, and Yunzeo was too lazy to fight. So he calmly admitted defeat halfway through the battle before he was defeated. This disappointed Akainu, who had started to feel something after blocking Yunzeo's ultimate move. Yunzeo's three-crowned sky shadow ball was very oppressive to Akainu because of its special damage. However, just as he felt something, Yunzeo threw it. It was as if he was so happy to go to the toilet that he suddenly became constipated. This feeling made Akainu's eyes burn with anger. Especially when he heard Yunzeo leave a sentence "how terrible" and retreat. This sentence made Akainu want to eat people. However, there was another opponent next, so Akainu endured it. Number 3 contestant Senra versus number 4 contestant Bloody Shura. With Morgan's loud shout, the audience was boiling. The name of Bloody Shura Uchiha Madara is beyond doubt. Having defeated 2 apostles, he doesn't need any other achievements. Senra is extraordinary. This is a super strong man who suddenly appeared in front of the public for only about 10 days, and he has a huge reputation. This reputation is naturally based on Bloody Shura Uchiha Madara. It is rumored that this man lost to Uchiha Madara. 213 Now, the two sides meet. There will inevitably be a fight between dragons and tigers, and most people think so. Only some strong people who know the goods understand the real value of the apostles. According to the strength shown by Senju Hashirama before, the narrow defeat mentioned in the newspaper is completely flattering. Unless there is something fishy about Uchiha Madara defeating the apostle. Otherwise, Uchiha Madara's strength should be far superior to Senju Mori. This is the judgment of those strong men who have seen the strength of the apostles. Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara went up to the ring at the same time. The two sides looked at each other. While looking at each other, Senju Hashirama felt a little embarrassed. He never expected that Madara would confront him right after he had just made a harsh remark. Make a move. You only have one chance. Madara looked at Hashirama opposite him with an indifferent expression. At this point, he was not going to play games with Hashirama. Ah. Is that so? Okay. Senju Hashirama took off the bamboo hat on his head, revealing a bald head. During the break, Hashirama Senju discovered that the seal on his head seemed to be able to be removed. But there is a prerequisite for removing it. That is to do what the message says. There is no doubt that the Madara in front of him is definitely a strong enemy. But he was still a little hesitant because there were too many people watching the battle around him. Imagining that scene, he realized for the first time that he was not really heartless. Why are you still standing there? Looking at Hashirama Senju's hesitation, Madara's tone was a little impolite. Ah. Embarrassing is embarrassing. For the hair. Madara's impoliteness made Hashirama determined. He had to die sooner or later, so he might as well die now. He clapped his hands, and the chakra formed a spell and flowed towards his head. Suddenly, the seal on Hashirama's head began to be gradually removed. The sky was windy and the weather changed drastically. The passionate soundtrack rose out of thin air. People's eyes could not help but focus on Hashirama in the center of the ring. The body seemed to be trembling inexplicably. Hashirama Senju was in the spotlight. The bald head began to grow long hair inch by inch, and along with the long hair came Hashirama's roar. Ah! As if he had transformed into a Super Saiyan, his voice was full of energy, shocking people. When people looked at Hashirama Senju and thought he was going to use some big moves, a loud voice began to appear out of thin air. The 3-year period is up, welcome the return of Lord Dragon King. The deafening voice resounded through the sky. Hashirama Senju's long hair fluttered in the wind at this time, looking inexplicably handsome. He had stopped roaring. His eyes were 3 parts of ridicule, 3 parts of coldness, and 4 parts of indifference. It is hard to imagine that eyes can be divided into multiple emotions like a fan-shaped distribution. This is not the end, the corners of his mouth rose and slightly hooked. Hooked to a devilish height. The Dragon King smiled, and life and death were unpredictable. Instantly, the audience who witnessed this scene felt their minds go blank. They were a little shocked and confused. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing now? The 3-year period has come? The Dragon King? At this time, many people looked at Hashirama Senju with a crooked mouth in the storm, and their expressions were confused. They didn't know what they were looking at. They just felt that the man was inexplicably domineering. Among the many confused people, Morgans, who reacted quickly, had a lot of ideas. The Dragon King? Could it be that the real identity of this man is actually a legendary mythical beast? Okay. Morgans didn't care whether it was true or not. After the thought flashed through his mind, the next small news about Senju Mori was decided to be this. Click. The image in the picture was accurately captured. That smile was too much in line with Morgans's mind. He had already made up a large plot in his mind, and the news material was ready again. On the ring, Madara looked at Hashirama Senju in front of him with a strange expression. Some words were hard to describe, and some words were speechless. What the hell are you doing? Finally, Madara asked. At this time, Hashirama Senju finally got out of a certain inexplicable state. He touched his fluttering, hard-earned long hair, with an awkward expression. I said I was forced. Do you believe it? Madara was silent. Believe it? He really believed it. Uchiha. Whenever Madara thought of someone, he felt that this matter was inseparable from that guy. That guy? Really childish. He suddenly felt a sense of relief. Luckily, it wasn't him who did this. Otherwise, Madara couldn't guarantee that he wouldn't go on a killing spree and kill all the guys who witnessed his ugly behavior. At this time, Madara looked at Hashirama with a rare look of pity. But it disappeared in an instant. Now that the work is done, let's get started. I don't have time to play house with you. Hearing Madara's words, Hashirama laughed, this time sincerely. Ha ha ha, don't say, Madara. Although I feel socially dead, I have become stronger, so strong that it is unimaginable. Chapter 673 The Power of Nature, I failed the muscles in my body. At this time, Hashirama was embarrassed but also quite excited. Because his sacrifice was worth it. This time the seal was lifted, in addition to his hair coming back. At the same time, there was a new power. That power turned all his chakra into fairy chakra. Of course, it was nothing to just transform like this. However, the instinctive ability of the body was also integrated into a terrifying ability, nature. Perceive nature, comprehend nature, become nature. This is the way to go down. Ban, I'm too strong, I don't know how strong I am. At this time, I heard Ban again repeat his strength. Ban raised his eyebrows slightly. Then he understood that it must be the work of that man. After all, he had come here this way before. Interesting. In that case, then show it. Uchiha Madara dropped his hands. The blood-red eternal kaleidoscope began to appear in his eyes, and there was a faint shadow of the 9 Megatama. Since Hashirama's strength has changed, Ban felt that he couldn't be careless. If he capsized again, he would have no face to stay. Okay. At this moment, Hashirama had forgotten the embarrassment just now. His mind began to immerse himself in the ability that was somewhat familiar but more unfamiliar. The fairy chakra in his body began to rotate. He also felt that his body seemed to be connected to the surrounding environment. Madara also felt that Hashirama's presence in front of him was plummeting, and it was very difficult to detect him, as if this person did not exist there. If it were not for the naked eye, it would be difficult to detect that there was a person there. Then I will start. At this moment, Hashirama was still excited. He stretched out his hand to Madara and then shook it. Madara suddenly felt that everything around him was rejecting him. Everything seemed to spit on him, and the surroundings seemed to be twisting. Boom! With Madara as the center, the space seemed to be twisted. The atmosphere and the entire bronze arena were twisting and sliding towards him. The terrifying pressure was directly superimposed on Madara's body. If he had not virtualized his body in time, his body might have been crushed into a meat pie. Boom! When he virtualized, countless bronzes collapsed from their original positions. They were like swallows returning to their nests, cracking, twisting, and merging. Boom! Soon, a bronze ball with a diameter of 100 meters appeared. The ring also disappeared, turning into a huge pit with a diameter of 300 meters and a depth of 100 meters. The distortion stopped, and the bronze ball fell from its suspended state. Boom! The huge roar was deafening. The bronze ball fell into the deep pit, just filling up the center. As for the parts outside the center, they were all concentrated into the bronze ball. As the distortion ended, the audience area was silent. After a while, they burst into heated discussions. What a spectacular attack! Is this the power of Senra Senra? He is worthy of being a demigod who lost to the bloody Shura. Compared horizontally with other players, the attack just now by Hashirama was already grand enough. Although it is not said that the more spectacular the special effects are, the stronger they are. But people have such psychological expectations. However, laymen are just watching the fun. Some insiders are looking at the doorway. The power used by that man has never been used in previous competitions. Is he hiding his weakness? He became so strong after growing hair. Just now, there seemed to be a strange voice saying that it was the Dragon King. Is there any connection? Some people began to imagine. Originally, they thought that the defeat of Hashirama Senju to Madara was fake news. But now looking at this scene, it is possible. That kind of power is visible to the naked eye as if it distorts time and space. As long as the perception is clear, a strong person with a certain strength can perceive that kind of extremely terrifying huge energy. Just with that move just now, ordinary demigods would probably kneel directly. So strong. That guy is so strong. Damn it, am I not even qualified to let him use his full strength? I failed my muscles. Woo woo woo. In an aisle of the motor arena, Poseidon touched the biceps on his hand and cried loudly. This scene made Sakamori next to him speechless. However, he had no intention of comforting him at all. Because he knew that this guy would cheer up soon. Sure enough, he cried for less than 5 seconds. I've decided. From now on, whether I eat or sleep, I will live in a state of supergravity. Zero, please give me flowers. Only by working hard to burden the muscles will it not let me down. Hearing what Poseidon said, Sakamori was even more speechless. One moment he let down the muscles, and the next moment the muscles let him down, and they kept contradicting each other. However, Sakamori had no time to pay attention to Poseidon's tricks. His current focus was still on Senra Senra. Although the ring had some kind of power that isolated his clear exploration. But the power fluctuations emanating from the ring alone could feel the terrifying power that made people tremble just now. Such a person, Sakamori needed to evaluate him in all aspects. After all, as a paladin, his duty in the Kingdom of Miracles was intelligence. Only by doing a good job of intelligence could he hand it over to the paladin in charge of administration and diplomacy. Except for Sakamori. The other big powers are the same. The strength shown by Hashirama Senju makes them pay great attention. Not only does he look like a lone ranger, but his personality also seems to be easy to talk to. Such a person is simply a sweet potato in the eyes of big powers. At least, both the world government and the navy are very happy to win over this man. Not to mention the reactions of others. Filled on the bronze sphere in the pit. Ban's virtual body solidified again. At this time, he looked at Hashirama Senju opposite with a serious face. The moves Hashirama showed just now shocked him directly. When Hashirama Senju used that move, originally, he planned to use the ability of virtuality to directly smooth out Hashirama's moves and turn them into illusions. But after trying, he found that the consumption was ridiculously large. It is definitely not cost-effective to fight like this, so Madara turned to turn himself into an illusion. But even if he only turned himself into an illusion, there is still a lot of pressure. Because that move was not just a simple distortion of time and space, but also a rejection of the environment or the world. That kind of rejection made Madara consume a lot more energy to maintain the illusory state. With just this one move, Madara understood. This guy, Hashirama Senju, is no longer the same as before. He already has power beyond the previous dimension. Despite this, but Madara did not have any negative emotions, and the corners of his mouth rose. Because only a guy with such strength is worth fighting. Chapter 674 The 3000 Techniques to Take Your Life, Ordinary Days Are Always Short. Ha ha ha, Madara, how is it? Wasn't that move just now extremely powerful? It's just that the consumption is really too great. At this time, Hashirama Senju was also a little troubled. Just now, he used too much force, resulting in a terrifying consumption of power. But there is no way. Once he got this power, he was too excited and didn't control the degree. Fortunately, Madara did not die on the spot, otherwise he would still feel a little guilty. I named the move just now Immortal Law, 10,000 things, heaven and earth repulse, no place to hide, 3000 life techniques. How is it? Isn't it very impressive? At this time, Madara's blood was just rising, and Hashirama poured a bucket of cold water on him. This naming method, damn it! Did this guy inherit the man's naming method? Even worse, it turned out to be so long. Hashirama reminded Madara of someone. Mare sometimes gave some strange names to the moves. There was a very good fire escape. But after Madara asked the name, he didn't learn it. Because the move that Mare told him was called Sir, Eat Shit. After hearing it, Madara, who was a little interested in that move, suddenly stopped talking. Now, the words of Senju Hashirama reminded Madara of that past. However, after a moment of trance, Madara had no intention of continuing to communicate with Hashirama. Swoosh! His body was like a bubble bursting, and the top of the line Susanoo appeared in front of Hashirama again. The blessing of the speed and amplification of the Mangekyo pupil technique, the blessing of the flame fan, and the blessing of the fire escape instant roar. All these blessings were instantly transformed under the guidance of the virtual power. The previous moment was just a lonely shadow. The next moment, the huge war god emitting purple flames appeared directly in front of Hashirama like a phantom. It was like a huge monster forcibly squeezed out of space. It was not fast, but just a simple space teleportation. Because the summoning technique of virtual to real directly fell from Madara's eyes in front of Hashirama. So he teleported directly. No nonsense. Susanoo's purple giant sword swung from bottom to top at Hashirama Senju. All things in the world white fisher. The white light and shadow flashed. Like a feather of light leaping up from the ground, straight into the sky, turning into a white light column. Boom! A huge shock wave swept across the entire ring area. A terrible tornado surrounded the light column and went straight to the sky. Even the invisible time barrier around the ring began to break because of the terrible trembling. So strong. So terrifying. At this time, some strong men in the audience area were also stunned by the light column that went straight to the sky. You know, the sky also has an invisible barrier. Even if the spiritual will of the strong can penetrate that barrier and affect the celestial phenomena. But so far in the official competition, no one has seen anyone break through the invisible barrier of 1,000 meters high. Uchiha Madara can do this. It is naturally shocking. In the corner of a remote passage in the venue, there are two figures here. The one with his back against the wall is the famous and lone purple Iora Yagami, and the other figure is also the famous water mirror Aizen. At this time, Aizen looked at the light column that tore through the sky, and the corners of his mouth rose, revealing a gentle smile. Then he held up the mirror holder, and the lens reflected light slightly. It seems that Madara has indeed made a lot of progress. That kind of power is really good. Aizen, who has played many times, has not given up studying the time barrier on the ring. In addition to casually dealing with opponents, he has sensed and explored the time field. He wants to compare it with the power in the time gem. No conclusion. At least in terms of the distribution of power, the barrier covering the ring is different. The energy index of the upper position is the lowest, the energy index of the lower part of the bronze ring is second, and finally the energy index of the barrier around the ground is the highest. According to Aizen's observation, the attack used by Madara has crossed the apostle's range. But even so, Aizen's sight did not stay on the light column for too long. His eyes turned to Iora Yagami, who was leaning against the wall. Compared to Uchiha Madara, Aizen was more interested in Iora Yagami, a low-key senior. Mr. Yagami, what made you initiate this conference? I am actually a little curious. Is it because, based on Aizen's observation of Yagami, this man does not have the personality of taking the initiative to cause trouble? 0. Aizen's question made the silent Yagami raise his head slightly. He looked cold, glanced at Aizen, stood up and turned away, leaving only one sentence. "It's none of your business." Looking at the back of Yagami. "What a cold senior." Aizen adjusted his glasses and smiled slightly. Aizen didn't care about Yagami's behavior of not giving him any face, because he had already got the answer. Aizen himself didn't care about this. He was more curious about Yagami's strength. Now the exploration of Hueco Mundo has been almost completed. If nothing unexpected happens, his strength will usher in a huge growth. But before that, during this time, Aizen still wants to experience it well, experience every step. Ordinary days are always short, and short ones should always be cherished. In the venue of the motor arena. So powerful. What a powerful force. Hashirama praised. Humph. There should be a limit to fooling people. For the praise of Hashirama Senju, Madara, who was in the forehead of Susanoo, did not appreciate it. That move is indeed powerful. After all, the power of a sword is increased by hundreds of times by superimposing the real and the virtual. Such power is naturally not given for nothing. But this is said by Hashirama 2.2, who took the blow but was unscathed. It's like a mockery. Ha ha ha. Madara, don't be discouraged. I'm in a special situation now. I will definitely lose when my power is exhausted. Hearing Hashirama Senju comforting himself, Madara's temper also came up. He is just a defeated general, but his tone is like coaxing a child. This guy looks really infuriating. The more he came into contact with Hashirama Senju, the angrier Madara felt. You don't think you can rest easy like this, do you? Uchiha Madara's Sharingan kept spinning. Although Hashirama Senju was in that special state, it was difficult to hit him with ordinary attacks. However, Madara, who observed carefully, was sure. As long as Hashirama fell out of this state, then this guy was a chicken to be slaughtered. Chapter 675 Madara was ready to move, and Madara was killed in seconds. Buzz buzz buzz. At this time, Madara stared at Hashirama's figure. His eternal Mangekyo was spinning rapidly, and there were 9 Megatama faintly. Hashirama Senju only felt that the connection between himself and the environment was gradually fading. His originally very secretive sense of existence was also gradually increasing. Some strange power was forcibly disconnecting him from the environment. Or, it was to make this connection illusory. Can it still be like this? Feeling this situation, Hashirama Senju hurriedly exerted his strength. A strong force was added to his will. It was as if the will of nature was resisting this change. So, the originally rapidly illusory connection began to gradually stop. Now, Hashirama Senju's state is relying on the fairy chakra as a medium. Borrowing the surrounding natural at the same time, his body also relies on this connection to spread out all the attacks directed at him. Attacking him is equivalent to attacking nature. In this way, ordinary attacks are naturally fruitless to him. But the premise of strong power is that he can borrow the power of nature. If the connection is broken and he can't borrow power, then his combat power will plummet. When facing the current Madara, he will probably die on the spot. Ha ha ha, it's not so easy for you to succeed. Madara. Hashirama looked at the behemoth in front of him and laughed. Of course, he didn't relax, because Madara was still exerting force. At this time, Hashirama was in an awkward state. Although the connection was not broken, it was in a semi-illusory state. In this way, the blessing he obtained was not enough to completely get rid of this embarrassing situation. Most of the power he obtained had to counter Madara's force. This is actually a question of taking the initiative. Because Hashirama did not prepare for this situation, his connection was semi-illusory. This is very uncomfortable. If he had been prepared again, the situation would not have been so embarrassing. Madara looked disdainful at Hashirama's smile. Because the conditions for using the ability of reality and illusion directly on other people would be more stringent, Senju Hashirama could form a stalemate with him. Otherwise, Madara felt that he would be crushed in a minute. Can you still ignore my attack now? As he said, Susanoo with purple flames began to swing the giant's sword. Now his ability of reality and illusion is continuing to fight against Hashirama and cannot be used for other things. His attack is definitely not comparable to before. But apart from that ability, his own combat power is not low. Looking at the giant sword swinging over, Hashirama did not ignore it. In his current state, if he really took this attack completely, he would probably affect his balance and fall out of his natural state. Then he would really be helpless. So, he could only fight back. Boom! A huge wooden man appeared out of nowhere and faced Susanoo. Its giant hand grabbed the giant sword that was swinging over, and the tough wooden hand broke on the spot, but it regenerated quickly. During the regeneration process, 1,000 arms grew out of the giant's back, just like the 1,000-armed Guanyin. Look at my new move. Madara. Just like my nickname, let's call it 1,000-armed Senra. Now, Hashirama Senju is indeed greatly restrained. But it doesn't matter. In addition to most of the natural power borrowed through the semi-illusory connection to fight against Madara's continuous strength, there is still some left. These powers were invested by Hashirama into this wooden man. It is just an ordinary wooden man technique. But with the blessing of a small part of natural power, it still becomes extremely powerful. Regeneration, toughness, adaptability, energy absorption, and various characteristics are strengthened to an exaggerated level. Come and fight. Madara. Ha 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 ha. Just what I want. Looking at Hashirama Senju standing on the top of the wooden man, Madara also laughed out loud. Susanoo also began to hold two swords. Boom! It was as if the mountains and rivers were shaking, and the stars were swaying. The celestial phenomena were changing dramatically. The violent and continuous shock waves could not stop the continuous collision of the two behemoths. Time passed. The battle that seemed very spectacular and shocking to the audience finally came to an end. The winner was Uchiha Madara. Is it over? Looking at the fallen Hashirama, he was not dead but just exhausted. Madara couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief at this time, and his excitement subsided. This battle was the most exciting one he had ever fought, so Madara's perception of Hashirama changed again. He took a deep look at Hashirama, then turned and left. Not bad. A light word echoed. Hashirama, whose time power had been revived, happened to hear this, and he had a big smile on his face. Guhahaha, what a shocking and wonderful battle. Let's cheer for the two demigods. Morgan's loud shouting made the audience cheer enthusiastically. Oh 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 oh. After a while. After a period of Morgan's unique boasting, the fourth round came to an end. After the fourth round, there was no rest. The much anticipated fifth round started directly. There were a total of 4 players, and they would draw numbers to fight in pairs. Soon, the numbers were drawn. 2 matches were decided. Iora Yagami vs Uchiha Madara and Aizen vs Akainu. So, Uchiha Madara, who had just left the stage, came on stage again. Today. He stood still on the ring, looking at the silent man in front of him, and began to get excited. Iora Yagami. Let me see your true strength. Hearing what Madara said, Iora Yagami's eyes moved slightly and he nodded. Then, in just a moment, Madara felt dizzy. Consciousness began to blur. How is it possible? Bang! With shock and confusion, Madara's consciousness completely sank, and his body fell to the ground. Iora Yagami looked at Madara who had fallen to the ground, shook his head. Then he turned and left. He left, but shock and noise began to visit here. The entire audience area began to boil. After all, Uchiha Madara is a demigod who can defeat the apostles. In Dai's current cognition, the demon apostles belong to the top demigods. After all, the influence of several world disaster-like apostles can be terrifying, and it is normal to have such a cognition. On this basis, the demigods who can defeat the apostles are even more incredible. They are considered to be monsters close to gods. But now Yagami Iora's operation directly shattered people's impression of demigods. How can demigods be so strong? Directly killed the monsters close to gods in seconds? So simple and so simple. This feeling made the audience feel like they were dreaming. Is this a fake match? The idea of a fake match was said by a certain audience and became popular all of a sudden. People are only willing to believe what they want to believe. In fact, Yagami Iora's moves are actually very simple, only sealing. No matter how fancy you are, what special abilities you have, they are all sealed up, including your consciousness. Now Madara has been sealed all over his body. Whether it is energy, physique, spirit, or ability, they are all sealed tightly. If Madara had reacted before Iora Yagami attacked, he might have been able to struggle, but now he can only be killed in seconds. Although the effect is amazing, it is actually amazing. The real gap between Madara and Iora Yagami is actually very large, and it is difficult to make waves. In a passage of the venue, Aizen adjusted his glasses with amazement on his face. Even Madara was killed in seconds, and Iora Yagamai's performance also shocked him, making him completely unable to see clearly. However, his expression soon became calm again. Anyway, he will reach that realm sooner or later. Now, let's go see the people he is interested in. Da-da-da. Footsteps sounded. Aizen walked towards the ring, and Madara, who passed by him, looked a little ugly. Especially after seeing Aizen's gentle smile, it was even more so. Madara felt like a clown. He was killed instantly by that man. Now he was in no mood to say anything to Aizen. His mentality was not broken. It was just that he needed to be quiet now. Chapter 676, The 19th of the Hado, 5 Dragons, Your Despair. Number 2 contestant Shuijing versus number 3 contestant Akainu. On the ring. As the battle began, Akainu attacked at the first opportunity. Boom! A deafening roar began to sound. The red lava flow with a strong breath of destruction began to surge wildly, and it rushed towards Aizen horizontally like a volcanic eruption. The scorching heat distorted the atmosphere and shook the sky. Where the magma passed, the bronze ground was swallowed up and disappeared without a trace. The colors of the world were dimmed by the contrast, and the red light seemed to be the only light source of the world. As soon as he made a move, Akainu went all out. The opponent he faced was the man who had defeated the apostle. Such a man must have given him enough pressure. However, he had to make sure that he would not be defeated in a short time. Otherwise, his goal could not be achieved. What an impatient guy. Seeing that Akainu made a big move, Aizen's mouth curled slightly. Hado number 99, 5 Dragons Turning Annihilation. The void was swept by the ripples of spiritual power, and the atmosphere was fluctuating like ripples on a lake. Intensive and crisp sounds began to sound, that was the sound of the ground being unable to bear the weight. Pa! Roar, roar! When the red torrent was about to drown Aizen, the blue light surged from the ground and blocked Aizen directly. A giant dragon was born, and the dragon roared in the sky. The violent wind turned into layers of shock waves that pushed forward to fight against the red torrent. The earth-shaking roar filled the hearts of the people who witnessed this scene. 5 blue dragons emitting terrible majesty rushed out from the cracked bronze ground. Then, they roared. With their incomparably magnificent power, they crushed the red torrent, split the torrent, and rushed straight towards Akainu. What is this? The 99 of the Hado. Yun Zhao, who witnessed this scene from the sidelines, was also a little shocked. What a monster! Captain Aizen. Even though Yun Zhao had gotten used to Aizen's unreasonable growth rate, but now seeing him release such a powerful highest level of Kita in the form of Hado without blinking an eye, he still couldn't help but be shocked. On the ring. At this time, facing the 5 roaring blue dragons, Akainu's sense of crisis reached its peak. It seemed that there were only these 5 dragons with infinite pressure in his eyes. The ruthless eyes made his soul tremble. Bang bang bang! His heart was beating at high speed, and his spiritual will began to resonate with the god-annihilating tool in his hand. Very good. This is what he wanted. Ah! Endless red light shone on Akainu, and he roared and swung his scorching iron fist. The huge lava iron fist swung forward, like a falling star, sweeping away the giant dragon on his body. The two sides collided with each other. Zilla zilla! A strange sound sounded, like the sound of water meeting oil. It was only a short stalemate. The blue light swallowed the giant lava fist and gradually swept towards Akainu. At this critical moment, Akainu was not worried. Instead, he laughed, because his spiritual will finally resonated successfully. In a scorched red space, the huge figure of the purgatory 3-headed dog shrouded Akainu. Congratulations, you are one step closer to purgatory. The rich red light flowed from the monster to Akainu. Power 80%. In the outside world, a higher level of power began to burst out from the god-destroying tool. The quantity and quality of energy are both higher, the energy affinity is increased, the ability strength is increased, the ability coordination is increased, and the moves such as the fantasy beast Jade are unlocked. The superposition of multiple combat power ranges makes Akainu's combat power explosively increased. Ha 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 ha, this is my power, infinite power. Feeling the power begin to expand, Akainu couldn't help but laugh. The red light and shadow expanded violently, and the magma pushed away the blue dragon that was close at hand. However, although it was pushed away, but the dragon still roared and attacked. And Akainu's lava iron fist also turned into a vague three-headed monster, the three-headed dog of purgatory. The two sides began to stalemate, and infinite shock waves piled up. The whole world seemed to be divided into two halves, one half sky blue and the other half red. It took an unknown amount of time. The energy of the 5 dragons was exhausted, and the confrontation ended. It looks really amazing. Aizen walked in the air. Under his feet were bronze ruins and magma exuding a breath of destruction. He walked slowly and came not far from Akainu. What an amazing power! Butari the sequelae appearing. At this time, Akainu, who was facing Aizen, had a stern face, no longer as high-spirited as before. Because he was very uncomfortable now, or in pain. Each god-annihilating tool has a cost to use, just more or less. Of course, this cost is more accurately called sequelae. After all, it is an external object, and people with insufficient strength will be damaged when using it. Now Akainu has tasted this price. Among all the mystical beast god-annihilating tools on the mystical beast island, the purgatory cage has the highest cost. Even the highest-ranked Phantom Demon Homecoming is not as expensive as it. Because Phantom Demon Homecoming is special, Orochimaru reduced the side effects naturally in order to reduce the condition restrictions. At the same time, Phantom Demon Homecoming has multiple users to share the sequelae. Except for Phantom Demon Homecoming, other god-annihilating tools are not as extreme as the Purgatory Cage. The Purgatory Cage itself is a fire attribute, and it also focuses on destruction. The combination of these two puts a heavy burden on the user. If Akainu himself is a magma ability user, and his basic attributes are not bad, it was impossible for him to develop the Purgatory Cage to the current level. However, the power of the Purgatory Cage now exceeds Fan Tao's ability. Just when he used it just now, Akainu's body and soul were saturated with the breath of burning destruction. At this moment, he only felt as if he was in a burning purgatory. He was entangled with scorching heat and pain. It was a good will of Akainu that he didn't scream out directly. Huff. After a while, Akainu began to adapt to this feeling and it was no longer so unbearable. He raised his head, looked at Aizen who was looking down at him, gritted his teeth and prepared to attack Su again. Even if this power has a price. But Akainu accepted it after a moment of hesitation. Because the feeling of powerlessness is even more uncomfortable. You have great potential in your body. Your despair, such a strong despair. Aizen stood in mid-air, his glasses reflected by the surrounding red light. So Akainu couldn't see his eyes clearly. Chapter 677 The more desperate, the stronger, the bird with broken wings. Despair? I don't have any despair. Looking at the man, Akainu's face darkened. The red light began to flow. There is no need to cover up the obvious things. Aizen knew about the deeds of this admiral. Combined with the profound power in Akainu's body, he guessed. So hate are you desperate for? In response to Aizen's inquiry, Akainu didn't answer, the red light had covered his face. He didn't answer, and Aizen didn't care. Such a deep and strong despair, it's really wasted. This sentence made Akainu's gloomy eyes begin to become restless. Boom! The huge red torrent began to become restless and then erupted. Clang! A flash of cold light, the torrent was cut off and separated, flowing to both sides. Aizen still stood in the air. He looked at Akainu who was punching again and smiled slightly. The next moment, he appeared beside Akainu and said something in Akainu's ear, and Akainu's pupils shrank slightly. It seems that it is true. After confirming the answer, Aizen raised his glasses. A flash of cold light. Splash! Blood burst out directly from 510 Akainu's body. A stream of blood ran across Akainu's upper body. Hiss! Akainu himself was resisting the power of the purgatory cage. The attack on him. Now that Aizen's damage was added, Akainu couldn't help but gasp, it was really painful. That's a gift, you should accept it. Akainu endured the severe pain and growled. What do you know? The overwhelming red magma submerged everything and submerged the entire area of the ring. The strong and pungent smell of sulfur and the scorching heat filled the air. The lava iron fist hit hard, cutting across the entire area. It's really powerless anger, the enemy won't care. In the red magma torrent, Aizen's spiritual pressure protected himself, and at the same time a force made him gradually adaptable. Aizen used the legal principles of the Houaiu ability more deeply. He walked out of the red torrent step by step. How is it possible? Seeing this scene, Akainu, who was enduring the pain and discomfort, had a more distorted face. Nothing is impossible. Let me tell you. Aizen walked out of Akainu's side, his gentle smile could not hide the indifference in his eyes. Your anger is insignificant. Although it is cruel, this is the reality. Tear. Accompanied by Aizen's words. A blood streak appeared on Akainu's body again. 2 blood streaks crossed on his upper body, as if denying him. Crash. Akainu half knelt on the magma. The side effects of the god-annihilating tool and Aizen's attack made him unable to bear it, and his consciousness began to blur. He just watched Aizen's mouth move slightly. He said something again, and then blood splashed and fell to the ground. As Akainu fell to the ground, Aizen looked back. The power of time began to reshape, even the regional curse effect of the 5 dragons of the broken path was eliminated. Such a scene also made Morgans announce the result quickly. The more desperate you are, the stronger you are, the stronger you are, the more desperate you are. Magic power is indeed an interesting power. Aizen walked down the stage with a slight smile on his face. At the end of the venue, Yunzao leaned against the wall and looked at Aizen, who was walking over. Captain Aizen, you seem to be in a good mood. Yunzao's eyes narrowed slightly. Were you guiding the confused people just now? He said, and his narrowed eyes opened. It's just different people have different stories, and your approach may not be useful. Hearing Yunzao's words, Aizen smiled again. I think you misunderstood, Yunzao. I just gave a push to the cowardly ants. As for what the ants think, it has nothing to do with me. Pa pa pa. What a chilling statement. Captain Aizen. Applause rang out, and Yunzao's narrow eyes narrowed again. After clapping his hands a few times, he followed Aizen and left with Aizen. On the stage. The bronze arena that was originally filled with red torrents has returned to its original state. Akainu has also regained consciousness, and his injuries and side effects have been eliminated. But his face is still gloomy. In his mind, the words that Aizen said are still circling. No one cares about powerless anger, but powerful shame attracts attention. People should have a direction. Without a direction, they are like a bird with broken wings, stagnant. You should be glad that you have a direction, and you should be sad that you did not choose to move forward. Soon, Akainu got rid of that emotion and walked off the arena. His pupils seemed to be floating with flames, with 3 monsters in them. Oh, what a shocking result. The man who has won repeatedly and even defeated the demigod Jinkai also quickly fell just now. But it is normal that the opponent is Master Shui Jing. Morgans boasted to Aizen on the high platform. The man who can defeat the apostle is worthy of Morgans's courtesy. Oh. The audience also cheered, not only for Aizen's popularity, but also for the upcoming decisive battle. The lone purple Iora Yagami and water mirror Aizen. The strength of the two was fully demonstrated throughout the entire competition. The lone purple showed a simple but unfathomable strength, and all opponents were killed in seconds. Even Blood Shura, who is considered a top demigod by the public, was killed instantly. Although some people feel that Blood Shura's game is too exaggerated and should be a fake match, it still does not hinder people's expectations for Lone Purple. As for Water Mirror Aizen, he always reveals that kind of relaxed attitude. Such an attitude makes people feel that the decisive battle is still possible. It is impossible that Lone Purple will also kill him in seconds. Guhahaha, then the next is the decisive battle that we are all looking forward to. Without a doubt, this decisive battle will be between Lord Zi of Guio and Lord Shui Jing. Morgans on the high platform looked at the enthusiastic audience in the stadium. Even though this game has lasted for a long time, the sky is still clear only because of the power of the God of Time. But people's spirits are still excited. Especially as the final decisive battle is approaching. Morgans was also very excited. He pulled his tie and then shouted loudly. The great God of Time will also crown the final winner. Who will be awarded the title of Wuji? Let's wait and see. Chapter 678 Aizen's Tragic Defeat, Challenge Match. Soon, the much-anticipated final battle was about to begin. Aizen came to the ring again. He looked at Iora Yagami across from him, but he did not flinch. Although he still looked calm, the power in his body actually began to mobilize to its peak state. The Zanpakuta hanging on his waist also disappeared. The Zanpakuta itself has become one with him, and the Zanpakuta he usually displays is just the shell of a mirror flower water moon. It is worth mentioning that Aizen's Zanpakuta has no sword spirit. Not only Aizen, even the Zanpakuta that looks like a biological type like Anohanaretsu is the same. All the abilities sold in the clone mall are really abilities, and there will be no spiritual intelligence or the like. The same is true for items with instincts in the original work, such as the Hagyaku, and the same is true for the stand. So in this world's soul society, Aizen and Anohanaretsu's Zanpakuta will look very special. Then, let's start. I am looking forward to Mr. Yagami Iora's strength. Looking at Yagami Iori, Aizen smiled gently, his eyes looking directly into his eyes through his glasses. At this moment, the ability of Mirror Flower and Water Moon was directly activated. Now Aizen is a Mirror Flower and Water Moon, and anyone who sees him will be completely hypnotized by him. It's just that this hypnosis may be enough for other people. But facing Yagami Iori, Aizen is not sure. Even if his spiritual pressure is already very impressive, he is not sure to overshadow this man. So, with the ability of the Hagyaku, the power is supplemented by the Mirror Flower and Water Moon, and then released by looking at each other. The intensity of complete hypnosis will be further improved. This feeling. With the release of the Mirror Flower and Water Moon, Aizen's face suddenly changed. Buzz buzz buzz. A kind of empty and clear sound is echoing. He felt that he had entered a white world, with countless flame-red chains running through the whole world. Perception is difficult here. But inexplicably, Aizen looked in one direction. There, a lonely figure sat on the throne formed by the flame chain and looked down at him. The blood-red flame pupil. Whoosh whoosh. The wind is blowing. When Aizen woke up in a trance, his neck had been lifted up by Iora Yagami with one hand. What an amazing power! Even though Aizen's neck was pinched by Iora Yagami, even though the power of his body was sealed tightly. But his posture returned to calmness after the initial shock. It seems I lost. He barely raised his hand to support his glasses. Your strength is really amazing. I still have a long way to go. This time won't be too far away. Aizen was not particularly surprised by the current situation. Because of the time shown by Dio, the power that seemed like a rule made him guess about Iora Yagami's strength. Now, it was just to verify his guess. Hearing Aizen's words, Iora Yagami just nodded. Then Aizen's consciousness was gradually tainted by darkness. The final battle of the martial arts tournament. The winner, Iora Yagami. At this time, Aizen, who fell into a deep sleep, was fixed in the air by the spirit. His eyes were closed. Iora Yagami did not disperse Aizen's spirit, and turned around and left. Oh, it's really amazing. Morgan's voice screamed loudly. The audience in the entire venue began to make noise and discuss with each other. Because from the current situation, it seems that the Lonely Purple should have won. But this is too ridiculous. In just a moment, it seems that with just one move, the man who was calm from beginning to end lost. Is it a fake match? Also defeated the apostles, but Aizen's popularity is higher than Uchiha Madara. It's not just that Aizen's personality is good on the surface, but there is also the incident that Madara lost to him on the Fantasy Beast Island that was published in the newspaper. The performance of both sides at that time made the two people's fame quite different. Therefore, they still couldn't accept that such a man was defeated like this. However, even if someone questioned it. But the process continued. Very good, although everyone's emotions are very active and enthusiastic. But everything has not settled yet, please control the emotions of some excited audiences. Morgan's words calmed down the audience who were emotional because of the anticlimactic final battle. After all, there is a ban from the God of Time here. It's okay to just talk, but it's impossible to take action. Unless they really feel tired of living and want to reincarnate, but at present, the audience on the scene is still rational. Zero ask for flowers. Goo ha 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 ha. Now I have received the list given to me by the great God of Time. Next, all the rankings are as follows. First place, the Lonely Purple Iora Yagami. Morgans read out the rankings of the 56 contestants in the official competition in one breath. He drank a sip of nutritional water and continued. Now the rankings are all sorted, and the results are also displayed on the big screen. Everyone can watch it by themselves. Without waiting for the audience to react, Morgans went straight to the point. Since the martial arts competition is not only for determining the martial arts, but also for selecting the top 20. So, a challenge will start next. The general rules are as follows. Morgans blah blah talked about some of the rules of the challenge. The main thing is that players who are confident in their own strength or do not agree with the ranking can choose to challenge players who are ahead. Of course, this challenge is still limited. Each player can only challenge once, and if a player outside the top 20 challenges a player within the top 20, you need to stake your time gem as the price of the challenge. If you lose, the time gem you have finally obtained will belong to the challenged. Obviously, the focus of this competition system is the top 20. Many players have sensed the unusualness of this challenge. So, the players outside the top 20 who are still in the backstage began to look at the ranking on the big screen. Their eyes flickered. Then, the next 5 minutes are for players to submit challenge cards. If no player submits a challenge card within 5 minutes, the result of the martial arts competition will be officially determined. I hope all players can seize the opportunity and strive to enter the top 20. After all, once you lose an opportunity, it will never come back. Morgan's tone was bewitching. But in the backstage, the players who began to receive the exclusive challenge cards sent by the staff were a little eager to make a move. A normal person can sense the trick. I am afraid that in addition to the top positions of the Fighting Association, the top May 20th have some other special places. After all, the players who hold the time stone and understand its preciousness can deeply understand the loss. Chapter 679 War Admiral and Monkey Light Flame, Dragon's Helplessness. Time passed. After a mental struggle, finally, some players began to submit challenge cards, but there were not many. Because these people challenged the top 20 players. After all, the ranking outside the top 20 does not seem to be important, but the price of challenging the top 20 is the time gem. This can be said to be a treasure that many players have never thought about. Now it is not even warm in their hands, and they have to pay the price. The consequence of losing the treasure suppressed the hearts of many players. Unless there is some certainty, who would be willing to do a loss-making business? However, who can be ranked in the top 20 is a vegetarian. The 14 players from the 15th to the 28th place all lost in the second round, and the ranking of this round is the ranking of the God of Time. Based on the God of Time God's eyesight, this ranking has almost no objection to this part of the contestants. However, some of the contestants have objections to the 14th place. The 14th place is Miss D. This Miss D defeated the 26th place in the second round and advanced to the third round. That is to say, the contestants from 21st to 25th are all certain to defeat the 26th place. Rounded off. This part of the contestants can also be made equal. Of course, that being said, in the end, there were only 2 challenges from all the contestants. They are the 21st War Admiral and the 28th Pixie, who is now known as Monkey Light Flame. Both challenged the 14th Miss D. However, when 2 people challenge at the same time, the one ranked higher will naturally have priority. As for the other contestant, he needs to wait until the other party has finished the challenge before he can challenge again. Of course, he can also cancel the challenge or choose another contestant at that time. On the high platform, Morgan saw the result and raised the microphone and shouted loudly. Very good, the result is out. There are 2 contestants in total, and they are both challenging the mysterious Miss D, who is ranked 14th. This is such a sad story. Apparently the mysterious Miss D is being treated as a soft persimmon. So, next, let's see if Miss D can fight back strongly and give them a good slap in the face. According to Morgan's shout, the challenged Miss D walked from the backstage to the scene, and the challenger War Admiral. War Admiral. At this time, Long, who used the alias Miss D, looked at the tall and thin man with pale hair opposite with a face full of fear. Because she felt that the other party's magic power had changed a lot compared to before. War Admiral Timegaz, one of the 3 A-level magic runes of the North Sea Magic League, has the ability of war. His rating is a high-level A-level magic rune, and he is already a strong man among the A-level magic runes. This man has a lot of say in the Magic League, and he also won over another low-level A-level magic rune of the Magic League. He can even challenge Doflamingo, the president of the Magic League. These are the superficial information that Long has learned. Information. It involves the game in the New World Alliance of the North Sea. Although it was Doflamingo who promoted the birth of the New World Alliance and created the Magic League to join the Magic Pattern Association. But the New World Alliance is not Doflamingo's one-man show, and the Magic League is the same. Therefore, the power to check and balance Doflamingo is the idea of most of the high-level people in the New World Alliance. And the War Admiral has such ability. He also has the support of most of the elders of the New World Alliance and enjoys great power. However, these information are not as profound as Long's current feelings. Because according to her current feelings, the other party has reached the level of S-level magic pattern user. This level plus the ability of the War Admiral. Her ranking may really be overturned. This is troublesome. At this time, Long's heart became heavy. The War Admiral opposite her was also a little helpless. For some reason, Timeguz didn't actually want to attract too much attention. However, the possible rewards for the top 20 and the high-level position of the Fighting Association need him to fight for. Only in this way can he get more attention from the adult and his strength will not stagnate. So, after the challenge, he used the treasure to quickly enter the S-class magic rune user. Not long ago, he was promoted to the high-level A-class magic rune user. Now he suddenly became an S-class magic rune user. Although it was too eye-catching, Timeguz thought about the possible items, so it was worth it. Crack! Crack! As usual. Timeguz took drugs, just like Judge of Germa. He directly used a variety of magic potions with different properties. In the second round, Timeguz met Madara, and he gave up directly at that time. After all, Judge's miserable situation facing Madara in the first round was still vivid. Now facing this woman who came out of nowhere, Timeguz immediately felt that he was okay again. 0. He used real high-end goods, top-level magic potions, corresponding to A-class magic rune users. Each one is worth millions of Baileys, and because of the materials, it is not available in the market without certain channels. Now that he has been promoted to S-level magic pattern users, the effects of high-level potions can't keep up. Only by using top-level potions can he feel a significant improvement. Before that, Judge generally only used high-level magic potions. Only when facing Madara did Judge want to show off. The pile of potions he showed off even included top-level potions, but he was caught in an illusion and couldn't control it well, and he almost became a demon on the spot. Don't even think about it. Long felt helpless when he saw Timeguz start to show off potions. Although most magic pattern users are biased, they can use magic weapons and magic potions to increase their strength. This is very embarrassing for people like Long who have no weapons and no potions. So, Long took action immediately at the beginning of the game. Ha! You can't stop me! A flash of lightning raged, and Timeguz's speed soared, avoiding Long's attack. He used the top-level magic potion Thunder Potion. Thunder Potion, the top-level magic potion, is made of Thunder Branch as the main material. The main material of the high-level magic potion Thunder Light, Thunder Branch, actually grows near Thunder Branch. Because Thunder Branch always attracts thunder on rainy days to strike itself. After the thunder is absorbed by the Thunder Branch, the wandering lightning will nourish the nearby Thunder Branch with some of its magic power, stimulating them to absorb the free magic power in the air. So this is a very rare and precious magic 3.9 plant. Generally speaking, Thunder Branch is not used to make potions. After all, it can form a continuous supply of high-quality Thunder Branch. High-quality Thunder Branch can be made into high-level potions, medium-quality ones into medium-level potions, and low-quality ones can only be made into low-level potions. Harvest the high-quality Thunder Branches in the inner circle of Thunder Branch. Then transplant the medium-quality Thunder Branches that can withstand the aftermath of thunder to the inner circle to continue growing. Everyone can do the math. It's just to maximize the combat power of A-level magic patterns. With the birth of S-class magic pattern masters, A-class magic pattern masters are under more pressure. Therefore, such precious items also need to be cut into parts to make potions. This is also a kind of exchange of interests for major forces, and there are many human relationships involved. Anyway, people who can enter the A-class magic pattern master during this period are still valued by many forces. Chapter 680 Jin Kui and Kmu, Fire. A big war begins. The War Admiral and the Dragon are fighting hard. One side is an S-class magic pattern master, with powerful abilities and the enhancement of magic weapons and magic potions. The other side has the ability to turn into wind at will, amazing domineering and armed color. It's a tit for tat, but overall, the dragon is at a disadvantage. It was able to reach the level of S-class magic pattern master not long after the magic pattern era. The ability of the War Admiral is obviously amazing. In addition to the powerful magic system, even if he has just entered the S-class magic pattern master, his combat power is amazing. Grey figures shuttled across the ring. They occupied the entire ring, moving freely in atomized form, rushing towards Long. Facing these figures, Long used his ability. Whoosh! Whoosh! His coat and long hair fluttered. The storm came, tearing the grey soldiers that rushed in front of him into pieces. But soon they began to gather again, like ghosts and ghosts. Seeing this scene again, Long's face darkened. War Admiral, ability War. The sea area on the North Sea is full of war abilities, and many magic pattern users are born. Among them, the ability of the War Admiral is also extremely rare. The 10th manifestation of his war is the Legion, those ghost-like soldiers. His nickname War Admiral refers to his title as the Master of the Legion. As long as the War Admiral himself is still alive, these Legion soldiers can continue to revive and are extremely difficult to deal with. However, this ability actually has a weakness, as long as the magic pattern user himself can be defeated. However, Long is now in an awkward situation. That is, the War Admiral drank the potion and combined with the magic weapon, and his combat power should not be underestimated. Swish, swish, swish. Thousands of soldiers are intertwined and floating in the arena, dazzling. Then a flash of lightning shuttled through it. When he came to Long, a fist with earth-colored light and shadow slammed towards Long. Long directly used the domineering aura to wrap around, and the iron claw slammed towards the fist. Boom! The violent shock wave began to run wild, and black lightning and grey light wandered in the void. The shock wave vented to the sky, and the wind and clouds suddenly changed. Not good. When the two sides were in a stalemate, Long's face changed drastically. I saw hundreds of soldiers behind him merged together directly. The body expanded directly, like the size of a giant, but very agile. It held a huge knife and swung it fiercely at Long's back. Dare you still distracted? Looking at Long's shocked face. Timagaz's face was happy, and then the grey armband on his right arm shone directly. The grey shock wave burst out from his fist. Can't hide. In this case. A thought flashed through Long's mind, an infinite wind began to erupt, like a tornado shaking everything around. In the infinite wind. She concentrated her mind, and the armament haki condensed directly on her claws. This is the face of Timegaz, who was wantonly releasing grey shock waves, suddenly changed. Because he saw his shock waves being broken, the seemingly indestructible claws were printed towards him. This guy. Timegaz was stunned for a moment, and then he quickly defended himself. However, the moment of daze still allowed Long to succeed. His claws hit Timegaz's chest directly. Compared with Long, Timegaz's combat experience was indeed much inferior. Dang! A crisp sound rang out. Long's fist hit the steel. That was not Timegaz's armament haki, but the top-level magic potion Golden Sunflower. Not only that, his armament haki also hit a wall when it penetrated into Timegaz's internal organs. The internal organs seemed to be wrapped in a tough film. This effect is the top-level magic potion Shell Wood. Crack! Crackle! Cough, cough, cough. Even though Timegaz had a life-saving magic potion, he still vomited a few mouthfuls of blood. Fortunately, his internal organs were not broken. At this time, Timegaz's face was distorted in pain, and his hand directly grabbed Long's wrist. It's my turn. With his low roar, a huge sound came from behind Long. Even the storm that Long had previously emitted did not stop a grey sword from slashing his back. Dang! A huge sound broke out, and Long staggered. Just now, in order to attack, her attention was almost focused on attacking with armed color. The only defense on her back was a spontaneous physical skill, Iron Block. It turned out that the Iron Block was still very hard. At least Long was only chopped with a little blood mark. However, the giant soldier's attack was not just a simple physical attack, and the grey magic power permeated from the wound and skin. Fortunately, Long used the armed color domineering to protect his back in time to prevent further deterioration. Clatter! Crash! At this moment, the soldiers on the left and right sides of the dragon also stepped forward. They cooperated with each other, some exerted their strength, and some directly turned into grey chains to produce tools. The two cooperated, and threw chains one by one, directly wrapped around the dragon's limbs, neck, and waist, and densely sealed the dragon. At the same time, the chains spread a layer of grey mist, covering the dragon's body like clothes, preventing the dragon from escaping. Now let's see how you run. Timagaz's face was a little dignified. Then he let go of the dragon's wrist, and the lightning flashed and exploded backwards. Fire! Fire for me! Accompanying his retreat were his orders. Boom! All the soldiers in front of the dragon had turned into artillery teams, and cannons were carried on their bodies. Other soldiers turned into shells and entered the cannons. Accompanied by a deafening sound. The dragon's area 743 was filled with artillery fire, and the grey airflow swirled violently. Fire! Fire! Fire for me! Besides the sound of the gunfire, only the admiral's order echoed. After a while, until most of the soldiers on this side turned into shells, the gunfire ended. Whoosh! Whoosh! The grey airflow gradually dispersed. The bronze ground in front was in a mess, with cracks and broken marks everywhere. In addition, it was covered with a layer of grey. Tick! Tick! A faint sound sounded, and drops of grey blood dripped from the dragon in the ruins. That was the War Admiral's artillery fire, and its attack power was not the main thing. The key was the infiltration of that special magic power into the human body. This time, Timgas directly consumed thousands of soldiers, and these soldiers needed more magic power to revive. But the effect was not bad, and the dragon's armed color and wind could not defend against the infiltration of that magic power. Her green coat was directly shattered, and her mask was also shattered to reveal her true face. You just used the crushing technique of armed color domineering. Looking at the somewhat embarrassed but beautiful dragon, Timgas began to ask about the moves used by the dragon before. He could feel it through magic. The armed color contained a special rhythm that crushed everything. It was the first time that Timgas had felt such a special armament haki. Chapter 681 Armament Haki True Meaning and Divine Will, Cheating. Hearing Timgas's question, Long raised her head. Her expression was cold. I guess so. To be precise, it might be called True Meaning, Armament Haki True Meaning. Armament Haki True Meaning. Shamigas was also a little surprised to hear Long's answer. He had never thought that Long would answer. But the woman still answered him. He looked at Long's face with a trace of excitement, and instinctively felt that something was wrong. This guy couldn't have been beaten stupid. Yes, it's Armament Haki True Meaning. Long murmured. Armament Haki True Meaning was not named by Long, but by Garp who taught her. This skill, well, it's hard to say it's a skill. It's like a feeling, a thought, so I named it Armament Haki True Meaning. I've only just started, and I don't understand kings. But he's definitely much stronger than me. We can name it Armament Haki Divine Will. Anyway, he's the sun god now, so there's nothing wrong with that. When the true will becomes divine will, maybe I can become a god. Ha ha ha. Garp once jokingly explained to Long about the naming of true will. This kind of power is like a state, and it's like an elusive state of mind. It's hard to explain it just by telling, you need to feel it and experience it yourself. Long was able to learn the basics because Garp demonstrated it to him and let him feel the rhythm himself. And Garp felt it from King. Now, the reason why Long answered Timgas directly. It's because he has really started with Armament Haki Divine Will. Due to the influence of Timgas' special magic and the crisis. Long's perception was raised to the limit, and he entered the battlefield full of war in a trance. He kept punching, smashing, punching, smashing all the enemies. So, his Armament Haki's true meaning was completely improved. This way of upgrading. In a more mysterious way, it is an epiphany. In a more modern way, it is cheating, and the cheating given by God has been paid. That's right. The improved dragon will answer a question to Timgas, the enemy who helped him grow. I have become stronger. I will not lose this battle. The dragon took out a special small box from his body and opened it, and the holy light potion lay quietly in it. He took out it directly and slammed it. The grey magic that was soaked in his body was immediately repelled. Not good. Timgas was also a little annoyed when he saw this scene. He didn't expect that when he was thinking about the Armament Haki's true meaning and savoring that feeling. The guy in front of him was actually taking drugs. Although Timgas also took drugs, Timgas himself was still a bit double standard. However, he was not in a hurry now. He was a professional in taking drugs. As long as he was not careless, there shouldn't be any big problems in this battle. Except for the move called Armament Color True Meaning, which made Timgas a little concerned. Even though Long had a very strong domineering entanglement, he didn't take it seriously. Magic power was biased towards the spirit, and the domineering color didn't deter him that much. Magic pattern users also had similar magical pressure, but they were more inclined to crush the spirit of life. Swish, swish, swish. Many soldiers took action again, and some damaged soldiers were revived under the mobilization of Timega's magic power. Soon, the two sides fought again. Time passed. With a deafening roar, Timegas fell down with an unbelievable look. Long also retracted his claws. This battle finally came to an end. Oh, the wonderful battle is over, the winner is Miss D, and the confident war admiral actually lost. But this is probably not what hurts him the most. What really makes him sad is the loss of the time stone. At this time, on the high platform, Morgans held up the microphone. His expression was full of joy, and his voice was full of gloating. However, not many people criticized his gloating, because many viewers had the same feeling. Morgans had already popularized the power of the time stone before. This kind of extremely precious treasure, but the players in the official competition all have one. Some people are just jealous. As the saying goes, they are afraid of their brothers suffering and afraid of their brothers driving Land Rover. The audience and those players are not brothers, so only the latter one is left. They feel that the players are doing too well. Now seeing an unlucky one, it is almost a bit happy to see it. The happy mood soothes the audience's mentality of missing out on 100 million, and the spiritual emotions are balanced, and people feel sublimated. This is good, but the mentality of the war admiral is opposite to their joy. His mentality is a bit broken. Lost the game, lost the reward. It may even arouse suspicion from others in the future. He has no doubt that Doflamingo will investigate him on the grounds of his abnormality. The elders may no longer support him because of the concerns of the war carnival, and even the Magic Pattern Association may come to deal with him. After a wave, he feels that he has lost a lot. That guy actually became so much stronger in the battle, this is too ridiculous. Although Timegas felt it was ridiculous, there was no other way. Even if he made the wrong choice, he had to finish this journey. At worst, he would not stay in the Magic League. The gradually recovering Timegas began to think about the next path. That Miss D is too strong. I think it's better to change someone. At this time, Pixie, who was in the backstage restroom, was a little depressed, but also a little fortunate. Before, he was instigated by the yellow monkey to challenge Miss D. In fact, Pixie was not so willing. After all, the other party was a woman, and he still had some resistance to fighting with a woman. But he couldn't ignore the yellow monkey's words. He could only bite the bullet and submit the challenge card. Although he chose Miss D, Pixie didn't feel too much pressure. Anyway, the time stone was not his, so he didn't feel bad if he lost. And he was quite confident in his own strength. Although his ranking was the last 28th among the players eliminated in the second round. However, Pixie was sure that this ranking did not take into account his transformation into a phantom beast. He guessed that he used the time gem to recreate the state of phantom beast, but there was a rule 3 on the stage that the time gem could not be used. That is to say, the 28th place was ranked last in the second round according to his real strength. Pixie did not dare to object to such a ranking. After all, he used the time gem outside the field to take advantage of loopholes, and it was a fluke that he was able to advance to the second round. He didn't even know whether he was too unlucky to meet the lonely purple in the second round or it was a special arrangement by the organizer. But now it's a challenge. Under the pressure of the yellow monkey and the temptation of the top 20, he came to continue the previous battle. However, now he instinctively felt that it would be better not to choose Miss D. Chapter 682 The bastard actually made a sneak attack. Congratulations on attracting my attention. A crisp bell sounded. The staff outside the door immediately walked in. Hello, I want to change the person to challenge. Is it okay? Hearing Pixie's request, the service staff nodded enthusiastically. Of course you can according to the rules, but it needs to be done as soon as possible. Do you have a new candidate? Because time is tight, the service staff also urged as soon as possible. It's the 19th place, Molten Fist Tebe. The 20th place is Shadow Knight Envoy of Shadow Demon. Pixie has seen the man's ability. He can freeze the figure of others through shadows. Of course, he also has some weird moves that Pixie didn't understand. He only knew that the opponent's moves were very weird. Although his ability is light, he should have an advantage against this kind of shadow ability. But he only has an hour of fantasy beast transformation time after using the time gem. After this time, his fantasy beast transformation will be gone directly. If the opponent relies on weird means to waste time with him, Pixie is really not sure if he can defeat the opponent within an hour. So, he chooses another person. One of the trump cards of Chasing Light, S-level magic pattern Envoy, Molten Fist. Okay, please look over here and repeat the contestant you want to challenge 200 as required. The service staff turned on a den mushi in the room, pointed it at Pixie, and gave him a note. Let Pixie repeat it as required. Other backstage staff also received the changes quickly. Soon, Morgans on the podium also learned about the change. His face didn't change at all. Looking at the contestants gradually leaving the stage, he looked at the audience cheering for this battle and laughed. Goo ha 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 ha. Dear audience, I just received a challenge change. The 28th ranked Pixie has changed his challenger. The target is the 19th ranked Molten Fist. Hearing this announcement, the audience also talked about it. Monkey Light Flame Pixie's way of changing the challenger still caused a round of boos. From the audience's point of view, Pixie chose the unknown Miss D at the beginning, which was obviously picking a soft persimmon. Now Miss D has shown her strength and reselected her opponent. This behavior is a bit of bullying the weak and fearing the weak. Hard feeling. Especially when Miss D accidentally revealed her true face after the battle with the War Admiral. Some audiences even despised Pixie and supported Miss D. Although Miss D had a red mark on her face, Fan Tao was a beautiful woman in terms of face and figure. Most people still look at the face. Soon, under a chorus of boos, Pixie appeared. In addition, there was Molten Fist Taipei. He was a middle-aged man with a fiery red hair, and a fear pattern user. The source of fear of his ability was the natural disaster volcano. Taipei was a man with a bold and hot temper. As soon as he saw Pixie, he spoke sweetly and sent him warm greetings. Hearing his greetings, Pixie looked a little embarrassed. But he couldn't retreat now. Before going on stage, he used the time gem to reproduce the former fantasy beast transformation, and 10 years of life were directly Krypton. Adding the 10 years of the first round of the war, that is to say, his life was directly reduced by 20 years. It can be said that in order to enter the top 20, Pixie has fought hard. If he can't get in, it's equivalent to losing 20 years of life. Even if the young Pixie is not very sensitive to lifespan now, he will still feel heartbroken. There are not many 20 years in life for him to squander. Please give me more advice, I'm going to start. Pixie looked at the hot-tempered Taipei and said carefully. Hearing Pixie's words, Taipei was stunned for a moment and laughed. Ha ha ha, come on, hit here. Taipei pointed to his chest and said. Use as much force as you can. You little brat, you actually chose me instead of that black-striped ghost. Do you look down on me? I'm much better than that guy. Next, I'm going to blow your dog head off and make you regret choosing the wrong person. Hearing Taipei's words and spitting out sweet words, Pixie felt helpless. Then, in an instant, swoosh! Like a flash of light, Pixie punched Taipei hard. Wow! The crystal blood drew a beautiful arc in the air, and Taipei spat out a mouthful of blood. Asshole! You actually sneak attacked. Didn't you ask me to do it? I thought you were ready. Pixie was also a little confused when he saw Taipei, who was a little out of tune. He didn't expect that the S-level magic pattern master, who used to be a big shot that he needed to look up to, would be so careless. Does he really look that weak? So that the big shot in front of him doesn't take him seriously? In fact, Pixie's idea is not wrong. When he was at the gem stronghold before, Taipei met a guy wearing a monkey-shaped golden flame coat like Pixie. That guy was beaten by Taipei, and even fled in the end. So Taipei thought that Pixie was the same kind of person. It's just that he didn't pay enough attention to that level. Well, since you made a move, it's my turn. Taipei doesn't have the habit of choking after suffering a loss. Magma flowed out of his hand and bombarded Paisai, and his attack method was somewhat similar to that of Admiral Akainu. The properties of this magma are also the reason why Paisai chose him. Because Paisai defeated adiabatic Akano and had corresponding experience. So Paisai is more confident about magma with similar properties. Except this. Taipei's movement speed is not that fast. Compared to a speed-type player like him. Whew! The next moment, Paisai's golden pupils shone slightly. His figure directly turned into light and refracted along a specific trajectory to avoid Taipei's attack, and also came behind Taipei. What is this? Seeing Paisai show this light, Taipei's pupils shrank slightly. Before, he didn't watch all the games, like when Paisai hadn't started the game. He thought it was not very important and ran to the toilet to relieve himself. So he didn't know much about Pixie's battle intelligence. However, just the light transformation was not enough to make Taibei solemn. What really made him solemn was the speed displayed by the opponent. Taibei turned around and retreated cautiously. He quickly adjusted his mentality. Although he was usually careless, he still had to be serious when he should be serious. Very good, it seems that you are not useless. Congratulations, you have attracted my attention. Chapter 683 Infinite Molten Flow Tree, Top 20. You still don't take me seriously, I'm actually very weak. Hearing Taibei's words, Pixie couldn't help but complain. Ha ha ha, do you think I'm stupid? Next, I'll use that move, open your eyes and see it. Taibei drank the magic potion he had prepared. His style is that as long as he takes it seriously, he will directly give the opponent the greatest strength. In the first round, he didn't take his opponent seriously enough, but in the second round, he encountered a monster and killed him instantly. He was so angry. Now that Pixie showed his skills, he couldn't wait to increase the strength of this guy. Crack. Crack. Several top-level magic potions and some advanced magic potions were directly drunk by him. These were all fear-type fire or magma-type magic potions. Although they did not have the advantage of combining different attributes like the War Admiral, other magic pattern users also explored a set of drinking methods that could maximize their combat power. Especially Taibei's ability is quite special. Because he can melt into magma and even elementalize like a natural system. This special ability similar to elementalization is also quite rare among magic pattern users. Due to this specialness, Taibei can choose a wide range of potion combinations. His next move is derived from this. Infinite Molten Flow Tree. Many magic potions were swallowed. In addition to the top-level magic potions, some advanced magic potions are used to enhance certain characteristics. With the explosion of magic power, Taibei directly showed a move he had never shown before. This move was created by him for the B-Lord, whom he considered his opponent. Now it was used on Pixie. Boom! Countless lava torrents burst out from him, like a volcanic eruption. The fiery red color dyed the sky red. A huge lava tree soared into the sky, directly rising to hundreds of meters. Dense lava branches grew and drooped. The magnificent huge lava tree came into Pixie's eyes, shocking him. Crack! Crack! The air made crackling sounds as if it was burning. The water was evaporating and disappearing, and the air was hot and dry. Large patches of poisonous black smoke began to spread, and the flames were looming in the black smoke. The scene looked very scorching and suffocating. Ha ha ha, this is my trick. If you think you can block it, come and try it. At this time, Taibei's figure had disappeared. His body had merged into the lava tree standing on the ring. Through magic potions, the multiple characteristics and control of magma are enhanced, including burning, flow, viscosity, high temperature, toughness, etc. Through multifaceted blessings, Taibei developed the moves he is showing now. Trouble. Pixie's shocked expression calmed down at this time, and he knew that he was in trouble next. The tree in front of him looked very fierce. The branches were scattered and hanging on the ring. He stood in it, like a monkey lost in the forest. In such an environment, speed will become a restriction. Unless he can avoid it completely accurately. But Guang is better at moving in a straight line, even if he has that pair of eyes, he doesn't know if he can do it. And there is a large piece of black smoke spreading on the scene. What? Brat, are you stunned? In that case, let me open your eyes. A loud voice came from the huge magma tree. Then, without waiting for Pixie to answer, Taibei moved. Now his state is integrated with the tree, and it is not wrong to say that he is a magma tree man. His movement meant that the lava tree also moved. Swish! Swish! The densely hanging lava branches began to sway. Then, as if they had adapted to the situation, their speed gradually increased. Swish! 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 Finally, they danced wildly in the direction of Pixie. This scene almost made Pixie's eyes pop out. Although Pixie knew that the other party would not be a target directly, he did not expect that he could be so crazy. Under the violent storm, he was whipped several times. It was not accurate to describe it as a whip. The branches were thicker than him, and it was painful to whip him. Even if he had the power of the phantom beast, his body was still weak. If he could break through the blockade and defense of the power of the Phantom Beast and blow him up in one breath, even if the recovery ability of the Phantom Beast was amazing, it would be useless. Calm down. Pixie knew that he only had 1 hour, looking at the main trunk of the magma that looked like a red crystal. Please give me flowers. He knew that if he couldn't find the opponent and defeat him, then the 20 years of life he spent in the official game would be wasted. Pixie's eyes began to flash with golden light, and the world seemed to slow down. The trajectories of the waving branches appeared in his eyes, and then the corresponding dodge light trajectories also appeared. Swish, swish, swish. His figure was transformed into light, like intermittent light and shadow, stepping on the light trajectory step by step. He avoided the attack through the gap just right, and some gaps that were too small could also be transformed into light and plastic to avoid. Awesome! After concentrating on avoiding this attack, Pixie felt that this ability was too powerful. With such an ability, it seemed that no one in the world could stop him. However, Pixie was too happy too early. Tebe, who noticed this, decisively used the corresponding moves. Infinite Molten Hell. The branches around Pixie overlapped and merged one by one, forming a sealed cage. And the main trunk of the magma tree continued to deliver power. The elliptical cage began to push countless magma fillings inward, as if the dam had opened the floodgates. Stinky Kid, you are really fast. But can you still escape now? This magma is not ordinary magma. If you have the ability, try to break through. Tebe's voice reappeared, and he began to taunt like a villain. Pixie was speechless, but he had no way out. The light and shadow in his eyes were shining, and he mobilized all his strength to move forward. Time passed. On the ring, a huge light gun pierced a figure. The result of the game, Pixie won. Speed plus explosion, complete the counter kill. In this turbulent era, some people will be favored by the world. This favor can be called fate, which is the gradually recovering root consciousness. Pixie is one of them. Although not much, it is enough for him to accomplish some unreasonable things. It is not so difficult for him to use those eyes to explode. Back to the topic. With Pixie's victory, the entire martial arts conference officially came to an end. Under Morgan's operation, the top 20 in the official fixed ranking have all come to the ring. The God of Time Dio is also with the appearance of the evening. Chapter 684 Wuji Chapter, God Wars break out. On a special high platform in the motor arena, the God of Time Dio appeared. He sat high on a suspended luxurious throne. He was holding a high-heeled wine glass in his hand, and the blood-red wine was shaking slowly as the base of the glass swayed. There was nothing special about his appearance. It was just the feeling of the people who looked at him from afar. The god seemed to be covered with a thick veil, making it difficult to see clearly. An ancient feeling enveloped people's hearts, and it seemed as if there was a new tender youth. The contradictory feeling made people's cognition confused, and they could not look directly at the god for a long time. The god of time. This feeling. Karp, who was already in the audience area, looked at the god of time in a daze. He knew that the former demon god had a very terrible characteristic that could not be looked at directly. As long as a slightly weak person looked at it directly, there would be terrible consequences. And the current god of time has a similar characteristic. It's just that it is more gentle, not so violent, and can make people react in time to avoid looking at it directly for too long. Has his power reached the level of the demon god? Karp thought in a bit of astonishment. Since the top 20 have been decided, then you deserve what you deserve. The voice of the god of time echoed in the silent venue. It seemed far away and yet so close. Buzz buzz buzz. Without waiting for people to react, 20 golden beams of light burst out from the contestants on the stage. The gems obtained by these contestants from the trials appeared in the air, and strands of gold threads wandering in the void appeared out of thin air and entangled on them. Tick. Tick. The sound of the clock sounded quietly. It seemed like a long time had passed, and it seemed like just a moment. The golden beam of light quietly extinguished, and the gem suspended in the air became more dazzling. Strands of gold threads wandered in it like fluid, looking very charming. As the remade time gem slowly fell, the contestants also caught their own time gems. Oh, congratulations to the top 20 contestants for getting more terrifying time gems. The newly made gems have very terrifying functions. It can even change the world. Morgans held the microphone at this time, and his words also aroused the curiosity of many viewers. But he did not say it directly, but continued. Of course, these will be made public later. Now, the martial arts competition is about to end. Please ask the great god of time to crown the champion with the title of Wuji. Hearing Morgan's words, everyone focused their eyes on a figure on the stage, the lonely purple Yagami Iori. Iori Yagami, who had been nodding silently, also raised his head. He looked at the god of time on the high platform, walking step by step in the void. Just a few steps, he came to the front of the god. Buzz buzz buzz. Dio dissipated the wine glass in his hand at will. Golden threads floated in the void. A golden badge slowly condensed in his hand. The badge had the words Wuji and other patterns on it. Decoration. This is the symbol of Wuji, the Wuji seal, and also the essence of this martial arts competition. If ordinary people stare at this Wuji seal for a long time, countless illusions of fighting will flood into their minds. Those are the people fighting in the martial arts competition. These are the fragments of their martial arts competition. If someone has enough comprehension ability, perhaps he can comprehend something from these past fragments. Iori Yagami, who came to Dio, looked at Dio quietly, and then took the gold seal he handed over. Goo ha 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 ha. The great god of time crowned Wuji, this is a witness of history, let us cheer. Morgans glanced at the scene and started shouting. Hearing his words, people also reacted and started cheering loudly. Oh 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 oh. Applause rang out, flowers and salutes flew. The scene looked joyful. Iori Yagami, who was standing on the high platform, looked back below. All he could see was the noisy crowd and the players who were eager to move. Apart from that, there was nothing else. Is the farce over? Hearing Iori Yagami's somewhat cold words, Dio stretched lazily on the throne, with a smile on his face, and said with a smile. Ah! It's over. Okay. Iori Yagami nodded, and the golden seal was released by him casually, and the golden light streaked across the sky and dissipated. This scene also made some people who always pay attention to this side change their faces suddenly. Come on. Let me see how much power you have left. Are you qualified enough? For Iori Yagami's actions. Dio did not feel uncomfortable, but his mouth corners rose. Iori Yagami did not take the initiative to hold such a fighting meeting this time. His character would not take the initiative to cause trouble. It's just that Dio came to do it for him. To deal with Iori Yagami, he only used one sentence, you don't want him to. It's just that this behavior will eventually be accompanied by a little risk, and it is inevitable to do it. Boom. Accompanied by a huge roar. People who didn't understand the situation only felt that the sky suddenly darkened. Then it turned red again, red, very red, red to the point of being dark and black. The color was very depressing. Above the horizon, the past daytime dissipated. The dark red sun in the sky was reborn. That was the ultimate power of King in the battle of execution of the celestial dragons on Death Island in Dio's memory. This power reappeared. The sky was dyed dark red. A dark red sun of tens of kilometers hung high on the surface of the planet. The huge light and shadow were projected, so that almost all the sides of the planet facing it could be seen. The light and shadow it cast on the ground of the planet covered the sky and the sun, and the entire side of the planet facing it could see the endless light it emitted. People looked at the red 4.7 sun that appeared quietly in shock. The gradually rising temperature told them that it was not an illusion. This grand scene also awakened many people's past memories. This is the power of the sun god, how could it suddenly appear? Is it possible that a war of gods is about to break out? The gaffe of a certain audience member shocked the people around him. But they had no time to think about anything else. The dark red light on their faces became stronger and stronger, and their expressions became more and more shocked and even terrified. Because the dark red sun fell. This feeling was real, as if there was no other color between heaven and earth. The field of vision was filled with dark red flames. The horrifying scene made people's brains blank, and horrified expressions filled people's faces. Chapter 685 The Birth of a New God, the Great Martial Arts Era. It's really bad. Iori Yagami looked at the dark red sun falling from the sky, and then looked at Dio who was gloating next to him. Just a moment of silence. Finally, he still made a move. One hand turned into a fist and directly hit Dio's body. Suddenly, two strange rhythms began to confront each other. That is the power of time and seal. Time is washing away, and the seal is the seal time that is not rejected. Buzz buzz buzz. accompanied by a mysterious collision. Finally, Iora Yagami still broke through the shackles of time, and Dio's body was directly attacked. The amazing power made him burst out and fly towards the sun in the sky. The movement here also attracted people's attention. They looked at the empty throne and the lonely figure standing in front of them in shock. This is... The sudden change made their brains a little insufficient. However, Iora Yagami did not pay attention to the eyes of others. Just looked at the sun getting closer and closer in the sky and Dio shooting away. Crack! Crack! A strange sound sounded, touching people's hearts. A ball of red flame was burning in the palm of Iora Yagami's right hand. The strange sound came from the flame. It looked like a flame. However, the sound was not the sound of burning flames, but the sound of chains colliding. Boom! The flame was thrown out fiercely by Iora Yagami and flew towards the sky. In the shocked eyes of the crowd, the flames burst in the air, as dazzling as a supernova explosion, and it seemed that only red light was shining between heaven and earth. The bright and dazzling light was too dazzling, making people cover their eyes. When they opened their eyes and looked up at the sky, they couldn't help but be shocked. Everywhere they saw was red. In the direction of the sky, dense chains of flames intertwined, as if the entire sky was blocked. This can be seen from the position of the diagonal island. In other directions of the planet facing the dark red sun, it feels that the color of the dark red sun has turned into a red color. If you look at it from a macro perspective, you can find that the dark red sun of tens of kilometers has stopped falling. Dense chains of red flames quickly wrapped around the entire sun. The chains are wrapped into a sphere, which is extremely terrifying when viewed from close up. Inside the motor arena, the figure of Iora Yagami who used this move has disappeared. Now he is already in that huge seal, and so is Dio, the god of time. This huge seal of tens of kilometers is the place where they will fight next. God War. This is God War. Big. New super big news, a new god is born. At this time, Morgans looked at the sky with excitement. Morgans had been watching closely since Iora Yagami came on stage to receive the Wuji Zhang. Because he had always noticed something strange. However, he did not expect it to be so big. After witnessing Iora Yagami's series of operations, he knew that things had gotten out of hand. In this era, if you want to say what the biggest news is, it is undoubtedly the news about the gods. Because, nowadays, almost all emerging eras cannot avoid the gods. If the background of the past 800 years is built on the era of the world government's rule. For example, the Rocks era and the Great Pirates era were built on the background of the world government's rule. Then, now all the new eras are built on the background of the gods era. The power of the gods has completely abolished the background of the world government's rule. Therefore, the birth of a new god is the biggest news in the world in Morgan's eyes. Feeling the frightening fluctuations coming from the atmosphere, Morgan stretched his neck and waited patiently for the result of the God War. As long as that adult can come out alive, then. Time passed. The war lasted for 7 days. This was the longest God War since the birth of the gods. If the previous God War lasted so long, the whole world would probably suffer a huge blow. Of course, this time there was a huge seal as the battlefield, but it did not cause much impact on the world. As soon as the God War ended, Morgans picked out a few manuscripts that he had written in advance and made some minor revisions. That day, countless newsbirds from various bases around the world flew out directly. Newspapers were also delivered directly to people all over the world. Many people couldn't wait to open the newspapers as soon as they got them. Just one glance, the first headline on the newspaper hit people's hearts. Celebrate! Everyone! The new god is finally born. The first Wuji of the martial arts contest achieved the martial god, and the result of the God War was a draw. People had expected the birth of the new god. After all, the God War lasted for 7 days, so they naturally could not be completely unaware of it. However, when the facts came, they still felt a sense of separation from the dramatic changes in the times. God, a word that used to feel extremely distant in mythological stories, now really appears in reality. And the gods in reality are really scary. Who is not afraid of gods who can destroy the world? Even after a few years, people still feel very dreamy, as if they haven't woken up yet. However, the dramatic changes in the surroundings and life remind them that they are not dreaming. Fortunately, the new god this time makes people feel a little comforted. Because the position of the gods that appear is neutral or even just. 667. This era. Because of the great power of the gods, people sometimes cannot suppress their fear based on the huge gap. Therefore, the gods are artificially divided into positions. 3 positions of justice, neutrality, and evil came into being. These positions are used to divide the inclinations of gods. The more gods tend to be just, the more at ease people will feel, and social chaos will not be caused. From the current news, the new gods tend to be neutral or even just. Of course, this is just people's expectation after recalling the past of the god of war, and it does not count. As for the assessment of the gods' positions, there is only one force in the world doing it. That is the Kingdom of Miracles. Professionals in the Kingdom of Miracles will make the assessment, and finally it will be personally confirmed by the King of Miracles, a near god with the power of a god. Only gods can be responsible for this kind of assessment of the inclination of gods. Other forces dare not do this publicly. Anyway, the people of the sea are boiling because of this battle of new gods. After the heat lasted for several days, the World Economic News Agency once again made a big news about the establishment of the Martial Arts Association. This big news directly pushed the height of the god of time to a higher level. The content directly affects the pattern of the whole world. The era of great martial arts, which Morgans called the Great Martial Arts Era after the Great Martial Arts, has officially arrived. Chapter 686 The Shocking Martial Arts Virtual Realm, The Boiling Sea. Sabayati Archipelago, Number 13. Syaki Extortion Bar Tavern. The legendary pirate Pluto Rayleigh of the old times sat at the bar. He looked at the newspaper in his hand with an amazed look on his face. This is really incredible. The era of great martial arts after the great martial arts, the era changes so easily, it's really dazzling. Gulp. Gulp. Rayleigh sighed and drank the glass in his hand. After drinking, he looked at Xiaoqi opposite him and said jokingly, "Maybe I should try it. That martial arts virtual realm." Hearing Rayleigh's words, Xiaoqi rolled her eyes directly. "Do you still have room for advancement? It's useless to go there. How much life do you have left?" And Xiaoqi's face was slightly solemn. Even if the Dark Curtain's martial arts virtual realm has no restrictions on candidates, who knows what they are thinking? "Don't go, you will run to work for them." Rayleigh laughed at Xiaoqi's caution. "Ha ha ha, not really. I am just a remnant of the old times, and I am worthless. I am afraid they all look at me. I am really old. Times change so fast." Xiaoqi ignored Rayleigh's expression. She knew that this old man was not so easily shocked. She put her attention back on the newspaper and began to brainstorm. Even though she had experienced the passage of time, she was still shocked by the big news. The establishment of the Martial Arts Association was something that had been determined earlier, and she was not surprised. Even the time gems obtained by the contestants in the martial arts competition. At most, she was impressed by the power of the God of Time. But this time was different. The Martial Arts Association formed by the top 20 of the martial arts competition, well, although the actual members were not complete. But this is not the point. The point is that the time gems they have are completely different from the time gems of other contestants. It was taken by Morgans. It is called the Time Virtual Realm Gem. Because their time gem can do an incredible thing, open up the time virtual realm. It is also called the Martial Arts Virtual Realm by Morgans. The so-called Martial Arts Virtual Realm has 2 terrible functions. The first one. People can enter the Martial Arts Virtual Realm in a special state through the medium given by the Master of the Martial Arts Virtual Realm. After entering, people can practice normally in it. The upper limit of the number of people who can exist in a martial arts virtual realm at the same time is 10,000. The ratio of time inside to the outside world is 10:1. And practicing in it for 10 years only consumes 1 year of life in the real world. Of course. Because it is a special state, after going out, the real power of physical and mental improvement will dissipate. But there is one advantage, that is, both the comprehension and realm are there. This function is particularly suitable for practicing some technical strength. For example, swordsmanship, physical skills, magic pattern skills, armed color skills, and the comprehension of observation color. It can be said that no matter what system it is, as long as there is a part of the skills, you can learn it in the time virtual realm for 10 years, and then you can directly beat other peers in combat power. It can also be used as an accelerator of attributes. Because some skills actually complement attributes. As long as you learn. Even if there is no corresponding attribute in reality, its attribute growth will be directly improved more quickly. For example, a swordsman. He realized the realm of cutting iron in the martial arts realm. Because he could not use it because his spirit was not up to standard after coming out, but the feeling was still there. The spiritual attribute can grow faster than before with this feeling, and finally reach the level of cutting iron. In layman's terms, it is to drive attribute growth with the realm. This function has been clearly explained by Morgans. After all, there are capable people in the Dark Curtain, and they know what the martial arts realm can do. The King of Time, who has the time ability of the Tarot Totem, can give a rough statement. Just this function has made the public excited. Because even if you don't practice, staying in it, isn't it a disguised increase of 10 times in lifespan? Especially Morgans said. In the two martial arts realms facing the Dark Curtain, everyone who enters will be assigned a square house of hundreds of square meters as a single residence. This is also a safe zone, where you will not be harmed by others. Inside the house, you can choose a variety of luxurious layouts. As for the outside of the house, it is a huge island over 1,000 kilometers, and outside the island is the sea. The entire Yanwuxu realm is 3,000 kilometers in size, with all kinds of scenes. It is like a small world with a round sky and a square earth. Even if you die in it, you will only lose 1 month of your life. It can be said that it is a paradise on earth. Although the upper limit is limited by 10,000 people online at the same time. However, it is not true that only 10,000 people can benefit. Even if there are 100,000 or 1 million people. As long as there is a medium and there are vacancies in the number of people online at the same time, the public may also enjoy this benefit. And the number of gems that can be used in the Yanwuxu realm is not just 1, but 20. It can be said that once the Yanwuxu realm comes out, the whole sea is boiling. Of course, the public is more concerned about the first function. And the strong are more concerned about the second function. The second function is not complicated either. After people enter the Yanwuxu realm, time will record their growth. The second effect of the martial arts virtual realm is to exchange life for strength. To put it simply, you can exchange 10 years of your own life for a chance to realize your strength. This opportunity can realize the results of 30 years in the virtual realm at most. Of course, it can also realize the results of 10 years, or even less, but it is relatively disadvantageous. In terms of 30 years, a person has practiced in the time virtual realm for 30 years and has grown to the peak of his theoretical life. He has spent 3 years of his life at this time. He then uses his own 10 years of life can turn the achievements in the time virtual realm into reality. Directly skip the process of attribute ability growth. That is to say, he actually spent 13 years of life to get the peak strength. And his sensory time actually passed 30 years. No matter how you calculate it, he is not at a loss. In this turbulent era, strength is what the strong want most. Because life can actually be obtained through strength. When on the Fantasy Beast Island, Izome demonstrated it to people, and the 1,000-year blessing of the Millennium Dragon King made many people jealous. Moreover, there are many things that cannot be bought with money, which are also fought for by strength. Whether it is the various god-killing tools, Fantasy Beast fruits and other treasures of the Fantasy Beast Conference, or the Time Virtual Realm gems that can open up the Time Virtual Realm obtained by the top 20 of the Fighting Conference. Those who have foresight have already understood. In this era, if you want to get the most, you have to rely on strength. So, getting the most powerful strength in the shortest time is the appeal of these people. There is no doubt that the martial arts realm is the treasure that suits their hearts best. It can be said that the entire sea will set off a huge wave because of the martial arts realm. Even Xiaoqi at this moment. She carefully savored the information in it, and she, who has always been very cautious about the new era, couldn't help but be moved. But she was cautious and felt that she should let others test the water. In any case, this matter will never be settled in the short term. Currently, only the Dark Curtain has made 2 martial arts realms public, and the top leaders of other martial arts associations have not yet appeared. She still has enough patience. Chapter 687 The Birth of the New Clone Yakumo Yukari, Hell Butterfly. While the sea is eagerly paying attention to the news of the martial arts realm, Ruskana Island, in the different space attached to it, a quiet ancient forest, next to the Green Lake. Mare sat on a mossy boulder, opening the mall to look at the updated abilities. Observation Haki, 2000. Boundary Monster, 20,000. Humanoid computer, 8,000. Spell card magic, 12,000. Hibernation, 5,000. Armament haki, 3,000. Looking at the abilities in the mall, Mel felt a little settle on his face. Especially the ability of hibernation made him laugh. This ability is just as the name suggests. It is the ability to hibernate in winter, and the effect is that the body will get better after hibernation. The effect lasts for 3 seasons, and if the hibernation does not pass after 3 seasons, the body will return to its original state. As for what kind of body is considered good, it depends on the user's own understanding. It is because of this that this ability with a simple effect has such a price, because it has already involved a certain idealistic definition. Mel found this ability quite interesting. After she was born, she would definitely like such an ability. Probably. Mel smiled and started to operate directly. A set of procedures was completed quickly. A girl with long golden hair appeared in front of Mel. Pink dress, purple robe, with bagua pattern on the clothes. A cute face and golden pupils. Her figure is a bit flat. She is a girl but a bit like a loli who has not grown up. Welcome to this world, Yakumo Yukari. Looking at Mel's outstretched hand. Yakumo Yukari had a mysterious smile on her face, but her cute face ruined this smile a bit. She stretched out her hand and said cutely. Brother, are you my master? Hehe, please teach me more in the future. A few days later. In the dream valley of Ruskana Island. Mare sat quietly under the pink flower tree. Not far away, there was a beautiful black and white piano. The melodious piano sound danced in the air. Add the gentle breeze, the fragrant flowers and the serious piano playing of yin. It was refreshing. Suddenly, a ripple rose and fell in the air. A pale blue butterfly with black stripes and white light particles appeared out of thin air. It flew across space in front of Mel. Mel also casually stretched out his hand. Whew, whiz, whiz. The breeze blew, and it landed on Mel's index finger. This is the Hell Butterfly of Soul Society, which has the functions of leading the way and transmitting messages. Of course, the Hell Butterfly of this world is not the same as the Hell Butterfly in the anime of Mel's previous life. Because it was created by the members of the Zero Division in this world, there are naturally differences. The Hell Butterfly stayed on his index finger, and then slowly climbed to Mel's fingertips with its short legs. At this time, a ray of information was transmitted from the butterfly. After the message was transmitted, it began to remain motionless. Is it about to start? It seems that I, the deputy captain, can't slack off. Put the butterfly in his hand casually on his shoulder. Mel stretched and stood up, and then he was ready to act. After all, it was a good show, and it was also good to watch it live. At this time, behind Mower, a hole suddenly appeared in the space. A figure suddenly pounced on Mower, a pair of the delicate arms also wrapped around his neck. Dear, is there something interesting happening? Can you take me with you? Feeling the 2 small soft balls coming from behind and the warm breath in his ears, Mower smiled slightly. He stretched out his fingers to catch the startled Hell Butterfly. Then he said playfully. Little Yakumo, there are of course interesting things. It's just. Your stay time is up, it's time to go to work. Hearing Mower's words, Yakumo Yukari's face did not change. Her fair face slowly approached Mower's ear. There's no rush for this. With my ability, it won't take a day or 2. The most important thing is. Mower felt his left earlobe moistened. Then he heard Yakumo Yukari murmured in his ear. Dear, aren't you going to do something to me? Her voice was tempting, but the cuteness of her voice destroyed the charming tone. Boom. The melodious piano sound in the air stopped for a moment, and then continued. Mare looked over. You can see that Yin, who was still playing the piano, was looking over here. To be precise, he was looking at Yakumo Yukari, with her crimson pupils shining slightly. Looking at Yin, Mel smiled at her and let the Hell Butterfly in his hand fly over. The Hell Butterfly flew to Yin's silver hair, and its light blue wings opened and closed, like a beautiful butterfly hair ornament. It made the now beautiful Yin look particularly attractive. This move also made Yin's face rosy, and she began to concentrate on playing the piano. Playing the piano was her way of expressing her feelings, and she needed to concentrate. Looking at Yin's gaze retracted. Mare then reached out and grasped the smooth and delicate wrist around his neck, and gently pulled it. Yakumo Yukari behind him came to the front and fell in front of Mel. Looking at Yakumo Yukari with a smile on her face, Mel let go of his hand and gently touched Yakumo Yukari's face. Her face was slightly undulating, full of collagen. Lolita has 3 advantages: light voice, soft body, and easy to push down. After he finished speaking, he smiled warmly. But little Yakumo, for you I still like more mature ones. Hearing what Moer said, Yakumo Yukari, whose neck was slightly red, paused for a moment. Then the smile on her face became more intense, but it looked a little dangerous. So dear, did you deliberately choose my body shape? Of course, this is a harvest process. After winter storage, there will be harvests in other seasons. I think you should like it. The affirmative answer made Yakumo Yukari's squinting eyelids twitch slightly, and she took a few deep breaths. Then she showed a sweet smile. I like it very much. She floated forward slightly, her hands wrapped around Moer's neck again, and Moer also hugged her delicate body. So. I'm going to give you a little reward, dear, close your eyes. Yakumo Yukari's face moved closer, and her alluring body fragrance also came towards her, as well as her warm breath. Chapter 688 Hibernation is impossible, Yakumo Yukari becomes smaller. Watching Yakumo Yukari's crystal pink lips getting closer and closer. But Moer didn't close his eyes, but came forward unceremoniously. Woo! Just a few dissatisfied murmurs, Yakumo Yukari directly devoted herself to the feeling of her first kiss. After a long time, until the piano sounded before the sadness, Moer separated his lips. After a while, Yakumo Yukari licked the corner of her mouth and began to recover. Just now, she wanted to quickly escape and run away under Moer's expectation, but she didn't expect to be discovered. What a cunning master, but she still made a profit. Yakumo Yukari felt that she was not at a loss. Then she said directly, Dear, don't expect me to hibernate. It's impossible for me to hibernate. I have this body type. Looking at Moer's straight eyes, Yakumo Yukari's voice became smaller and smaller. Unless you beg me, I will consider it a little bit, really only a little bit. Looking at Yakumo Yukari's raised chin, Moer smiled. It seems that little Yakumo is well versed in acting. You didn't learn it from Xiaojin. After these words, Yakumo Yukari, who originally looked a little shy, calmed down. Ah! Dear, don't you like this? I saw that little guy cheating here with this. I thought it worked, woo woo woo. Looking at Yakumo Yukari's calm face, Moer stretched out his hand and pinched her fair face. This time, Yakumo Yukari really broke down a bit. She felt that her appearance was too weak, which was seriously inconsistent with her mentality. Okay, I won't tease you anymore. There are more important things to do. If you want to follow me, just follow me. Mare let go of Yakumo Yukari's tender face and prepared to set off. Hearing his words, Yakumo Yukari smiled again and pounced on Mel, who was walking towards Yin. Hanging on Mel's back like a koala. Mel ignored Yakumo Yukari's actions. He looked at Yin, who was playing the piano to the end of the song, and reached out to stroke her cheek. Then he went around her silver hair and brushed away the hell butterfly. Yin, let's go. Hearing Mel's words, Yin's pupils also shone slightly. She stretched out her hand and held it in Mel's palm. Then a faint blue light flashed. She turned into a little person. Although she didn't have wings like Xiaojin, she still looked very petite and lovely. Putting Yin, who was holding his fingers, on his shoulder, Mel set off directly. He didn't use any tools, just stepped directly through time and space, and walked casually on the trajectory of space. This way of using space made Yakumo Yukari's eyes, who was holding Mel's back, brighten. But she still focused her eyes on the little Yin. It can actually become smaller? It looks so cute. Is this an ability? Can you teach me? Jin looked at Yakumo Yukari, who was like a bag behind Mel, and her golden eyes were filled with interest. She hesitated for a moment and nodded. Then she stretched out her little hand, a ray of light flowed through her fingers, and then flowed into Yakumo Yukari's brow. Some information was directly absorbed by Yakumo Yukari. But after absorbing it, she felt that it was a little difficult to achieve. Because Yin's shrinking is not a simple shrinking, but a reconstruction with the power of nothingness. In fact, Xiaojin can directly shrink through his own ability, and the ability of hope is like a panacea. But Yin does not have such an ability, so she just made a version of nothingness according to her own understanding. Therefore, this version contains a lot of knowledge of nothingness. Yakumo Yukari, who accepted such knowledge, was confused. It seems quite difficult. I need to spend some time to learn it. Yakumo Yukari felt that it was difficult to learn, but she did not show her fear. She was still mysterious in front of Yin. Although she could not learn it now, it did not mean that she could not learn it in the future. Looking at Yakumo Yukari, she looked thoughtful and gained something. Yin's scarlet eyes fluctuated slightly. After a moment of silence, she finally spoke. I'll help you. Without waiting for Yakumo Yukari to refuse. A terrible force directly turned her power into nothingness, and then reconstructed it. When Yakumo Yukari reacted, her body size was the same as Yin's. Please give me flowers. Please give me flowers. Bang. A slender hand stretched out and caught Yakumo Yukari, who was falling down in a daze. It was Mel who caught her. He looked at the small person in his palm and smiled. Little Yakumo, now you really become little Yakumo. This is good. What's good about it? She can't change back by herself. At this time, Yakumo Yukari resisted the urge to bite Mel's fingers, and then looked at Yin on his shoulder. Yin, I feel that the original appearance is more suitable. I feel quite uncomfortable now. Can you help me change back? Hearing Yakumo Yukari's tone, Yin felt that she seemed to have misunderstood Yakumo Yukari's emotions. However, she did not change back, but looked at Mel. What are you looking at him for? Yakumo Yukari jumped directly onto Mel's shoulder. She stretched out her hand and turned Yin's face towards herself. The smooth and delicate skin made Yakumo Yukari unable to help but pinch it a few more times. So, Yin's face was pinched by Yakumo Yukari so hard that he couldn't speak normally. The tender flesh on his face rose and fell with Yakumo Yukari's hands, looking very cute. Jin ignored Yakumo Yukari's control and muttered expressionlessly. With you, the master said it's good. Hearing this, Yakumo Yukari felt defeated. How could this happen? She didn't have any ideas of her own. How could this be possible? Looking at the somewhat broken Yakumo Yukari, Mel reached out to separate the two little guys. Then he put one on each shoulder. Little Yakumo, don't make things difficult for Jin. You're just as cute like this. Maybe you can get the title of a little fairy when you go out in the future. As soon as these words came out, Yakumo Yukari hugged Mel's neck and bit Mel's neck a few times. For her behavior, Mel said to do more. Hearing his expression, Yakumo Yukari turned her head and looked sulky. Just a moment later, when Mel came to Soul Society, Yakumo Yukari started calling dear dear again, as if what happened just now didn't exist. It's hard to know what she's thinking. Yee. Chapter 689, Going to the Hueco Mundo, the 3 Hue Lords and the 12 Hue Generals. Brother, the captain is already gathering the troops. Let's go. I'll take you there. Outside the 1st Division's barracks, the captain of the 7th Division, Zimafu, rushed up. She directly took hold of Mel's arm. As for Yakumo Yukari and Jin, she ignored them. Because she couldn't feel it, Jin was restraining her presence, and Yakumo Yukari was hiding directly in Mel's collar. The Death God's costume was still very loose. Looking at Zimafu, Mel also touched her warm black feather wings to express his nostalgia. Then he followed her into the battlefield of the 1st Division. When Mel arrived there, he could see hundreds of people fighting there talking. Most of them are the teams going on this mission. Mare's arrival did not cause much commotion. Many people just nodded to him. Seeing that the 520 team had not arrived yet, Mare found a quiet tree to sit and wait, and teased little Simif. After a while, the team arrived, and the originally messy team began to line up. Solarin stood on a small stone platform at the front facing these death gods. I believe you have already understood that everyone is gathering this time. A month and a half ago, due to the storage of virtual crystals and some abnormalities in the virtual world, the intelligence team began to investigate in the virtual world. It turned out that upper-level virtuals and a large number of intermediate virtuals in the virtual world are gathering. Hearing this, many death gods also had their eyes flickering. Because of the success of the virtual crystal conversion technology, the investment in virtual crystals has suddenly become very large. The original storage only lasted for more than half a month. Of course, the results are also gratifying. The members of the 13th Division began to replenish on a large scale. However, if there are not enough virtual crystals, they naturally have to mine. In the past, due to the virtual crystals, the overall strength of Hueco Mundo was too strong, and Soul Society rarely entered Hueco Mundo. They can figure it out with their butts. There are many intermediate hollows in Hueco Mundo, and there are even more terrifying upper-level hollows. It is conceivable how powerful this force is when it is gathered together. After that, through the captain meeting, the vice-captain of the 1st Division and the captain of the 2nd Division went to investigate together. The investigation results show that an unprecedented hollow has appeared in Hueco Mundo, and its strength has exceeded that of the upper-level hollow, Fan Tao of Vastad. The level of danger is too high. And more than one, so far, the number that can be detected has reached 3. They gathered a large number of rational hollows and established an organization called the Sea of Hollows. Cerulean paused here. Her pause also triggered discussions among the crowd. After all, hollows originally fought each other and devoured each other. A sudden emergence of a force is indeed a huge threat. Besides, what level is a hollow that is higher than the superior hollow? Aren't they going there to send it off now? At present, the Hollow Sea has expanded greatly, with 3 Hollow Lords and 12 Hollow Generals. After discussion at the captain's meeting, a resolution was unanimously passed to kill the threat of the Hollow Sea and not allow the Hollow Mundo to develop in this way. I will lead the expedition myself this time. At the same time, Scarlet, the vice-captain of the 1st squad, and the captain and vice-captain of the 2nd squad will all go. Solarin read out a lot of names, and then looked around. And all the officers present, because the mission is too dangerous, we will adopt an elite raid to avoid too many sacrifices. I believe that you are capable of doing it. After hearing Solarin's words, the people present were silent for a while and then burst into agitation. Ha 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 ha, of course, I've been staying in this peaceful place all day, and my body has rusted. Finally, we've had a good fight? I'm really looking forward to it. Blood is what my sword craves, and now I may be able to kill as many people as I can. Most of the people gathered here don't care about the dangers of Hueco Mundo at all. Many of these people were powerful monsters in their previous lives, and they are naturally not afraid of fighting. On the contrary, Soul Society is still too peaceful in the eyes of some battle maniacs. They are all suffocated by staying in such an environment every day. As various cheers sounded, after a while, Cerulean raised her hand to quiet the scene. Everyone, be quiet. We are not the only ones going on this expedition. The Soul King Palace's Zero Squad has also dispatched a member, codenamed Swordsmith, named Lihun. As Solarin finished speaking, a girl suddenly appeared behind Solarin. Her long black hair was tied into a big braid behind her, and she was dressed neatly in a death tyrant, which set off her slim figure. Her beautiful face was wearing a gentle smile. However, there was a faint purple light in her pupils, and being stared at by her would give her a cold feeling. Hello everyone, I am the Swordsmith. Please give me your guidance on this expedition. Everyone was also surprised to see Lihun appear. The Soul King Palace and the Royal Secret Service Zero Squad are usually very far away from them. Usually, only the captain can contact them. Of course, being far away does not mean knowing nothing. Just from the code name of Swordsmith, they knew what an outstanding figure this girl in front of them was. Because, the swords used by the 13th Division were all provided by the swordsmen of the 0 Division. If there were no swords, the Shinigami would have to rely on the White Demon path to dominate. That scene was beautiful to think about. Lihun just greeted the Shinigami. Then he ran down the stage and came to Moer, directly holding his arm and teasing. Dear Captain Moer, I am now a member of the 0 Division. As the vice-captain, you have to treat me well. For the black-bellied little naughty in front of him, 4.5 Moer stretched out his hand and scratched Lihun's 4.5 small upturned nose. Of course, Xiaodao-chan. This scene made many Shinigami look teasing. Some were thoughtful. After all, when the vice-captain of the 2nd Division went on an expedition, the royal agent followed him. It seems that the relationship between the two is still very good, which makes it hard for people not to associate. But no matter what, this expedition was prepared quickly. In the Hueco Mundo, hundreds of kilometers away from the Hueco Sea organization, the Shinigami who went ahead had prepared tools for positioning. The positioning can be controlled by using the black cavity control device from the battlefield of the 1st Division. This tool was developed by another member of the 0 Division. Soon, a black cavity was opened in the battlefield of the 1st Division. People began to pass through one after another. Chapter 690, Super Big Hollow Kun, Spirit Carpet, and Poverty. Is this the Hueco Mundo? This view is really nice. It's a good place to fight. The concentration of spirit particles is higher than that of Soul Society. looking at the barren ground of Hueco Mundo like a white desert and the dead trees that look like quartz everywhere. And the dim moonlight. Some Shinigami who have never been to Hueco Mundo began to evaluate. Next, act according to the plan. Get ready to go. Looking at the team, looking at the surrounding environment, Cerulean also began to be serious. This is her first time to lead a team to fight, so she can't be careless. The plan has been arranged in advance. This team is divided into several teams. Combat team, exploration team, liaison team, support team, and treatment team. Among them, the combat team has the largest number of Shinigami. There are also corresponding arrangements for the 3 Hollow Kings of the Sea of Hollows. To be honest, if it weren't for the 3 Hollow Kings of the Sea of Hollows, Cerulean wouldn't want to go out so soon. However, those super hollows were all of the same type, a large hollow named Kun, and at the beginning only one appeared to integrate Hueco Mundo. 28. 28SO, Soul Society arranged the vice captain of the 1st Division and the captain of the 2nd Division to investigate. However, they fought with each other during the investigation. Later, another one appeared to support the other. When the Hollow Sea organization officially reached a certain scale, another new one appeared. They have different abilities, and there is a trend of getting stronger and stronger. It has only been a short time, and according to this trend, the threat is too great. 3 Super Hollows, Tai Kun, White Kun, and Demon Kun. These are the code names given to the 3 hollows by the Shinigami. From the names, we can see that these super hollows are related in some way. The purpose of the expedition is to find out the origin and connection of these hollows and eliminate the threat. Plus the importance of the hollow crystal. Therefore, at the suggestion of Aizen, the captain of the 5th Division, the Shinigami passed the resolution of the expedition to Hueco Mundo. When everyone was ready to set off. Wait a minute. A voice interrupted everyone, and the death gods looked over. It was the swordsmith Li Hun of the 0 Division. Looking at everyone's confusion, Li Hun said with a smile. It's too troublesome to go there directly. Next, let's use the interesting tools I just created. This is an item made based on fairy tales. You are lucky now. Looking at Li Hun's salesman-like look, the death gods looked at each other in confusion. And Li Hun didn't pay attention to the weird atmosphere, and took out her newly made product directly from the spirit space ring in her hand. By the way, the spirit space ring was the result of a member of the 0 Division studying the special Ghostway space creation created by the Spirit King. The product created later can store items and is very convenient, but the number produced is rare, and only a few captains have it at present. Bang bang bang! With the sound of blankets shaking, blankets of different sizes appeared in front of everyone. Is this a blanket? Looking at the blankets of different colors and sizes taken out by Li Hun, some people were puzzled. Good question. Li Hun praised the person who asked the question and then began to introduce. Have you heard of the magic flying carpet that can carry people to fly in fairy tales? What you see now is it. Of course, now it should be called a spirit carpet. The function is also very simple. The higher the concentration of spirit particles in the atmosphere, the faster the flight speed. It is perfect for use in Hueco Mundo. Hearing Li Hun's words, Solarin took a floating spirit carpet and stroked it. It felt fluffy and warm. It sounds good. If Captain Egeria was here, she would probably be very interested in the principle and structure. Captain Egeria of the Technical Development Bureau of the 12th Division did not come with him this time. Although Hueco Mundo is powerful, it is impossible for all the captains of the 13th Division to go out. After all, they still have to guard the Spirit Court. Besides, Solarin had already known that Li Hun would come. In terms of scientific research, Li Hun is much better than Egeria. How do I use this? Faced with Solarin's question, Li Hun said casually. It's very simple, just transfer the spiritual power into it. The spiritual blanket will automatically bind to the first death god who inputs spiritual power. Later, the instructions for use will be automatically sent to you from it. Li Hun said, pointing to the spirit carpets of different sizes. Okay, you can choose any of these spirit carpets. You know, it is a special period now. Otherwise, these spirit carpets will charge you. Most of you who are on a fixed salary probably can't afford it. Hearing Li Hun's complaints, some of the Shinigami suddenly felt embarrassed. After all, many of them have been in the Spirit Court for quite a while. They eat here, drink here, use here, have teachers to teach, allocate and consume various cultivation resources, and use various venues. The Shinigami who can appear here are allocated with independent rooms or even mansions, and they also get salaries. It can be said that they usually practice more, but they perform less duties. Sometimes they even fight and destroy things and buildings, and they can't afford to pay compensation, making them very poor. I can only say that they really have nothing to do. The hollows of Hueco Mundo stay in Hueco Mundo, and there are no external enemies at ordinary times. They who guard the spirit court can only eat dry food, and they don't even have 850 to sell their lives. 850. Some of the Shinigami would feel embarrassed if things went on like this. But fortunately, this time they finally had a mission of some importance. And because of the Void Crystal. In the future, they would have to go into the Void Mundo and work on their muscles with the voids. They felt that the future was bright and they were refreshed. When the Shinigami were choosing spirit blankets according to their body sizes, Li Hun took out another purple spirit blanket with black and gold patterns on it. Come on! Dear Captain Moore! The number of spirit blankets is limited, and we just happen to be missing one. Let's go together. As soon as these words came out, Qian Yi, the captain of the second squad next to him, immediately refused to do so. You sit on your seat. He is my vice-captain, and he will be with me. Seeing Qian Yi object, Li Hun looked Qian Yi up and down. Qian Yi, your duty this time is to lead the team to support, so you should take care of your own business. Li Hun's pupils flickered with a purple halo, which made Qian Yi feel a chill. Humph! Don't think you can do whatever you want just because you are a member of the Zero Division. In Soul Society, I have the final say. You are so domineering. No one likes girls who are too domineering. Don't worry, as long as... Qian Yi secretly glanced at Moer, blushed, and continued. As long as he likes it, that's enough. Chapter 691 Simple Love, Gathering of Void Lords. That stop arguing. Looking at the two people who were arguing with each other turning their eyes to her, Zima Fu shrank her head. Then she said weakly. Others are looking at us. The two looked around and it was true. Because Qian Yi was too aggressive, she attracted the attention of many people. How about brother and I come together? Zima Fu's voice was soft, and her little face was still innocent. Time is tight now, and Sahe may have noticed our arrival. We should all work together. If not, we can ride on the same spiritual carpet. Hearing Zima Fu's words, Li Hun smiled. She reached out and rubbed Zima Fu's white hair, with a gentle look on her face. What a cute little girl, your name is Zima Fu, right? Then I will call you little Zima Fu from now on. Looking at Zima Fu, Li Hun's smile was meaningful. You are right, the situation is urgent, so let's ride together. Of course if Qian Yi refuses. I agree. Qian Yi agreed directly, she didn't forget Li Hun's character. This guy is very bad, he must want to retreat to advance, induce her to refuse and then make her look willful. She won't be fooled. Seeing that Qian Yi didn't object, Li Hun's mouth corners slightly raised. So, the four of them rode on the same spiritual carpet directly. Li Hun and Qian Yi each held one of Moer's arms, while Xi Fu directly folded her wings and sat in Moer's arms. Qian Yi couldn't say anything about Xi Fu's behavior. You couldn't let her sit in the back. So, Li Hun began to control the spirit carpet to take off. As for the spirit carpet chosen by Qian Yi and Xi Fu, it was directly rolled up into a small cylinder of 10 centimeters long according to the instructions. There are 2 ribbons on the small cylinder for easy tying to the belt of the God of Death, which is very convenient. In the sky, Moer put his hand on Li Hun's head and rubbed it. The smile on Li Hun's face became even stronger, and he squinted his eyes and enjoyed the feeling of being touched on the head. Yin, who was on Moer's shoulder, looked at this scene and vaguely understood something. However, soon Yin's thoughts were swept away again. The scarlet pupils were still confused. With Yin's mind, she learned everything very quickly. It was just that she instinctively refused to learn in her mind. Because she always remembered what Moer said. People always miss their first love in the end, which represents the disappearance of youth and the innocence of youth. Yin has his own understanding of this sentence. People become complicated when they have too many thoughts. But her love doesn't need to be complicated, it just needs to be simple. Simplicity can make the master always like her. She just wants the master to look at her more. Mare seemed to notice something, and looked at Yin sideways, just looking at her. He smiled at her. So, Yin's crimson pupils flickered slightly, and she lowered her head shyly. When the death gods set off using the spirit carpet. On the other side. In a huge, open-air valley-shaped white palace. On the silent huge throne, a hollow that was dozens of meters long and as big as a blue whale began to move. Roar, roar, roar. The huge roar caused ripples in the atmosphere. The long roar broke the sky. The spirit particles rioted, sweeping across the surroundings, and the sky seemed to be shaking. The whole palace was suppressed by the terrifying spiritual pressure. That monster! Several humanoid hollows of different appearances in the palace looked at the floating hollow with fear and even horror. Even though they were already the hollows of Vastod. However, they felt the terrifying spiritual pressure and could not help but call it a monster. The terrifying pressure made some Vastods shaky. The Ashokas with different appearances behind them were directly pressed to the ground and could not get up. These Vastod hollows looked at the monster flying towards the huge valley farther away and looked at each other. Then they returned to their room in silence. It was the opponent's terrifying and domineering spiritual pressure that made them helpless. Otherwise, if they had a chance of winning, they would not have obediently come here to form the so-called Hollow Sea. Fortunate Lithe rulers have not caused trouble for them yet, so they can still live in peace. Not far away. In another larger and more rugged valley. The three Hollow Lords of the Hollow Sea have gathered. Although they are more powerful hollows than Vastods. But their bodies are all very large, with a length of dozens of meters, like big fish. Compared with other ordinary hollows, they seem more different. Of course, there are giant Vastods here. Here gather the ancient giants and the even larger sea kings of the upper-level hollows. The rich races in the pirate world greatly enrich the types of hollows in Hueco Mundo. Of course, no matter what, strength is the hard truth. It is precisely because these super-large hollows named Kun have terrifying strength that those unruly upper-level hollows will stay here obediently. Most of the upper-level hollows in the entire Hueco Mundo are gathered here. Moro, a group of death gods are coming, and among them is our target. At this time, the three super-large hollows gathered began to communicate. I know that the feeling is very strong. I didn't expect that the group of death gods would come when the mother body differentiated again. This is when the mother body is relatively weak. We must not let them disturb the mother body. And that target, we must wipe him out. One of the Sujun, whose body was covered with black mist and was half displayed, came to the conclusion directly. Hearing Mo Luo's conclusion, the Kun, whose body was covered with dark light, agreed directly. Okay, I will gather those cannon fodders now, and then go with Bingley. Mo Luo, you stay here to guard the mother body. Anyway, the mother body will differentiate very quickly. After differentiation, you all come here. That guy will definitely not be able to escape by then. They made a plan directly and concisely. Soon, the wise big voids were gathered. The coming of the god of death also interested the big voids. After all, in this place where no one lives, apart from the variety of voids, it is really boring. The big voids with void crystals are usually not keen on fighting and killing. Because the void crystals can fill the emptiness in their hearts and evoke the fragments of their memories before they died. They just want to stay at home to become stronger and slowly feel the memories that have disappeared. Of course, those big voids that have swallowed a lot of voids, the memories they can feel are quite chaotic. But in general, again, the voids with self-feelings generally, they want to maintain their existing self and prevent themselves from falling into chaos. They will rarely devour other hollows. Unless they are very conceited, have no choice, have abnormal cognition, cannot grab hollow crystals, etc. They usually stay at home, and they are naturally more interested in the fun this time. The current Hueco Mundo is still in a relatively closed state. The hollows can hardly go to the real world. Even in the underworld, only some lucky hollows can go there by taking advantage of the sudden space turbulence. As for the Soul Court, it is even more needless to say whether they can go there or not. If they go alone, they will die. Therefore, the hollows who have been in Hueco Mundo are very curious about the coming of the god of death. Chapter 692 The Needles Meet and the Sky Shakes. The generals gathered by Su Jun did not hesitate. In fact, Su Jun did not give them any choice. So, they led their subordinates to move quickly in the direction where the god of death appeared. Not long after, many great Su Juns traveled less than 20 kilometers. They ran into the god of death directly in the desolate white desert. From here, you can directly see the huge buildings of Su Hai. In terms of distance, it is not much different from the headquarters. On one side are the god of death flying in the sky on the spiritual carpet, with more than 100 people. On the other side are the great Sujuns, led by the two Sujuns, Ba Jun and Bai Jun. The number of both sides is not large. But at the moment of confrontation, the sky shook, the atmosphere trembled, and the spirits were rioting. Even the grand scene of 1,000,000 troops gathered was not as majestic as 100. The small hollows of animals and birds around the desert were either unable to move or fled in panic. The two sides were tit for tat, and the war was about to break out. Jararorora! What a rare grand scene! Let me make a big fuss. 347. In the 347 Death God camp, a man with horns and bronze body, looking full of terrible muscles, stood on a huge spirit carpet. He was Garo, the captain of the 11th Division, who was a ghost in his lifetime. In addition to him, there were several death gods on this spirit carpet. After all, now is a war, not a trip, and the ecology of Hueco Mundo is not safe. After the death gods took the spiritual carpet, mostly, several people or even a team took one spiritual carpet, and there was enough space for standing. Of course, Garo was too lazy to drive the spiritual carpet. He just wanted to do a big fight, just like what he was doing now. Swoosh! Captain Garo! Seeing Garo jump directly off the spiritual carpet, such a scene made the blue short-haired young man driving the spiritual carpet change his face. He didn't expect Garo to be so reckless. There were two super virtuals floating on the opposite side. Even if we don't talk about these two virtual kings. But the 12 virtual generals in the front were not vegetarians either, all of them were the terrifying virtuals of Vastad. Those virtuals were only second-class death gods that could contend with them. It was too reckless to go down alone. It made him feel like a meat bun hitting a dog and never coming back. Fried egg, the captain is not a brainless guy. Besides, this is exactly what I want. A man with two scars on his face and a head full of wild red hair grinned. Vice Captain Howell, don't call me fried egg, I have a name, call me Yatai. However, before Yatai said anything more, he saw Howell jumping down as well. Crazy, crazy. Both the captain and the vice captain are crazy. Ha ha ha, it seems that fried egg is not familiar with the style of our 11th Division. Don't be afraid, just do it when you encounter problems. Ho ho ho. Accompanied by the sound of howling wind, several death gods laughed and jumped down directly. This scene left Yatai speechless, and he finally just muttered with a blank expression. Even if my fried eggs are delicious, don't call me fried egg. Ho ho ho. The wind whistled, accompanied by a roar. Shake the sky. Reggae. Garo, who had already fallen in front of the hollows, immediately released his Shikai. Purple lightning exploded, and Garo's Zanpakuta turned into a pitch-black mace. There was also purple lightning flashing on it. Garo's spiritual pressure after Shikai was completely unconcealed, and the terrifying spiritual pressure made the hollows in Vastold look sideways. Now Garo himself has reached the first-class spiritual power. In his previous life, he was the leader of a small-scale ghost tribe, and later he had a conflict with the world government and became a pirate. A mace and terrifying domineering aura gave the world government a headache at that time. His spiritual attribute at that time was also S+. Now with the spirit crystal transformed from the void crystal, his spiritual pressure is also rising rapidly, and has reached the first-class spiritual power. Such strength, even if it is only Shikai, makes the hollows in Vastold look sideways. Bang! A big hole cracked under Garo's feet. He carried the mace on his shoulder and looked at the hollows in front of him with a big grin. Come on! Are any of you hollows willing to come out and practice with me? Garo did not choose to rush into the hollows directly after coming down. After all, he was just reckless, not a fool. On the contrary, he was quite thoughtful. When he saw that there were only 2 hollows, he knew that the 2 super big guns would not be a threat to him. After all, after discovering that there were 3 hollows and 12 hollows in Hueco Mundo, the Spirit Court still chose to go on the expedition. This was not because they were stubborn, but because they really had the strength to go on the expedition. After all, there were several death gods who were quite monsters in this expedition. After entering the first-class spiritual power, Garo went directly to challenge the vice-captain of the first team. But the end was too miserable. Scarlet had only 2 comments on him. The spiritual pressure is still far from enough, and the understanding of the essence of Zanpakuto is not enough. Just these 2 factors, he was defeated miserably. Although they were both first-class spiritual powers, their strengths were very different. However, although they were defeated miserably, it also made Garo more excited, because he still had a way forward and he could become even stronger. Interesting, this guy is very much my taste. He seemed to be of the same race as me when he was alive. Looking at Garo, one of the 12 virtual generals in the front walked out directly. He was tall, 7 meters tall, and also had 2 long horns. The upper body was covered with white armor, revealing only a virtual hole in the chest, frantically black hair fluttering. As he walked, powerful spiritual pressure surged into the sky. He was the 4th of the 12 virtual generals, Damai, and he was also a member of the ghost tribe in his lifetime. Although he lost his memory after coming to the virtual world, his aggressive personality did not change much. Seize the virtual crystal and occupy one side. He occupied one side before the super virtual Kun appeared. He also has ghost hollows under his command. Because he quickly grew into a virtual crystal, he has more memories of his life and is very familiar with his race. He has a high degree of identification with the ghost tribe. Therefore, he felt a certain resonance from Garo's posture at a glance. He was also very excited to see the ghost tribe among the strong men of the God of Death. My name is Damai, God of Death, tell me your name. Garo. Very good. Then fight. Chapter 693 Mission. Residual Blood Moon Broken. Without any nonsense, Damai rushed directly in front of Garo, and his fist as big as a sandbag broke directly. With one punch, he collided directly with the mace wielded by Garo. A huge shock wave flew across, white sand fluttered, and swept into a huge storm. A figure burst out directly with the shock wave, it was Garo. Although Garo was powerful, Damai was not a vegetarian. He dominated the Hueco Mundo, because the strength of the hollow crystal was also increasing rapidly, and he himself had broken his face. Even if he did not return to the blade, his spiritual pressure still overwhelmed Garo, who only used the initial release. Of course, Garo could withstand this punch if he wanted to. However, hundreds of hollows were staring at him. In order to fight to his heart's content, he took the opportunity to move away from a certain distance, only in this way could he fight to his heart's content without any scruples. After he left. However, Howell and several other officers behind him also began to shout. It must be said that the winner of the 11th Division is the king, there are few things to do, and the main responsibility is to fight. These are very attractive to some strong people who believe in the law of the jungle and are eager to fight, so there are many big men in it. Now there is a virtual crystal. Some strong men who were born a long time ago and have insufficient foundation to receive began to work hard and quickly increase their spiritual pressure. This makes the 11th Division, a division full of big men, have the most understanding big men in the 13th Division. Howell and these officers can understand, and Howell even has a second-class spiritual power. Plus their Zanpakuto abilities are relatively powerful. Otherwise, they would not have rushed up like this. When they acted, other combatants also began to follow up. In the sky, the 2 virtual kings floating in the air did not move rashly. They have discovered the 2 death gods who came to their territory to explore last time. The 2 death gods are very powerful, even they are not too sure, and there are other powerful death gods. Especially the death god with glasses and a gentle smile. When they saw him, they had the urge to take action directly. Because the mission of their mother body was to eliminate a certain kind of life. What kind of life is it? They, who inherited part of the mother body's mission, have no standard. They just know. As long as they see it, they will know it, and they will never make a mistake. There is no doubt that the death god with glasses in front of them is one of them. Now they are not sure, and they have to delay time, otherwise they would have taken action long ago. Boom! When the 2 Void Lords, Su-Hai Ba-Jun and Bai-Jun, confronted the unconventional death gods on the death god side. The various teams on the death god side began to move. The fighting teams fell and chose their targets one after another. As for the big voids on the Su-Hai side, they did not rush forward. Because they could sense that something was wrong, the usually domineering tyrant did not take action directly. Even with Bai-Jun, the 2 Void Lords were still so cautious at the same time. Obviously, the other side also had terrifying strong men. These intelligent hollows were forcibly gathered to form the Hollow Sea, and the time for which the Hollow Sea was established was very short. With such a short time, there is no sense of belonging. At this time, even if the hollows are cruel by nature, they are not stupid and will not be taken advantage of. Some smart hollows even planned to choose a weak death god and run away to see the situation. It must be said that the hollow crystal has made many hollows more rational. Even in the hollow mundo, there is a multi-party hegemony, just like the new world in the world. If it weren't for several super hollows that suddenly appeared and swept most of the hollow mundo to forcibly gather those intelligent hollows, then there would still be a multi-party situation here. The demon lord of the three hollows is not present. It seems that there is something going on over there. What is that demon Kun doing? Captain Eisen, can you go over and take a look? Solarin looked at the tyrant and white lord opposite, and then looked at the huge building in the distance. She could see that there were 3 buildings there. One is a large valley with a very rough center. The other 2 are on both sides of the valley, one is made of white stone and the other is made of ice. According to the information, the latest Demon King is in place in the big valley in the center. This expedition, the captain meeting has already passed the plan. 3 super hollows. Captain Cerulean will deal with Bai Kun. Vice Captain of the 1st Division Scarlet will deal with Tyrant Kun. Captain Eisen of the 5th Division will deal with Demon Kun. Captain Kunyi of the 2nd Division will lead the support team, responsible for supporting the Shinigami who are not strong enough, and at the same time bring the seriously injured Shinigami to the location of the treatment team. There is no arrangement for Lihun of the 0 Division, allowing her to act freely. Although there is no arrangement, she is a powerful fighting force in herself. For her, Cerulean has only one request in private, to reduce casualties as much as possible. In addition, there is a treatment team, which is led by Captain Mower of the 2nd Division. With Merle here, Cerulean has no worries about treatment. She knows that the teacher has a very terrifying strength that is even comparable to that of a god. But she also knows that the teacher acts as a vice captain and generally does not do things that exceed the vice captain Fan Tao. Besides, she also wants to make achievements to prove herself to the teacher and prove that he did not choose the wrong person. Of course there is no problem, but if I want to go over, I'm afraid they won't agree. Eisen smiled and looked at the 2 super hollows opposite. He could feel that they were paying attention to him frequently. Eisen was a little confused about their focus. However, he had observed the growth of that monster from a distance. Maybe he was noticed at that time. Or maybe it was the desire for his power. Eisen did not draw a conclusion easily, but he did not explore it too much. For him, no matter what the process was, the ending was already determined. Don't worry, we will stop them if they dare to attack. Solarin pressed the Zanpakuta on her waist. As for Scarlet beside her, she did not say much, and directly drew her sword and rushed towards Bakan. Prove it directly with actual actions. Release Zangquzhen. As Scarlet released, her death suit changed directly, with blood-colored lines entwined, and a blood-colored crescent moon behind her. The Zanpakuta in her hand also deformed slightly, becoming more slender, and the blade was full of blood, as if it was stained with blood. 2 blood-colored spiritual pressures entwined the blade and swirled. Finally, it turned into 2 blood-colored crescent moons on the handle. It's you again, the god of death. Looking at Scarlet rushing up, Ba Kun also realized that he had to take action. Last time, he had fought with this god of death. The opponent's spiritual pressure was weaker than his, but her moves could condense extremely powerful spiritual pressure attacks. So it can't be underestimated. Zan Yupo. The terrifying spiritual pressure spread over the blood blade, extremely concentrated, and the space seemed to be distorted. In just a moment, a blood line crossed the sky. Tear. The sky seemed to break, and strands of fine black cracks appeared in the sky, and then quickly recovered. The big hollows didn't care about such a scene. What they cared more about was the tyrant. The special steel skin that they thought had the strongest defense actually had a wound, and fine blood was slowly oozing out. Fan. Chapter 694 Teacher, I want to learn this. No problem, I added gold powder. It's really a powerful attack. At this time, the tyrant felt the scar on his body and couldn't help but sigh. Since its birth, it has never been hurt since it unified Hueco Mundo. The only 2 injuries it suffered were both caused by the death god in front of it, but that was all. As the first offspring differentiated from the mother, its defense is the strongest. The dark body is full of some alienated spirit particles, and its hardness is beyond imagination. Even if a hole can be opened in its body, it is still easy to repair it at this level. Soon, the blood that ran across half of the body of Tyrant disappeared directly. This scene also made many hollows in Ashoka's breathe a sigh of relief. After all, the scene just now looked like Tyrant was killed in seconds. If even Tyrant was killed in seconds, how good would the fate of these hollows who are enemies of the death god be? Compared to the unfounded worries of the hollows in Ashoka's, Vastad could feel more. Although the attack power of the god of death shocked them, the looming terrifying spiritual pressure of Tyrant remained unchanged. Many great hollows were deeply impressed by Tyrant. Because the process of integrating the Hueco Mundo can be said to be the Tyrant's overview. The Tyrant's strength is also deep in his bones, and there is also a guy who has obtained some of its power and calls himself Little Tyrant and is arrogant. Just by obtaining some of its power, the Little Tyrant directly became the third hollow general from almost the bottom, so they naturally know its bottomless depth. Its comprehensive ability gives them a familiar feeling. It's just like the three-color domineering master who appeared in the incomplete memory, but it is more terrifying and more unfathomable. No matter what ability it can ignore, the attack is truly earth-shattering. It has a special spiritual pressure that suppresses the soul. Even though it is huge, it can move quickly with the help of Xiang Xuan, and even affect the Xiang Xuan of other hollows. No matter from which aspect, it is an invulnerable monster. However, they can't say who will win or lose in this battle. After all, some of the hollows saw Tyrant injured for the first time. Some of the hollows saw it for the second time, but the last time it was injured by the god of death in front of it. Swish! When Tyrant recovered, Scarlet flew to a farther place. Tyrant also followed. After all, there are more powerful enemies now, and it can only follow the rhythm of the opponent. And there is Bingley. Buzz! Its figure seemed to throw a stone into the lake, and the space was rippling. Then its body appeared in another place as if it teleported. This is its Xiang Xuan, which has a very domineering special spiritual pressure. This kind of spiritual pressure has its own distortion characteristics. It can not only burst out and suppress the soul of life like the domineering color domineering, but also be used for direct attack. At the same time it can be used for movement. Using such spiritual pressure to perform reverberation not only moves quickly. When moving, it will produce fluctuations like ripples in space. When the fluctuations occur, it is difficult for other nearby large hollows to perform reverberation. It is like a small boat forcibly sailing on the turbulent waves. It is not impossible, but it is indeed very difficult. It can be said that those hollows who are proficient in reverberation are like tying their own feet when facing the Tyrant. Take this blow. The Tyrant's huge body caught up with Scarlet through reverberation. Its body is like a blue whale, and its huge black and shiny head is wrapped in domineering and twisted spiritual pressure and rushes over. A twisted vortex of more than 1,000 meters is immediately formed with Scarlet as the center. In an instant, the sky darkened. Boom boom! The terrifying roar burst out and resounded through the sky. A huge wave swept across the sky, and terrifying waves spread over hundreds of kilometers in the sky. If there is a large hollow in this wave, the weak will be shattered and dissipated on the spot. Even the strong will find it difficult to teleport in this wave. Alara, is that the super large hollow Tyrant Kun? It's really amazing to see it with my own eyes, it's really a trembling monster. Facing such a monster, Vice Captain Scarlet, is she okay? At this time, Yun Zhao, who was standing in the air, looked at the wave that swept over, and was stopped by Aizen's huge air brake. The smiling eyes opened slightly. Don't worry, Vice Captain Scarlet inherited the title of Sword Saint in the present world. I believe she won't disappoint Captain Anohana. Hearing Aizen's words, Soraline glanced at him and then agreed. That's right, but now is not the time to talk about this. Captain Aizen, you can go straight over. I'll keep an eye on the White Kun, as for the others just go down, it's too dangerous to stay in the sky. Solarin's proposal was also agreed by the death gods. The terrible fluctuation just now was blocked by Aizen with a huge air brake. Otherwise, the weaker officials who came here might have died suddenly. In that case, let's stay there. As the leader of the expedition medical team, Mel began to provide clinics and defense barriers for everyone. The 73 ways of binding, inverted mountain crystal. Looking at the ground, a golden pyramid dozens of meters high appeared out of thin air, and it was not inverted, but upright. Some death gods rubbed their eyes, a little bit unbelievable. Is this an inverted mountain crystal? Why is the teacher's inverted mountain crystal completely different from mine? At this time, still hovering in the air, Bivet rubbed his black thorny hair and asked questions on behalf of everyone. What a fuss! My brother's ghost way must be different. Simafo answered Bivet's question as if it was a matter of course. Violet was speechless for a moment after hearing Simimifo's answer, and then looked at Moer with expectation. Teacher, this is amazing. I want to learn this. Looking at Violet's eager look, Moer walked over and patted his shoulder. He smiled and agreed. No problem. I can teach you now. The trick is very simple, just like adding flash bombs to luminous food, I just added gold powder. Hearing Moer's words, Violet was a little confused. Okay, go down first, otherwise our barrier will be taken away by the hollow. Oh. This time, Violet went out as the captain of the liaison team. His ability to be solved can form a spirit particle wind network through regulation, which is a very convenient communication tool and is difficult to be eavesdropped. Even if it is eavesdropped in the middle, it is difficult to get useful information. Because the process of transmitting information uses a unique wind language system of Violet. Other people who intercepted and listened to this process would only be confused. Chapter 695 Solution Frost and Sun, the Four Powers of Everfreeze Island. Soon, everyone began to go down and enter the pyramid. There are many gates on the pyramid, and there are many rooms inside. After all, the space is huge. There are also small holes for communication, which are convenient for communication. The network team and the exploration and perception team interacted internally and externally. The defense is also very tough. At least the aftermath of the Battle of Vastode Hollow could not shake its defense, so the protection is still quite high. When the death gods went down, Aizen also began to step into the air towards the distant valley. Seeing Aizen's actions, Baijun moved directly. Its snow-white body began to burst out with terrifying cold air sweeping the surroundings. Between heaven and earth, wherever it passed, it fell into silence, and everything was frozen. Solution Frost and Fierce Sun. Facing Baijun's terrible cold air that seemed to freeze the world, Cerulean directly skipped the first release of Binghua Burning Heaven and entered the solution. With her solution, all the falling temperatures began to rise, and the temperature of the whole world returned to normal. This ability. Baijun Bingley looked at the Zanpakuto in Cerulean's hand, and the Zanpakuto was emitting white light all over, like a lightsaber. It was just the normal temperature around that made Baijun understand the horror of the death god in front of him. It didn't stop releasing its power, but the temperature around it didn't change. Don't waste your energy. As long as my spiritual pressure hasn't been exhausted, I won't let you succeed. Solaran's death suit also changed at this time. The overall clothing turned snow-white, and there were also fire patterns distributed on the clothes. Fire red and snow-white intertwined on her body. On the clothes in front of her abdomen, there was also a pattern of two fish entwined, like a yin-yang diagram. This special clothing is not a decoration, but a manifestation of a certain temperature balance. As the strongest and oldest Zanpakuto of the ice and fire system recognized by the Soul Society, it is said to be able to freely control the temperature. With such a big gimmick, the power is naturally amazing. But the power is too amazing and it is easy to hurt others and yourself. Fortunately, Solaran's Zanpakuto is essentially temperature rather than fire. Therefore, a certain balance point of ice and fire interweaving formed the clothes on her body. In this state, she doesn't have to take care of herself too much. Of course, it is also easier to control the temperature. Just like what she is doing now. She has forced the surrounding ambient temperature to be locked at normal temperature. This almost intertwined point of ice and fire is the strongest state of Cerulean's Zanpakuto ability in terms of weight. Although in this state, the lethality is definitely gone. But the weight is so high that even if Baijun's spiritual pressure is more terrifying than Cerulean's, he cannot break through this balance point that is like a rule. This rule-like application reflects Cerulean's understanding of her own Zanpakuto. Of course, this is also someone who helped her cheat. Your ability is indeed powerful. After Baijun tried to release an attack that could freeze time and space at maximum power, he had to admit that Cerulean's ability was powerful. Even it could not break through the blockade of the ambient temperature and release the power to freeze time and space. This means that its powerful ability is almost more than half useless. However, in addition to its ability, it also has a strong spiritual pressure. And its ability is not useless. Baijun stared at Cerulean's eyes with his huge blue pupils, and then Cerulean began to feel cold. Such power! Cerulean's beautiful eyes widened, and the red and blue fish in her abdomen circulated subconsciously. The original cold feeling dissipated immediately. That was close. Cerulean, who had come back to her senses, looked at Baijun with a trace of fear on her face. If she hadn't reacted subconsciously just now, she would have been killed instantly. Lang Bingshuang Han, your big hollow actually has the full power of Everfreeze Island. How did you do it? Since the fight, Cerulean felt very familiar, but the opponent was a hollow of the spirit system. So Cerulean didn't think much about it. But after experiencing the big hollow's moves just now, Cerulean began to connect. As Esteth's apprentice, Cerulean had been to Everfreeze Island once with Esteth. Later, she went there again with Mel. Therefore, Cerulean has a say in the power there. In the Everfrozen Canyon, the center of the Everfrozen Island, the power of ice is divided into 4 systems: cold, ice, frost and cold. Outside the Everfrozen Canyon, there are generally 2 systems, represented by icemen and snowmen, and they are the largest in number. The 2 systems of ice and frost are literally what they say. Hard ice and soft snow, these 2 systems can be very strong when they reach their extremes. One of the 3 guardians of the Everfrozen Canyon is the representative of the Frost Ice Elf. She is the extreme of these 2 powers. As for cold, it is a concept derived from frost. It represents the cold winter season and targets the environment. It can be said that there are very few races with cold systems in the Everfrozen Canyon, and they can basically only be seen in the Everfrozen Canyon. As soon as they go out, they can affect the celestial phenomena and make snow fall from the sky. It's just that the range of power varies. One of the 3 guardians of the Everfrozen Canyon has reached the extreme of cold and can easily freeze time and space. And Cerulean herself is best at the power of frost and cold. The tendency can be seen from her final solution Frost and Scorching Sun. As for the cold system, it is a special concept derived from ice. If you are alive, you will have feelings. As long as you have feelings, you can't avoid the concept of cold. So, the cold system of the Everfrost Canyon is aimed at the feeling of life, and the strong one even directly targets the feeling of the soul. It will not affect non-living matter. But it is a very deadly ability for life. If you are not prepared, this is a terrifying power that kills on sight. It is different from the frozen time and space of cold. Cold directly makes the feeling of life and the feeling of the soul fall into eternal sleep due to the extreme cold. Cold and cold are aimed at the environment and time and space, and the other is aimed at life. If the 2 can be used at the same time, the impact on life is unimaginable. Baijun did not use these 2 powers at the same time just now, but they have been shown to Cerulean separately. So, she can't deceive herself that it is a coincidence. Fortunately, although the opponent's spiritual pressure is more terrifying than hers. But the ability used is definitely not as good as the guardian of the Everfrost Island at the same power scale. Otherwise, she might not be able to deal with a hollow that has all 4 systems of Everfrost Island and has reached the extreme of its power. Now, through the existing information, Cerulean has already thought of the ability of Ba Kun, which is very similar to the current domineering system and even more terrifying. And the Mo Kun that has not yet taken action. Could that super hollow be the corresponding demon system of the current world? If so, these super hollows are very extraordinary. They can actually absorb the current system and turn it into their power. There must be a huge secret in it. For a moment, Cerulean, who was thinking a lot, raised her eyebrows slightly, and her expression was a little complicated. Chapter 696 Demon Lord, I advise you not to bluff. Can't you defeat her like this? At this time, Baijun also felt that Cerulean was difficult. Although her spiritual pressure was much lower than its, she was able to withstand its ability. Captain General is really reliable. At this time, Aizen, who was not far from Cerulean, exclaimed. Then he stepped into the air directly towards the distant valley. Don't even think about it. Watching Aizen preparing to go to the location of the mother body, Baijun also began to use ice blue hollow bullets. Swish, swish, swish. Countless hollow bullets began to burst towards Aizen like a hail of bullets. Because of Cerulean, it could not directly use the external frost and cold ability. As for the cold ability used on Cerulean just now, it needs to secretly accumulate power for that ability, and it can only work well by looking at each other. Now that Aizen acted suddenly, it didn't have time to use that power again. Facing Baijun's hollow bullets, Aizen still stepped into the air towards the big valley without stopping. The 81st Binding Path, Broken Sky. As Aizen's mouth corners raised, a barrier blocked behind him. Boom! The sound of continuous explosions sounded. But it could not break through the broken sky to hurt Aizen. Don't ignore me. After Baijun attacked once, Cerulean also came in front of it to block the opponent. The lightsaber in her hand, which looked glowing but restrained, made Bai Jun very afraid and did not dare to directly cut her. So he directly used the ringing to distance himself. Bai Jun used the space skill of ringing very skillfully, which was different from the twisted and violent feeling of Tyrant. Its ringing seemed to be integrated into the space and was very restrained. It could move freely in the space silently and at a very fast speed. With such skills and its powerful virtual bullets and virtual flashes, Cerulean found it difficult to get close to it. Fortunately, Bai Jun did not chase Aizen again, so Cerulean temporarily relaxed and began to entangle with Bai Jun. On the other side, Aizen walked several kilometers in the air, and a dark spiritual pressure that reached the sky broke out from the big valley. The deep fear began to entangle Aizen. This kind of intense fear, the demon lord of Hueco Mundo, that power is really exciting. Aizen stretched out his glasses and the lenses reflected light slightly. Perhaps other Shinigami don't know what is in the big valley. But Aizen knows it very well. After all, he came to Hueco Mundo to watch the other party's disorderly growth. But he didn't expect it to grow so fast. It actually gave birth to several monsters one after another. So, it became difficult for him to act alone. However, the more terrifying it behaved, the more interested Aizen became. That power will complement his ability. When Aizen stopped moving forward, the black fog-filled demon lord had already broken through the air with the sky-high spiritual pressure. Its appearance made the Shinigami and the hollows in the distance turn their eyes. For the Shinigami, there is very little information about the demon lord. As for the hollows, they only know that there is such a hollow lord, and the other party rarely leaves the Forbidden Valley. They only knew that the other party was the head of the Void Lord. Therefore, both sides were very curious about it. As they looked over, they felt as if they were facing fear itself. Even though they were at a distance, they still felt cold in their hearts. What a terrifying monster! Is that the demon lord? Some death gods were shocked. Some no longer aimed their sights at the monster. Because the feeling of facing fear itself is not a pleasant experience for normal people. Of course, some death gods stared at it intently. After all, for some death gods, fear is a tempering stone for their character. Most of these death gods are inherited death gods, although they have memories of their previous lives. But that memory is like watching a movie, and it is difficult for them to understand the emotions in it. However, now they experience the original emotion of fear, which makes them feel very fresh. To a certain extent, for these madmen, it is simply their ideal tempering stone. Their eyes looking at the figure of the demon lord are very burning. Some even have the idea of catching the super big hollow and observing it every day. When someone has such an idea, the demon lord looked back at this side, and the death god who was looking at it from a distance suddenly felt like falling into an ice cave. Fortunately, because Aizen blocked the way, the demon lord did not do anything unnecessary after all. What a powerful ability, the power of fear. Aizen, who was directly facing the demon lord, could feel its power the most. The power that seemed to face fear itself, contained a very high essence. And it was not just about ability. If Tyrant and White Lord's spiritual pressure was strong, but in Aizen's opinion, it was still a little lacking. Then, the spiritual pressure of the demon lord in front of him was almost as strong as his. Adding its own ability, its combat power was extraordinary. Death God, since you are here, don't leave. Bury it here forever. At this time, the demon lord focused all his attention on Aizen. Now that the differentiation of the mother body is nearing its end, it is no longer needed to continue guarding. Plus Aizen came here alone. Therefore, the demon lord is also eager to carry out a certain mission inherited from the mother body. What an unpleasant statement. Aizen stared at the demon lord's eyes, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly. I advise you not to be too bluffing, otherwise. Tear. The next moment, with a flash of knife light, the demon lord's body broke directly into two halves. The Aizen in front of it also shattered and dissipated like the moon in the water, and his figure had already come behind the demon lord. Such an ability illusion? No, it's the control of the senses. I didn't even notice it much. Although the demon lord was broken into two halves, the sound like a big bell was still full of energy. It was as if the body was broken without any effect. Aizen, who was behind it, looked back at the demon lord. It saw that the two halves of its body had begun to entangle with each other, and the black tentacles like streams were connected to each other. It took only a breath of time for it to recover and aim its body at Aizen again. Although it was not injured, its dark pupils were also full of fear. So you can recover immortality? It looks very troublesome. Aizen tilted the sword in his hand and dropped it slightly. Although the demon lord looked a little troublesome, it was not a big problem for him. After all, his strongest ability was the Collapse Jade, a combination of the Collapse Jade and the Mirror Flower and Water Moon. As for the demon lord in front of him, the chance of winning against him was 0. This was Aizen's own calmness and confidence. A hollow that was already deeply trapped by his ability could no longer threaten him. Chapter 697 The First Hollow General, Great Hollow Moria. However, he was not in a hurry to go to that valley. He could sense the hidden and looming spiritual pressure there, and that spiritual pressure was separating rapidly. Although it was hidden, Aizen, who had the ability of the Hollow Jade, had very sharp senses. And the throbbing from there also made him feel moved. So, he began to fight with the attacking demon lord. The power of fear turned into a rushing black torrent and washed around. The demon lord who possessed the essence of fear had a very high ability and weight, plus its terrifying spiritual pressure. Even if it was Soraline and Scarlet, whose spiritual pressure was at the top of the death god. As long as the body was washed by its power, the soul would be directly trapped in an endless vortex of fear and could not extricate itself. Therefore, it is very important to use power to isolate or offset such a rush. Of course, Aizen himself would not worry too much about this power. Because his spiritual pressure is very terrifying, and his ability of the Hollow Jade can quickly adapt to the power. So, the Demon Lord, who has terrible recovery ability, and Aizen fought back and forth in an instant. At least, it seems so on the surface. When Aizen and the Demon Lord fought, the Hollows also continued to fight again. 420. Except for some Hollows who are not very smart or too violent and not rational. Other Hollows fight and watch. You must know that this is the Hueco Mundo, and the opponent is the God of Death. The companions around you are completely unreliable. If you are seriously injured by accident, no one will help you bury you after you die, and there are even so-called companions who come to eat 3 bowls of food with tears. It can be said that except for a few Hollows with strong positive emotions, the attitude of other Hollows to the outside world is simply the mentality of the whole world being enemies. That kind of mentality of not caring about anything. There are some Hollows that charge directly. It's just that the higher you go, the fewer such Hollows there are. Because they were killed directly. The existence of hollow crystals has revived some of the memories of many Hollows. Those messy memories also planted the seeds for the simple ecology of the Hollow Mundo. Human intrigues and deceptions are often staged here. The Hollows are not only cruel, but also cunning. Even if they are not cunning, they will be more cautious in this environment. At present, the God of Death and the Lord of Hollow have a conflict. From the scene, the outcome is still unknown. Some of the wisest Hollows are playing soy sauce, waiting for their victory or defeat. Because the power of the Super Hollows is far greater than theirs, even if they win, it is useless. And for the God of Death, it's not a bad thing for the Hollows to play soy sauce. Because the target was already clear when they came here. That is the Lord of Hollows in the Hollow Sea, and their existence is the key. Of course, the God of Death or Hollows who are angry and excited don't think so. They just want to have fun now. In front of a gate of the pyramid, Mare watched the Hollows and the Death Gods not far away start a big melee. Among them, Kunyi from the support team began to fight against a special Hollow. That Hollow had a childlike body. From the outside, it looked like a black-haired lowly about 12 years old, wearing a black dress and a blank expression. It looked like an autistic little girl. But the white mask on her head, like a small headband, confirmed or was the only thing that seemed to be related to Hollows. This girl is not simple. She is the first Hollow General in the Hollow Sea, Aeon. If we talk about spiritual pressure, the 2nd to 4th Hollow Generals can still belong to the same level. Then, Aeon's spiritual pressure is completely different from the same dimension as other Hollow Generals. Its spiritual pressure has completely reached the limit of the vast old Hollow, and it can reach the level of the Tyrant if it goes further. Such a terrifying spiritual pressure is entirely due to her ability to devour. The devouring ability that is completely in line with the Hollow's devouring instinct and has a very high weight. Before reaching the limit of vast odd, wherever she passes, the Hollows will collapse into spirit particles and become her power. If there were no Hollow Lords and their mother bodies, Aeon is the true pride of the universe in the Hollow Mundo. She is not a living soul, but countless Hollows devouring each other. Someone took out a law of devouring and it was brewed in the collapse of countless Hollows. Wherever Aeon, who has a strong devouring ability, passed, the big hollows could not survive. Everything turned into pure spirit particles, even the memory did not exist. She was recruited by the Hollow Sea only because Bai Jun took action himself. Otherwise, it would depend on the second Hollow General who called himself Little Tyrant and was keen on serving Tyrant. If he tried, he might die. Facing such a big hollow, even Kunyi became cautious. Kunyi had already performed the Shikai, and the blade in her hand was spreading blood-colored lines. Her Shikai ability was very simple, and it was a one-hit kill. As long as she is cut by her Zanpakuta, those with less spiritual pressure than hers will basically die suddenly. But when she came to Hueco Mundo before, she couldn't break the defense of Tyrant with just the initial release, which was very embarrassing. Later, when Bai Jun came to support, she and Scarlet quickly evacuated. Because Bai Jun's ability restrained her. Of course, her poor performance does not mean that she is not good. Chai, who can be regarded as a monster by Solarin and Scarlet, is not simple. It's just that her strength is indeed not suitable for facing opponents who tend to seal or turtle shell abilities. Chai is best at facing offensive opponents, which stems from the nature of her ability. For the battle between Chai and Ayan, Mare didn't pay much attention. Instead, his attention was on a large hollow. Little Simafu, you just guard here, I'll go over and chat with a large hollow. Well, brother, I will definitely guard this place, don't worry. Simiu didn't ask Mel anything, just raised her little fist and said with full energy. Seeing her cute look, Mel smiled and patted her head. Then he walked directly towards a tall hollow with a pair of horns. The hollow was surrounded by dark shadow soldiers. These soldiers were fighting against two Shinigami who used their magic. One was a water-type Zanpakuta, and the other was a wood-type Zanpakuta. The two Shinigami used their magic to cooperate with each other, and they had the upper hand against those shadow soldiers. However, due to the continuous flow of shadow soldiers, the two sides fought in full swing. Zigu, Maludo, go support the others. I'll deal with him. Hearing the voice from Mel, the two Shinigami were stunned. Then they turned around and saw Mel coming. Great, with Captain Mel's help, this hollow is nothing to fear. Zigu was an old man who looked very strong. He looked at Mel with respect, a look of respect for the strong, and his tone was very polite. The other Shinigami nodded. The two of them didn't hesitate, and just signaled to Mel and turned to another battlefield. They didn't worry about Mel's safety, even if they were facing Vast Old's hollow. After all, Mel's unfathomable strength was recognized by the Death God. As the two left, Mel set his sights on the hollow in front of him. Gecko Mariah, it seems you have a hard time in Hueco Mundo. Not bad. Hearing this, the pupils of the hollow shrank slightly. Chapter 698 Mariah, whose heart was pierced by Hisoka, wants to return as a king. At this time, Mariah, the seventh Hollow General of the Hollow Sea, looked at the unfamiliar Death God in front of him, and his mind was shaken. Because in the Hollow Mundo, he always called himself Mariah and never said his full name. But the Death God in front of him could call out his full name. Hey, it seems that you Death Gods are indeed observing the real world. You can actually know my name. Mariah's eyes flickered slightly, and he directly defined the matter on the surface. Then he asked casually. So, Death God, I have a question for you. Do you know how to go to the real world? When asking this question, Mariah's expression was a bit gnashing. Because he was very aggrieved. Once, in the present world, he attacked Kaido who was out to capture talents before the second Kendo tournament. In the end, he was beaten to doubt his life. Fortunately, he escaped again with his ability. However, after he ran away, he didn't expect Hisoka to appear. It's okay for Hisoka, but Mariah never expected that the other party told him the heart-wrenching words. It was really heart-wrenching. Moria, who fell in a pool of blood, only heard Hisoka say that he was too weak, and he should work hard after death. Such words. At that time, Moria's heart was MMP. My mind was full of I'm dead, why should I work hard? And other thoughts. Anyway, Mariah didn't expect that he would die so aggrieved and cowardly at that time. Until his consciousness fell into darkness. He miraculously reappeared in Hueco Mundo with complete memories. At that time, Mariah really understood. Hiso's words about working hard after death were not a mockery, but a statement. But, aggrieved is aggrieved. He did not let it go, and he still held a grudge in his heart. This grudge made Mariah have a new goal. That is to dominate Hueco Mundo and return to the world, and stage a drama of the king's return. Unfortunately, Hueco Mundo also rolled. Each of the great hollows split off. His first hurdle was the great vein that was somewhat similar to Kaido. Because of the current situation of Hueco Mundo and Moria's they are very similar. That's why Moria and the Great Clan are fighting to the death. Although they were beaten and fled, they were targeting him. However, now, the Hollow Lords are pressing on their heads. Moria feels that the goal of dominating Hueco Mundo is far away. He is worried that if it goes on for too long, Kaido will die of old age and there will be no revenge. So, his hope is to go to the real world first. After revenge, he will have a good argument with Hisoka. As for fighting Hisoka, it is impossible. When he died, Hisoka was called a god. Moria feels that his strength is still far from enough. But Moria feels that it is no problem to deal with Kaido. He worked very hard in Hueco Mundo, just to go back and slap Kaido in the face. Want to go to the real world? In fact, the method is very simple. Moer's mouth corners slightly raised. As long as you can defeat me, I will tell you the answer you want. Hearing what Mel said, Moria's mouth tore open. He. Very good, kid. Although you are the captain of the Shinigami. But let me teach you. His spiritual pressure began to burst out, powerful spiritual pressure. The flowers in the greenhouse can never overcome the storm. Moria felt that the Shinigami in front of him was very young. Although there are monsters in young Shinigami. After all, the example is right in front of us. The Shinigami who fought against the two virtual kings looked very young. It's just. Moria didn't think that he, a 7th-ranked virtual general, could be targeted by such a monster. If you want to target, you should target those virtual generals who are ranked higher. Why would they come to mess with him specifically? Actually, I'm the vice captain. Just now, Xi-Gu Sangzi called me the captain just to be polite. That's not important. What's important is whether you are ready. Moria pulled out the big sword from his waist with a big hand. After Moria entered Hueco Mundo, he quickly adapted to Hueco Mundo and transformed his previous life experience. He directly entered the level of Ashoka's and directly broke his face. Because under the influence of a certain power, his memory and emotions were well preserved, and his humanity was very sufficient. It is not strange to break his face directly. The hollow of this world. After breaking his face, he can have a more stable core, and then he can accumulate strength faster. Now Moria can grow into Vastad in the fierce competition of Hueco Mundo. In addition to his ability, it is also closely related to his breaking his face in the shortest time. Please give me flowers. Please give me flowers. Bring me victory. Shadow Army. As Moria shouted. His own terrifying spiritual pressure expanded directly. It seemed as if a depressing dark rain was falling around him, like a shadow rain. In the expanding spiritual pressure, the sword in Moria's hand dissipated, and a shadow surface began to spread on the ground. One after another, dark soldiers emerged from the shadow surface. Different from the soldiers who used Moria before, holding swords and slashing people like pirates. The soldiers now dress completely differently. Some wear shadow armor, like knights holding knight guns, and have horses under their seats. Some are big shield soldiers, some are like assassins, and some are like musketeers. 0. It looks like 4 shadow legions, densely packed. The total number seems to be thousands, which is 10 times more than the previous number. At this time, Moria laughed loudly, with a face full of vigor. He, this is my current strength. Before dying, Moria hated his own weakness, and was also very dissatisfied with his miscellaneous zombie group. Finally, when he came to Hueco Mundo, he gained the ability to lead the Shadow Legion. This ability is not only about the Shadow Legion, but also very strong in life-saving ability. Let Moria survive until now after committing suicide in the Hueco Mundo. Then die. If you can't bear it, tell me the answer obediently. Moria said, waving his hand. The dense shadow army began to move. The knights rushed over first, and the assassins hid in the shadows. The big shield soldiers were in front, and the musketeers were behind. It seems that it's time to play again. Mare drew out his Zanpakuto with an interesting smile on his face. Yakumo Yukari, who slipped from his clothes to his wide sleeves, looked at the other side with curiosity through the cuffs. In her opinion, Mel was just playing with the other party. After all, it is harder for the other party to defeat him than for an ordinary person to climb to the sky with bare feet. Unless he lies on the ground automatically, the other party will win with his head. However, the other party still looks like he is sure of victory, which looks very interesting. I wonder how my dear will defeat him? Yakumo Yukari was quite curious about this. Let's duel. Yu-Gi-Oh! Moo. Chapter 699 Moria is looking for a horse, crush him for me. With the release of his Zanpakuta, Mel's game began. The Zanpakuta in his hand turned directly into particles. Then a blue translucent panel was formed in front of him. There are 2 rows of slots in the upper part of the panel, 5 in each row, a total of 10 slots, which are the slots where the cards take effect after being placed. 5 cards are drawn from the card pack on the right as soon as they are released. Looking at the knight army rushing over quickly and close at hand, Mel spoke calmly. My turn. As he spoke, several knights who rushed in front of him stabbed at him. It stabbed directly into the transparent barrier without breaking the defense at all. After Mel's initial release, half of every minute is invincible time, which can be activated as long as Mel shouts my turn. If Mariah doesn't attack during non-invincible time, it won't be effective. 4, 5, 3 Because the weight of this invincible effect is very high, Mariah can't break through it with his current strength. Looking at the blocked attack, Mariah was not too surprised. Although he didn't know what the other party's ability was. But he was the vice-captain of the God of Death after all. It would be strange if he couldn't be stopped by just a few shadow knights. Now the important thing is still behind. Bang, bang, bang. Countless black bullets shot from high and low at an oblique angle towards Mel. In the direction where the bullets flew. The legs of the shadow musketeers were all stretched, and their height was much higher than that of the knights on horseback. From their perspective, they can fire bullets from a high position without being blocked by the soldiers in front. Dang, dang, dang. Countless bullets dissipated directly with the sound. This scene made Mariah frown slightly. Defense type ability? He immediately came to a preliminary judgment. After all, the attacks of his soldiers are not so easy to defend. Although they look like ordinary soldiers, their attack power is very high. Those bullets are just like his virtual bullets. Although their power is not as strong as virtual flash, they are better in quantity. While Moria was thinking, Mel had already placed 2 of the 5 cards on the card slot. 1 round per minute, 2 cards can be placed in the first round. As Mel placed it, one of the cards immediately took effect. I saw this card automatically turned over on the card slot. There was an old man in a white training suit drawn on the card, and the word Qigong Master was written under the portrait. With a flash of white light, the old man appeared out of thin air. The old man appeared in front of Mel. As soon as the shadows around the knights appeared, many shadow assassins emerged directly. Originally, these shadow assassins were going to attack Mel. Now that the old man appeared, the target was naturally set on him. Looking at the many assassins who suddenly appeared around him, each holding a black dagger in his hand, the Qigong Master looked calm. Ha! He pushed his hands and shouted with full energy. Many assassins who rushed over suddenly shot out, as if they were hit by invisible Qigong. Such a scene made Moria's eyes widen. Because his shadow army was defeated and penetrated, but it was rare for normal people to be beaten away. After all, the shadow army was stained with the word shadow, which was different from normal life. However, Moria was not so entangled. What he found most strange was that Moer's Zanpakuta could actually create a life. Although he had been a hollow for some time, he had seen various abilities. But the ability in front of him still opened his eyes. No matter how he sensed, the guy in front of him seemed to be no different from real life. No matter. If you dare to stop me, I will kill you. As Moria's mind moved, the knights in front began to disperse and merge. A huge knight over 20 meters appeared directly. The knight pulled the reins in his hand and led the horse up. Hiss! The giant shadow horse seemed to roar and neigh, its body leaned back directly, and its 2 front hooves were directly suspended in the air. Then the 2 front hooves stepped fiercely in the direction of the Qigong Master and Mel. Your horse is gone. Before the horse's front hooves fell, it disappeared out of thin air. Only the knight sat on the ground. The atmosphere was a little quiet, and the huge shadow knight froze there for a while. Because the horse under its seat disappeared. Not only it, even Moria behind couldn't help blinking. Where is his horse? Such a big horse, actually disappeared out of thin air. How is it possible? Moria was shocked for a while and didn't believe it and summoned a new horse again. But he couldn't summon it. It was him. It must be his trick. Moria fixed his eyes on Mel and the Qigong master in front of him. Then he gave the knight an order, and the somewhat sluggish giant knight started to move again. It stood up from the ground and waved the huge knight's gun in its hand. Although the horse was gone, it could still fight. While taking action, Mel had already placed another card on the card position. And the 2 cards placed in the first round just now have all taken effect. The first card is the Qigong Master, which directly summons the Qigong Master. The second card belongs to the skill card Your Horse is Gone. As the name suggests, it means literally. It is worth noting that this card can only last for 5 rounds due to its forced effect. Now the third card placed by Mel also takes effect directly. The third card automatically reverses, and a hand and a wooden stick are drawn on it. As it glows slightly, the effect is activated. Disarm you. The weapon in the hand of the knight wielding the knight's gun disappears, and it immediately falls silent again. It's not just it. The daggers of the assassins and the musketeers of the other legions all disappeared. Only the shield of the big shield soldier remained. Obviously, this is the effect of this card. The effect is easy to understand, just the literal meaning. Specify a unit and remove his weapon. 5.3 The unit designated by this card is Moria. 5.3 So the Shadow Legions connected to him lost their weapons one after another. When this happened again, Moria's eyes turned red. What kind of ability is this? How can his horse and weapons disappear? Why not just make his soldiers disappear too? Calm down. The opponent's ability must be limited. Moria lost his composure for a moment and then regained his sanity. It doesn't matter. He took action himself. As Moria began to activate his ability to condense the shadow into a blade, but he couldn't condense it. At this time, he finally understood that as a commander, he should command from behind, and it was not very elegant to go on the field in person. Hey, come on. Crush him for me. Accompanied by Moria's somewhat suppressed laughter, all the Shadow Legions attacked. Chapter 700 Dare to Pretend Again, the legend created by the demon god. When Moria attacked, the big hollow that was very close to him on the battlefield began to roll his eyes. He had a pair of cockroach dorsal wings on his back, 2 legs and 4 hands, and his whole body was shiny black. This big hollow was the second hollow general, Badger, who called himself the Little Tyrant. His opponents were Yun Zhao, the vice-captain of the 5th Division of the God of Death, and the 2 chief officers who ran over from Moria. Before the Hollow Sea was fully established, Bager was very high profile and served the tyrant. He went to various places in the Hollow Mundo to recruit other vast old hollows or Ashoka's hollows into the Hollow Sea organization. That's right. He himself had a high power in the Hollow Sea. Such a high-profile Badger was naturally valued by the God of Death. Therefore, after the 2 officers who could use the solution left Moria's battlefield, they came to support Yun Zhao without stopping. This made Beiji a little distressed. Before the virtual kings won or lost, he didn't want to be high-profile. After all, the power of the God of Death seemed to be very scary. 28 looks 28. He should be arrogant when he is stable, but be cautious when he is unstable. This is his experience as a hollow and in his previous life as a pirate, and the main point is to follow the heart. It seems that Moria is in trouble. Maybe I should share the burden with him. The 2 cockroach tentacles on Badger's head swayed for a while, and then he made a decision. From his senses, he did not detect the threat from Moria's opponent. Instead, he detected a looming threat from his opponent, the smiling white-haired death god. Badger is very confident in his perception. He used to live in the Hueco Mundo by relying on his perception, strong vitality, and running speed. Later, after getting some power from the tyrant, his perception of danger soared directly. Only play in favorable situations, not against unfavorable situations is his creed. Now that there is a certain danger, Badger naturally has to hedge the risks. Bang bang bang. After making the decision, Badger rushed directly towards Moria. Whether it was the high-speed cutting water flow, the branches that could absorb power, or the attack of the 3-crowned king Shadow Snake, none of these could stop Badger's steps. All attacks or restraints would be blocked or shattered by his dark defense. The rampaging posture made it impossible for Yun Zhao and others to intercept him. Allah! Is this the rhythm of wanting to commit suicide? Watching Badger run directly to the battlefield on Moria's side despite their attacks, After seeing that the opponent of the Great Hollow there was the vice-captain of the 2nd Division, Yunzeo's face was directly covered with a smile. Although Yunzeo was not clear about the strength of the vice-captain, Mel, it was recognized that his strength was unfathomable. At least no one had seen him use the D solution. Of course, not to mention the Zanpakuta. Just the 3 attributes of the instant roar circulating in the Mu Spiritual Academy could feel the opponent's strength. Vice-Captain Yunzeo, let's go together. At this time, Zigu and Maludok were ready to go over for support. After all, they had no idea how strong Mel was. It was rumored that the 2nd Hollow would obtain some of the power of the Super Hollow Tyrant Kun. If something unexpected happened, Captain Kunyi would be skinned alive. Don't worry, I'll go there. There are too many enemy hollows of the Ashoka's level now, so it's better for you to go and help others. Although everyone needs to bleed, the loss shouldn't be too great. After hearing Yunzeo's words, Zigu and Maludok looked at the scene farther away and finally nodded. The Ashokas in this world are strong and weak. But they are basically inferior to the Shinigami who have learned the solution. Unless the powerful Ashokas can be more powerful after breaking their faces, they can compete with the Shinigami who have learned the solution. Such Ashokas hollows are very rare, but they still exist. With hollow crystals, it is not that difficult for hollows to break their faces. Although they are rare, there are always some abnormal hollows with special features. Some of the Ashokas hollows are very powerful, and their strength is amazing even without Arankar. As a result, in this battle, the pressure on the Shinigami side is still not small. Fortunately, the hollows are not of one mind. The Shinigami side has more complete support and treatment to ensure the survival rate of the Shinigami. When Zigu and others went to support other Shinigami, Yun Zhao also slowly went to the battlefield on the side of Mel. On the other side, Moria watched the shadow army rushing up and was slowly waved by the old man on the opposite side. All the approaching legions were exaggeratedly beaten away. This scene made Moria's iron face even gloomier, but this was not the most depressing thing for him. The opposite side actually glared with his eyes, and all the legions close to Mel were also beaten away. Such a scene made Moria call out impossible in his heart. Dare you pretend again? Obviously, he didn't feel any power fluctuations. But the legions under his command flew out of thin air like this. If it weren't for the fact that these shadow legions had no intelligence, Moria would even suspect that his men were playing him. Although Moria didn't want to admit it at this moment. But he seemed to be really helpless against the other party. Moria, it seems that you need my help. Moria set his sights on the figure that suddenly appeared beside him, the 2nd Virtual General, the little tyrant, Beiji. 617. Seeing Beiji's arrival, Moria frowned slightly. Beiji, what are you doing here? For Beiji, Moria is very familiar with him, even more familiar with Beiji himself than he is with himself. Because Moria knows Beiji's life very well. The great pirate, the evil cockroach Beiji, who once roamed the New World, was an animal-type cockroach ability user, and the bounty amount was limited to 910 million Baileys. In Moria's impression, Beiji didn't have any outstanding qualities in his life. If you really want to say, being killed one-on-one when the demon conquered the New World may be his only bright spot. After all, Badger's death directly created his legend in Hueco Mundo. Badger became famous earlier than Moria in Hueco Mundo, but in the end Badger was at the bottom of Vastad. Even some Ashokas united and beat him and made him flee. Although those Ashokas were very powerful among the Ashokas hollows. But it didn't stop Moria from despising Badger. It was just that things were unpredictable. Super hollows suddenly appeared and wanted to rule the Hueco Mundo. During this process, Badger met the tyrant who came to block him. He didn't even say a word to the tyrant, but knelt down at an astonishing speed. He really knelt down, prostrating himself. Moria felt ashamed for Vastod Hollow for doing this.